goes through along with Joe Harris's. Now, Morris, of course, born in Grand Rapids, played his high school ball in Flint. He won Michigan's Mr. Basketball back in 2013 and now brings his 10 points and 5 boards per game to the Pistons. And both Wimbledon and Live Golf taking place in London today. In fact, Carlos Alcaraz is playing his match right now. The Women's U.S. Open continues at Pebble Beach, just the 8th major ever at the prestigious venue and the first for the ladies. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I got it. 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Chris Villar. Your chance, ladies and gentlemen, to win Tiger tickets, a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on the Blue Jays. That would be tomorrow, July the 8th. The first 15,000 people at the game will be getting a Riley Green diving catch bobblehead. Well, maybe that's an indication that Riley Green will be playing tomorrow.
It's not ruled out. Could happen.
For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER. Visit tigers.com or be the 7th caller. When you hear Mike Patrick say, "What is Britney doing with her life?" Britney Spears in the news, and Mike Patrick with a famous, ridiculous statement way back. God, how long ago was that, Greg?
That was 2007.
Oh, wow.
He got a lot of crap for that, right? That wasn't the reason he lost his job.
Yes,
was it?
I believe that was the last time that Georgia had beaten Alabama before the national championship game 2 years ago, and when Britney Spears had gotten out of her conservatorship. So I think it was a Britney Spears curse.
Oh, very. I like that. I like the symmetry. So was Matthew Stafford playing in that game? It was 2007.
I believe that was Matthew Stafford. Mikey Henderson with the game-winning catch for the Dogs in overtime.
Wow. You just got a promotion from Jimmy Powers to remember Mikey Henderson. All right. We always talk about dumb rules in sports, and there are a lot of them. I believe, for instance, I don't like the fact that a ball that is fumbled through the end zone is brought back to the 20-yard line. It should be where the ball fumbled or whatever. Anyway, golf always seems to have a lot of them. Like in fairness, in fact, why in golf do these guys still have to sign scorecards? It's 2023. You have guys walking with them every step of the way. Their score is listed. Everybody knows. I was at the Rocket last week, and the guy's putting on the green, and the scoreboard says, Justin Tom, his third shot, 36 feet, 3 inches. So they know everything. Why do you need to have a scorecard? It's really stupid. Well, golf did it again yesterday. And this might not be as stupid as I think. Thailand's, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. This is the U.S. Open. Narakrita Vangdavilap. She was disqualified after her caddy, Jinsup Kim, used a distance measuring device on multiple holes. So a rangefinder, so to speak. Now, first of all, I understand. I never thought they were legal to begin with, but they should be. So that's dumb rule number one. In today's society, you have technology with your clubs, the balls. Why can't you use a rangefinder? To me, it's absurd. And on the LPGA Tour, you can use the rangefinder, the distance device, in every tournament, including the Women's PGA at Baltusrol, which was a few weeks ago. However, there are only two places on the LPGA Tour where you can't, and that's the Women's British Open and, yes, the U.S. Open.
So it's a weird, arbitrary rule.
Yes. Now, look, should she have known the rule? Should her caddy have known the rule? Yes. Mm-hmm. And first time you get caught, it's a penalty, like a stroke penalty. Second time, you're gone. DQ'd.
Was she DQ'd?
She was DQ'd.
Actually used it twice?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's stupid.
I mean, like I said, it's 2023. Use a rangefinder.
I got no issue. I'm not a big golf guy, but it seems like all of these.
Right. They sit there. I mean, I've played golf with an LPGA player before, Morgan Pressel, just playing golf. Yeah. And, take a shot, take a rangefinder, figure out how long it is, and just hit it. I mean, you don't need caddies for that all the time. I mean, that's what the caddy's supposed to do. Yes, I get it. But if your caddy can't use, why can't your caddy use a rangefinder? Why?
I don't get it.
I got to say, I kind of don't like it.
Really?
Yeah, I think part of the craft of playing the game is to figure out the yardage on your own, using markers on the course and that kind of stuff. Well, I do.
Okay, I get that. You're old school when it comes to that, but they use them. Everybody else, I don't have one because I think it's a waste of money. And I'm not that good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
it doesn't make a difference to you if you know how many yards away
right,
he's going to hit the shot.
That's my point. But for them, first of all, they know anyway because the caddies usually walk the course. They know they have these books that have everything, which way the green. They know everything anyway. It makes it a little more precise, so to speak.
Does it speed up the game? If it does, then yes, for sure.
I think it does. I mean, caddy can go like that. Yeah, 137, rather than sit there and they pretty much know what it is anyway without it. So what's the big deal?
I hear you. I'm not going to die on this hill.
No, it's not. I'm not dying on it. So what are some of the dumbest rules in sports? Whether you can agree or disagree with me that that's a dumb rule, 248-539-9797.
I'll give you one. College basketball, possession arrow. Just do a jump ball.
Yes.
The idea that it's going to hinge on what a previous tie-up was 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. No. Jump ball like they do it in the NBA. I think the possession arrow is a dumb rule. Another one. I hate the NFL's overtime rule. I think both teams should be allowed a chance with the ball, even if the first team scores a touchdown. I don't think a coin toss should have that big a degree into the decision of who wins the game.
I don't mind it now. I mean, I didn't mind it before. It was just, even though it was blatantly unfair, I didn't mind. I can't stand college football's overtime when it's tied at the 2-yard line crap. That's a joke.
The alternating 2-point conversions is stupid.
And the other thing, college football overtime rule, they should start at the maybe 40, 35, not the 20.
I think both NFL and college, you should get the ball at like the 35, alternating possessions.
No, I have no problem with the kickoff for pros.
So I'd be okay with it if both teams, fine. Each team gets a chance, though. It's stupid to me that Patrick Mahomes' team wins the coin toss and Josh Allen's team doesn't get a chance to answer. Or if it happened vice versa, if Allen got the ball first.
Keep him out of the end zone.
Both teams should have to keep him out of the end zone, not just one team.
See, I like with the NFL OT. I'm if they want to change it to that, I'd be fine with it. I don't mind it the way it is now either because I do believe the defense side. But the college OT, so again, this 2-point conversion thing is after 3 OTs?
Yes.
Yeah. It's just 2-point back and
I'm
forth.
telling you what.
2 or 3.
Is it after 2 or 3, Greg?
It starts with the third overtime.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
See,
right.
I truly believe one of the more catastrophic things facing a sport is for a playoff game or a national championship game to go to more than 2 overtimes and expose this rule for what it is.
Yeah.
I think you're deciding a championship on 2-point conversions. That's like deciding. That's worse than a shootout in the World Cup.
Yeah.
That's worse than a shoot. That's like having a shootout. It's not as bad as a shootout in the Stanley Cup Finals in my mind. I think this would be, if this happens, it will be one of the biggest ordeals ever.
Well,
to
and that's
change
why
something.
Discretion. So in baseball, people don't like the bonus runner at second base. They don't do that in the postseason.
Correct.
No. And in the NHL, they do the shootout in the regular season, but when you make the playoffs, we got to settle it with actual hockey.
And they don't do 3-on-3 in the playoffs either.
Not at all.
Right.
So fine, regular season, you got to get through all these games. Okay, I don't love it, but I get it. If they're going to go college football, regular season, the 2-point conversions, I wouldn't like it. But especially in the playoff and the expanded playoff, you can't do 2-point conversions to decide a title.
No, you can't. They have to have different rules for the playoffs, I think, like they do in hockey.
I mean, even the NFL overtime has been, and I think still is, different regular season to the postseason, right?
Yes.
So like in hockey, my big one is kind of with the overtime. I can't stand rewarding a point when you lose. I don't care if you lost in a shootout. I don't care if you lost in overtime. I don't believe you should get a point. I actually would like see them change it to where you get 2 points if you win in overtime with no shootout, and the loser gets 0. And if it takes a shootout, the winner gets 1 point and the loser gets 0. That way you're being hurt a little bit by saving to
Like
win in the
playing
shootout.
for a
It
shootout.
hurts
Yeah.
both teams.
Yeah, it encourages because too much.
Exactly.
NHL coaches have talked about this. 3-on-3 has turned into very passive hockey.
Right.
Everyone wants to possess the puck and play for 1 or 2 chances. Tom's rule would force both teams to try to score goals to get the most
Yes.
points possible, the 2 instead of the 1. I don't hate that.
What if they did 3 points for the regulation win and 1 point for an overtime loss?
Okay,
So
if they went to 3 for the regulation win, I wouldn't have a
Right.
problem with them keeping it the way it is the other way.
Yeah.
I think I like my way better because
do I.
love the fact that it just once you get to OT, it forces you to play for a
Yes,
win.
and you shouldn't get anything for losing
Exactly.
the game.
I hate it. I just think it's dumb. I think it's trophy world.
You're not
Basically.
you're not penalized for, or you're not rewarded for losing a game. You're rewarded for tying a game in regulation.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why I didn't care that.
Positive reframe.
Look, I didn't care about ties growing up. I mean, sometimes they were good ties, sometimes they were bad ties. You got a point, you know.
I don't like ties.
I get it.
Tie suck.
I understand. I understand.
Can we
why
go back to
people-
15 minutes for NFL OT? Just to get
Yes,
rid of these
it's-
ties.
Oh, I know. That's
all of a sudden,
that's
it's all for
ridiculous.
TV. It's all they did.
Yes,
Is TV.
it's got to fit in that. Got to fit in that window.
Texter says targeting in college football, worst rule in sports.
It's got to be. It's got to be just looked at a lot better. They just call it too many times, and they call it, and a lot of times it gets completely overruled. So, which is good at least. But yeah, I mean, that is. There's some rules that I think are really good that they don't like in college football. I think that, like, you should have to have 2 feet in bounds just like you are in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's
change
just
it
so
or-
used to it being 1 in college, 2 for the pro, and the explanation being,
Right.
well, it's tougher at the pro level. There's no reason you couldn't make it 2 at college. I mean,
Right.
they're high-level athletes.
Right. Exactly.
Well, this is going to be the first college football season where the clock continues to run after first downs until 2 minutes. Is that how it's working?
I forget
per half?
exactly. Here's the other rule I didn't like, and Jansen, and I think Greg actually goes against me on this. I think in college basketball they need to go to 6 fouls.
I agree with you.
But Greg pointed out the math,
Per minute foul deal.
yes,
Yeah.
is the same.
Leave it to Greg to use math.
Yes. So, I don't
Ruin all our fun with
People
math
don't pay
over there.
money to watch guys foul out. You know what I mean? All right, here's some ticket text. This is from Tony. I love my rangefinder, but there's no way a pro should be using them. Use the trees and markers on the ground to figure out the distance. It's not that hard. They pretty much do anyway. Just saw Will Vest in a coffee shop in Royal Oak. Same place I met Reese Olson last week. Saw Riley over here the week before he got hurt. Royal Oak is where they all live. Pretty awesome. Okay. Is this like an inadvertent text or just somebody giving some
Yeah, is that meant to
information?
send to us or like their friends?
All right.
All right, good to know.
Coffee shops in Royal Oak for Tigers. Okay. Dumbest rule in sports, NHL lose a challenge and get a penalty.
Yeah.
Steve from Madison Heights. I think the NFL overtime, they should just play one more full quarter. It's like it's the fourth quarter. And at the end of those 15 minutes, if somebody wins with a kick or whatever, they win. So you can score as many times as you can in that quarter.
Be fine with
Seems
that.
to work for the Chargers and Dolphins back in the day. Greatest game ever. NHL shootout, stupid. Play it 10 minutes, sudden death overtime, and just take the damn tie after that.
I hate
I was not very big on the shootout, but when you go to a game, people are so into it. I mean, it is very exciting.
It is kind of edge of your seat.
Yeah, I get that.
All right, 248-539-9797. Dumb rules in sports. Coming up next, you heard in the update, Tigers won. But how is this healthy for us to go through this as sports fans? Did you have this thought creep into your head during the game yesterday? We'll get to it coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, go to Las Vegas. That's where all the NBA is right now. And if you wanted to go there because it's gone on for a couple of weeks, book a room. The D. That's right. Go to the D.com. Best bang for your buck. The D Las Vegas, located in downtown Vegas, where all the action is. And everyone that stays at the D gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the new amazing Circa Hotel and Casino. And remember, for the best steak in Vegas, there's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there. Or you got the Bacon Nation restaurant right on the second floor. If you're looking for something casual, American Coney Island. You want to play golf? The great folks at the D hook you up with tee times at any of the great courses in Vegas. So get a group together Book your room today. The odds are better downtown. Best bang for your buck is the D Las Vegas, the D.com. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Coming up at 9:35, Pat McAfee tells me to shut the bleep up. We'll play the audio. Stony Tigers win last night. I guess not last night. It was an afternoon game. I wonder if anybody will be honest. Was part of you hoping they would lose just so you could put this team out of their misery?
No, but I understand where you're coming from because I'm at the stage. It's like, all right, I've been on this roller coaster. Look, we know the race is somewhat illegitimate because the teams are bad and they're bad. Okay, getting that out of the equation. I just feel like I'm on a bad roller coaster at like some state fair, or county fair or something. It goes on and off and on and off. It's like, get me off this machine, you know?
Is it really that good for your health, you know?
No, it's not. And, you know, you want to, like, be invested, and you are. And then they have the 2 games against Oakland that start the series, and you're like, oh, my God, just end it. And then they win yesterday, and maybe they'll get a little lightning in a bottle. Riley Green might come back, you know.
Call the kids up. The pitching's healthy.
Yeah.
I made the comparison earlier. It's like a rom-com. But if you knew they weren't going to get together at the end of the rom-com, I don't think people would watch. And I think they're not going to win the division. So would you watch the will they, won't they saga if you know how it ends? No, probably not.
No.
It's more like the few movies that have bad outcomes, you know,
Yeah.
like Infinity War. Like there's some Thanos is going to snap his fingers, and this thing's just going to half the tigers are going to go away.
Which half?
Maybe they should.
Is Javi Baez in the half that goes away?
Exactly.
I like your Carney comparison.
Yeah, it's
like
what it
I feel
is.
like Stoney, you wrote it, and you're finally like, I'm not getting on that again. That thing
No.
scares me, and I'm not going down. I think Mike is on it until it malfunctions.
Mike's going to end up upside down like those people in Wisconsin. He's going to be
Yes.
sitting there dangling for 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know Mike, he's not going to be quiet the whole time.
No.
Can you only imagine?
Oh, Lord.
I don't think, does he ride roller coasters? And if
don't know.
he does, how he would be, if he got stuck on a roller coaster, people you don't want to get stuck on a roller coaster next to,
Oh, he'd be all right, but
he would entertain you. It'd be funny.
Yes.
But after a while, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, I can't believe. No, he'd be pissed at himself for going on the damn thing. Why am I going sitting next to these people I don't know? I hate people.
I hate people.
I'd rather be stuck on it with him than some other people here. Jeff Lesson.
I didn't think he was going to name somebody.
He just talked about Tiger Woods for 3 hours.
Tiger Woods, Tully Moore. Do we have some ticket text on the dumb rules in sports?
Yes, we do. Dumbest rules. College football, down when your knee touches. You're so right. So right.
Play shouldn't be over.
NFL, fumbling into the end zone. I mentioned that one. NHL, goalies not going to the penalty box. That would be pretty cool. If a goalie got a penalty, they had to bring in the goalie goes. No, but then you play with an empty net unless you. I was trying to think maybe the backup goalie comes in and you're still a man short and.
Or if you just want to get silly with rules,
Yeah.
What if you got a major against you and the team had the election of a 5-minute multiple goal power play? You could score
Right.
like it is right now.
Right.
Or you could choose to play 1 minute with an empty net against an empty net. That would be so much fun to make that decision.
I know.
They're going with the empty net. The drama that would ensue. I think it's getting a little
races
cute.
onto the
but-
ice. Like
yeah. I think it's getting a little cute, but sure, it'd be entertaining.
I hate the NHL embellishment penalty. Why does the guy still get a penalty if the guy clearly flopped? Good point. Not being able to break up a double play on a slide or block the plate as a catcher in baseball.
Sort of a safety thing, though, at this point, right?
Yeah, I can't stand that rule. Because the play at the plate used to be the most exciting play in all of sports.
Wasn't it Pete Rose at the All-Star game running over?
Yeah, Ray Fosse. And then they had, the Buster Posey got hurt, and there was the anticipation. The ball, whether it's a sacrifice fly or not, the ball gets hit to the outfield, the guy makes the catch, you see the guy tag up, you throw it, and it's all going to happen at the same time. Boom, a collision. Oh, it was great. And Posey had to break his leg. That's what happened. They changed the rules. And we talked to AJ about it, too, and he actually thought it's a good rule.
Before we get to my nonsense and Heather's news, can we just give people an update on the DeBrincat stuff? We did it earlier in the show,
Sure.
and just if people maybe aren't in the loop on it, this is the latest from NHL Network last night. It sure sounds like it's down to the Red Wings and maybe just the Red Wings.
The problem is that DeBrincat's agent, Jeff Jackson, his car broke down trying to go meet with Steve Eiserman, and he was using Ward Manuel's wife's car.
It's too easy. I've thought the same thing. The end there is what's interesting to me. And again, David Pagnotta and NHL Network, inching towards finality. Please, any day now. I want to stop searching for this. I just want it to happen. Detroit very much in the mix. Islanders may have dropped off, and it's Detroit and one other team. Is there even another team, or is this like paper tiger set up there for negotiating purposes? Because the Wings are the only team consistently mentioned.
Right.
He wants to be here. Terms are being discussed. Sure feels like it's Yzerman's to lose. I don't even know who's in play if the Islanders aren't in it, as he suggests they may not be.
Nobody knows.
Right.
Maybe there's no team.
To bring it to Detroit, say it, Stoney. Speak it into existence.
I want it to happen.
Me too,
Please.
so bad. Heather with the news.
Well, would you want this to happen? I-75 could be getting a carpool lane. Yeah, the State House recently passed a bill that would allow Michigan to put these HOV lanes or carpool lanes on state freeways, and apparently I-75 is the first on MDOT's list. And MDOT officials say carpool lanes would be effective as a forum to help congestion. It would be a congestion management tool, and it would ease traffic during rush hour. Plus, they say it could also encourage more people to use public transportation.
Yeah, but we don't have this like massive public transportation infrastructure.
We don't, but we could carpool. We could all ride together.
Listen, I'm sure there are numbers that suggest it helps or works, but I don't. Do you think it's going to be super helpful in limiting congestion?
A little, but not enough to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to know more research on it, but it doesn't seem like it would be that effective for us here in Michigan. But maybe it would. Who knows? Okay, you guys. It turns out that Texas man who was just found after being missing for 8 years wasn't actually missing at all. He was living with his mom the entire time. Remember this story?
Yes.
He was discovered outside of a church. Well, in a news conference on Thursday, the Houston Police Department said that Rudy Farias was reportedly missing by his mother in 2015, but he actually returned home the next day. Was never missing. So during that 8 years, police did receive some tips and leads that indicated that he was not missing at all, but they could never actually find him. This is all very fishy to me because it seems like if he was literally at home this whole time, detectives should have been able to determine that. But they say from 2015 to 2023, police said that they actually spoke to this kid numerous times, but he used fake names, he gave fake dates of birth, and basically misled officers. And so did his mom. His mom was giving fake names when they talked to the officers, and she continued to be adamant that her son was actually missing.
Do we know why? What's the game for the family?
There is some speculation of alleged sexual abuse going on. To me, it sounds like they just the things I've read that I don't know what they were actually investigating, because it sounds like some of those allegations were reported, and police say, yeah, we heard all the allegations, but we have no proof of anything. But anyway, he's not missing at all. Has never been missing, and apparently he is very articulate, and he's actually not nonverbal. The whole thing's very suspicious, if you ask me, for sure. Britney Spears, let's talk about her one more time. She's got some drama with Victor Wembanyama. So Britney says that she recognized him at her hotel. She's on vacation. She's in Vegas. And then she ran into him again at a different hotel. They were both going to the same restaurant. And she says she decided to approach him because she's a big fan. She wanted to congratulate him on his success. And she did say that it was really loud. So she went up to him and tried to tap him on his shoulder to get his attention. Well, Wembanyama has kind of a different story, says that he was grabbed from behind. But either way, one of his security guards then reportedly slapped her in the face, caused her sunglasses to go flying off. She has apparently filed a police report or made it known that this attack happened. In an interview the day after this altercation, Wembanyama says that he didn't actually really know what was going on.
Look, maybe Britney
Trying to
has a
cover
warped
time
sense of personal space, and I understand given her, past. But you don't walk up to someone in a crowd of security people and grab them, right? If that's what she did, right?
But maybe she kind of felt right. Well, you're right. You're not going to grab somebody, but maybe she literally did try to tap him on his. I'm guessing she probably couldn't reach his shoulder, somewhere in that general region. But she's also is used to being around massive groups of security people, fans.
Sure.
Maybe she honestly didn't really think that she was doing anything wrong, and she is Britney Spears. She's not your, I don't know, Joe Smith off the street. So maybe in her head, she thought she wasn't doing anything wrong.
She's like, oh, we're just a
by
couple
doing that.
celebrities. I'm just going to catch
Yeah.
up. And he's.
Yeah. Want to congratulate you, maybe snap a quick photo. That's it. But we'll see what happens with this. It was interesting to see those two names trending yesterday together in a story.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Pat McAfee set his sights on me.
Yes, you're in his crosshairs.
It's 97.1.
All right, Detroit, you know I talk about Carter's Plumbing all the time, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Carter's just told me that they have added 2 new vans to their service fleet, and they're looking for a few top-notch plumbers to join their team. Qualified applicants could even receive a sign-on bonus based on industry and product knowledge. That's right, that's extra money in your pockets. So if you know your stuff, but maybe you feel stuck and underappreciated, advance your plumbing career and go to callcartersplumbing.com or call them at 248-830-0362 to join the Carter's Plumbing family today.
Congratulations to Chris in Detroit. He heard Mike Patrick say, what is Britney doing with her life? And so he wins a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on Toronto tomorrow night at Comerica Park. It is Riley Green diving catch bobblehead.
Have you seen the bobblehead?
No, I haven't.
Actually looks pretty good.
The first 15,000 people will be getting that Riley Green diving catch bobblehead. For more Tiger information on tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
All right, Stoney. This Pat McAfee clip got sent to me yesterday, and then I posted it out so everybody else could laugh at me too.
Yes.
I can be obnoxious, so if I'm fair game, I'll laugh at myself. But Pat McAfee caught wind of the Jameson Williams firework tweet that went viral.
Right.
And he had to put his 2 cents on it with his crew.
Right.
Let's play the audio for people, and then we'll let people react to it. But this is Pat McAfee's show.
He did have a point.
He said, I have a point.
Yes, absolutely.
He said he understands the messaging.
By the way, I don't know who the some of the other gentlemen were. I don't know if it was A.J. Hawk who said he's using his left hand. I don't know. Last time I checked, you catch balls with 2 hands. What difference does it make if it was left or right?
It was like an Odell Beckham situation. He's just going to catch one-handed from now
Well,
on.
you probably catch one-handed with either hand.
Stoney, that's this guy lost in all this. I don't want him to be a 9-finger receiver. I need him to have all 10 digits, and I need him to be a good player for the Detroit Lions.
That's the only thing. The only problem with Slate is I just don't want you to get hurt. And it's we've seen it, JPP, and it's a lot easier to play defensive line with 9 digits or whatever JPP's got going than it is to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, it'd be career-altering ending if something would have happened. And again, every year, 4th of July, headlines, emergency rooms, people getting themselves into bad positions with fireworks. We've got athletes. JPP's the biggest example of it, but you had the Columbus Blue Jackets goalie a couple years ago who lost his life in a fireworks accident.
Manny Legacy's house.
And he wasn't shooting it off, but fireworks can be no joke.
Right.
And J-Mo's had such a tough start to his career. Not all his fault.
No.
He was injured for the first, majority of his games. But the last thing he needs is some stupid accident to happen where something blows up on him and his career's forever altered. Like, we got a big year coming up here in Detroit, and he's supposed to be a big part of that.
Yeah. I look, there's also the element of, why you have to put everything on social media, but that's what people of that generation do.
Well, and to McAfee, who tells me to mind my own business. Tell it to J-Mo, who posted it. He put his business out for everybody.
Right.
Yeah, but he put normal business out there. It was the 4th of July, and he was lighting off fireworks. I would argue that, this is just a random guess, that, I wish John was here. How many players do you think, on an average team, light off fireworks on the 4th of July? How many other Lions did this, and we just don't know?
I'm sure J-Mo wasn't the only one.
I'd like that. I think McAfee was being good-natured and playful with you.
Yes.
It wasn't like it was. It's the whole thing's a little silly when you think about it.
I just wish you'd have said that what you do for a living. I mean, you're watching the show. Who the hell is Jim Costa? Jim Costa.
CNN.
Bob Costas? Yeah, he just says Jim Costa because it's the Twitter handle. He doesn't go radio host or 97.1 The Ticket, Detroit, whatever. Yeah, but I think there's like another minute or so where they just kind of banter amongst themselves. But I was completely caught off guard by this, that the McAfee show was going to pick up this tweet.
Yeah.
But it's slow news time too, I think, is part of it. And I narked on fireworks. Easy target.
Oh, I know.
Easy target. That's fine.
You're a bad man, Jim.
Terrible
You're a
person.
Bad man.
Oh, speaking of John, I'm sure he would have hated all of this. He would have been like, America, 4th of July, shoot him off.
Right.
Smoke him if you got him. Right.
No,
I mean,
his point would be, why put it on Instagram?
okay.
He's an easy target right now. I don't think he should have been targeted for this, but because of what he's done, especially the gambling suspension, which is a real deal. I mean, that is real trouble. I've heard some people call in on this and kind of say, well, he's really not done anything wrong. No, he broke a rule. You can argue about the rule,
Right.
and the way it's that he can do what he did outside of Allen Park, but he can't do it there. Maybe, okay, that's fine. But he broke the rule. So he made himself an easy target.
He broke a rule that was largely unknown to NFL players, and it's a dumb rule almost universally, right? The idea that you can bet on a game from your couch, but if you bet it from a couch in a team hotel, you are now suspended 6 games. It's a dumb rule. It is the rule. We all have rules at work we have to follow. It's a dumb rule. But I think he's become almost a sympathetic figure to people because they look at it and go, you're getting kind of a rough shake here, right?
Yeah. That's a stupid ass rule, but you should know the rule. This, I think, was very, very innocent, and it's just the reaction that many of us have is just don't injure yourself. That's all.
Well, that's where it came from. We brought it up, something or nothing, at the end of Wednesday's show because a listener texter brought up that he was shooting fireworks at 1 o'clock the night before.
And I said it was nothing, but just the next time I wouldn't do it, but it's no big deal.
I know I've been bringing this up about the whole thing, but I'll bet you there's probably somebody on the Lions roster who goes down to Allen Park riding a motorcycle without a helmet on.
I think that's reckless too.
And I think that is, way more dangerous than what Jameson Williams did.
Yeah.
But it's illegal. And what's the line here? So that's not on social media. He like I said, it comes back to we are in such a watchdog, want to get you society,
Right.
that I would have recommended to him to not put it on social media too, just because he should be well aware that he is a target. But maybe he's like saying, I'm not going to live in a shadow. I'm a young kid. Social media is so huge for young people.
But Gov, there's also something that comes with being young, and it's this invincibility complex, and nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. And he's not riding a motorcycle without a helmet, but people who do have the invincibility complex, and guys, it might not even be your fault. You're doing everything right on the motorcycle. Somebody clips you and you lose your life or you get severely hurt. And that's what we don't want to see happen to these guys.
Right.
But there's again, I'll say there's nothing. He did nothing wrong with the law,
No.
but he obviously did nothing wrong with his contract. See, that's the thing. These things can be written into NFL contracts or other team sport contracts that we don't want you riding a motorcycle, for example.
Correct.
We don't want you lighting off fireworks. That can be written in.
Sure.
I think it's just getting a little bit. These are people, okay? He did a thing that we did on Tuesday night. We lit off fireworks. Could he have chosen a safer route? Yeah. McAfee pointed that out.
It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it really isn't. And people just look at him and go after him.
That's right. So he needs to recognize that. That's why if I were him, I would just say, all right, I'm going to go silent for a while, social media.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I know it's difficult, believe me, but you can do it. It's not that hard.
I think it's harder for younger people, and I think he's in that demo, right? And I think he wants to post stuff on social media, and I'm not against guys posting stuff on social media.
Right.
But if you post on social media, other people are going to share it. They're going to like it. They're going to send it to their friends. They may send a tweet out about it that gets quite a bit of traction. You made that decision. And I'm not saying throw him in jail, suspend him, him off the football team. I'm not asking for any consequences or anything punitive. It was like, hey, dude, of all people to be messing around with explosives for a guy who hasn't played very many football games, not a good look. Be better. Be better for yourself, your teammates, your football team, the fans of this city. Be better.
I don't think it's a horrible look. There's a chance he would have got hurt.
And he didn't, and that's
right.
The best, the biggest thing.
Correct.
Okay, coming up next, something that's a bigger deal. Trying to rebuild this baseball team. MLB Draft is this weekend. Want to nerd out a little bit. What do you do if the top 2 college outfielders are gone? Would you dare take another pitcher? We'll touch on it, wrap up the show. It's 97.1.
Okay, guys, you've heard me talking about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, for quite a while now. And maybe you've been thinking about going to see him. You've been on the fence. Well, now is the perfect time. It's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10th anniversary, and Dr. B wants to celebrate. So he's actually doubling the savings for our listeners. For a limited time, you'll save $2,000 when you mention 97.1. And you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure. So enough with all the baseball caps every day, being self-conscious when you go swimming, or maybe when you're on that Zoom call for work. There's no need for that. Or maybe you're single and you're just ready to start dating again. Dr. B can help you get your confidence back, just like he's helped thousands of guys over the past 10 years with the most advanced hair restoration techniques available. And you can also start to think about your beard, your eyebrows. Those can be done too. Beard and eyebrow transplants are getting more and more popular, and the results look fantastic. For more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Hey, real quick. Stoney, you saw this.
Yeah, look, last time we did Something or Nothing, you ended up on the McAfee show, and I don't think this is going to go that way. But yes, somebody tweeted this out, and I double-checked. Is it Something or Nothing? The Ottawa Senators webpage, they list their roster, and Alex DeBrincat is not listed. Now, somebody said it's because he's a restricted free agent, and they don't list restricted free agents on rosters. However, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Joe Veleno a restricted free agent?
I believe so, and he is still on the Wings website.
He's still on the Red Wings roster on the website. I think he's a restricted free agent, right?
Something or nothing. I mean, I think we all know a DeBrincat deal is going to happen, right?
We hope it's here.
Yeah.
We don't know. This could be a team-run website decision.
Yes.
I throw in something outlandish out there, but maybe so. He plays in a different country. Maybe there's different employment rules that they have to do this for. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out
You're
there.
right. You know what? That's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Or Alex DeBrincat is on his way to Detroit
Yeah!
right now.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Or Alex DeBrincat actually works for the Ottawa Senators web department as well, and he decided he's deciding to F with everybody.
Stoney, 40-goal scorer, 25 years old.
I know.
Wants to come here, right? Yeah. Wants to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we all got caught up, maybe Stamkos. He never wanted to be here, never considered us.
Yep.
A premium goal scorer in his 20s wants to be here, and Yzerman's the front runner. Please let me know that, they're taking him off Ottawa's website, and they're adding him to the Red Wing website as we speak. That would be beautiful. Music to our ears.
Yes.
MLB Draft is this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it doesn't get the fanfare of the NFL Draft or any of the other drafts.
Yes.
But the Tigers have a top 3 pick.
Yes, they do.
And there seems to be a big 3 in this year's draft.
Yes, Wyatt Langford, the outfielder from Florida, Dylan Cruz, outfielder from LSU, and his teammate pitcher Paul Skeens.
And there's a scenario where the Tigers get one of these college bat outfielders, and we celebrate.
Yes.
There's another scenario where they go 1 and 2, and you got to make a decision. Are you taking another pitcher? And do you let the mistakes of Al Avila and failed pitching prospects, a position that often gets injured, sidelined, and requires Tommy John surgery, to get in the way of taking what would be the best player available? What would you want him to do, Stoney?
It's a tough one because everybody thinks that Skeens is really good and actually could walk into Comerica Park tomorrow and pitch. I would probably go with the position player route because they're so bad at that. And I'm just looking at the list, and obviously I haven't seen these kids play, but they say there's an outfielder from Franklin, Indiana Community High School, Max Clark, that's supposedly great. And the other guy to think, and this guy is only ranked in a mock draft that I'm looking at now by Keith Law as 8th. But the Tigers certainly could use a catcher because the Dingler, from what I understand, he's not going to be anything. If he makes it, he makes it, but he's not going to be a significant player. Kyle Teal, who's a catcher from the University of Virginia. One of those guys.
See, if they end up taking a high schooler and passing on the Skeens, I don't know that I'd be all that mad.
No.
Given that we all acknowledge this team's not like a year away from a World Series push. They need to stock this farm system with quality position players.
Mm-hmm.
The high schooler's going to take a few more years. But aren't they a few years away anyway?
Yes.
Now, I don't know the intel on Skeens. Like,
No.
if there's a real injury risk inherently any more than any other pitcher.
Exactly.
But I think people are a little shy to make another pick for another young arm who could end up missing significant time at the early stages of their development. I would be hesitant to take Skeens, and if they take him, hope he holds up. But I think there's a fear there.
Here's the quick rundown on Skeens from Keith Law, just in his mock draft. Because he has Washington taking him at 2. Tough call for the Nats if both LSU kids are here, but a source familiar with the team's thinking told me the Nats would probably still take Skeens because he has the profile of a pitcher who's in the majors in a year, a la Steven Strasburg. Neither is wrong choice, and I could easily take him Cruz. So he has the Tigers at 3, then taking Cruz. Because if this happened, the Tigers should probably just take the rest of the week off. Other teams believe the Tigers will go college regardless, since one of the big 3 college prospects has to go here.
Yeah, they'll probably end up with one of the big 3. Doesn't mean you're not going to be nervous if it's the pitcher.
Right. This is like, obviously it's going to be interesting because it's Scott Harris's first draft, right? Oh, boy.
Stoney,
Yeah.
Alex DeBrincat listed as a Detroit Red Wing on Wikipedia. We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
On Wikipedia?
Breaking news. Listed on Wikipedia as a Detroit Red Wing. Will probably change in 4 seconds. But for right now, Alex DeBrincat, a Wikipedia Red Wing. Gator, we're getting closer.
And we know he's
Maybe
not
on your show today. Getting closer.
And we know he's not on the Ottawa Senators website. We know that.
So,
Things are afoot.
afoot.
It sounds like things are afoot.
Sounds like that.
When's so who breaks it first?
You do.
Friedman. Well, you
No,
guys.
I mean,
I know.
you know what I'm saying. Like,
Yes.
who's going to break it first on Twitter? Who's going to have? Is it going to be Elliot Friedman? Is it going to be a Gord? Is it? Is it?
Pierre LeBrun.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get fake LeBrun.
Fake or real? Who's gonna break it first?
My guess will be Frank Cerviali.
More importantly, when they break it, is he here? Do you see any way he's going somewhere else?
I don't. I mean, I know that there's this mystery team. I think that's a bunch of hooey.
I think it's leverage.
I think it's an attempt at leverage. It's just, it sounds, I mean, here's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like there's a deal to be done, and it's up to the Red Wings to make it happen because it's about what would they sign him for. Ottawa's screwed. They know they got to get rid of him. They already have his replacement set up. Like, just make this trade. Come on, get the deal done so they can sign Tarasenko or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to Steve Yzerman what he wants to do. And you've got a 25-year-old DeBrincat, and apparently you don't want to give him a 7 or 8 year deal worth $7 to $8 million a year, whatever it is in that range, that you don't want to do, which I can understand. But you just gave somebody a 5-year deal for $25 million who's older.
And you
So-
just got basically almost $2 million back from Zadina. Thank you very much.
Right, that's a whole other thing we're going to get into on the show. But, so you've got a 28-year-old Comfer who's going to be 33 when his contract is over with, and we're worried about DeBrincat?
People talk about his size. Did we not just watch who won the Conn Smythe this year for Vegas? You need a guy like that in the postseason.
Well, I mean, he is undersized, but despite being undersized, he's got a couple of 40-goal seasons, and he scored, 27, 28 goals last year.
and 100 hits last year, by the way.
Yeah.
Guy never misses any time.
He's a little pain in the ass is
Yeah,
what he
you
is.
could use
Yeah.
that.
He can score goals. I'm not the biggest Alex DeBrincat fan, but I think he can be a very good player for this team. He's exactly what this team needs.
Yes.
Pat Caputo had an interesting, I don't know if it was a tweet that I saw or if it was a Facebook post, he probably did both, where he compared the players that the Red Wings lost from that last season to this year's offseason, all the free agents and stuff and the people that they just let go, and compared that with their goals and their plus-minus numbers to the players that they've already acquired this season, to their goals and plus-minus. And the guys they brought in have scored more goals, and they're plus players. Everybody they let go collectively scored less goals and were like minus 50 or something. So in theory, it works out that it's already better. If you add a guy who's going to score you 25, 35 goals, whatever it can be. And by the way, I think he can be a 30-goal scorer easy playing with Larkin, if that's where you're going to play him.
What do you guys got coming up besides the DeBrincat watch?
Well, I mean, we have to. I'm worried about your psyche. Being called out by a national host in such a way. We actually didn't even touch a topic this week.
Sure.
So we're going to get into the topic a little bit and maybe poke fun at you at the
That's
same time.
fine. I'm used
a
to
little
it.
bit. Yeah, of course, sure. Well, you're an easy target, Jim. Yeah.
Thank you, I think. I don't know if that was meant as a compliment or not.
Well, I mean, cookies. Your name's Cookies
That's
for a
fine.
reason. There's a story behind it. But the DeAndre Hopkins stuff is interesting. We're going to get to that right out of the gate because, Sports Illustrated had their position rankings and weaknesses and everything, and the Lions' weakness is the wide receivers, so why not?
Why not?
Why not?
DeBrincat or Hopkins? You make the call. 248-539-9797. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you here Monday, Mr. Costa. Carson Anderson next. 97 won the ticket.
I mean, Costa is an easy target, right? I mean, he brings it upon himself. I guess that's why I'm saying it's not like I look at the guy and say, "Oh, you're funny looking," and then I mean, I'm not going to throw stones. This guy is, I'm funny looking. That's not it. It's stuff that he does and stuff that he says. He puts himself out there. He can be an easy target at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more of a compliment than not, because I think you just said it. Jim says what he wants, and he says what's on his mind. So when you do that, you open yourself up for possible criticism or praise, right?
Yes.
So Cookies, I like Cookies, man. He says what's on his mind.
Cookies is awesome. Great guy.
Very wholesome guy. That's why he's got the name Jimmy Cookies, man.
Exactly. Well, it's
there's a deeper story, but
right. I mean, the whole story of
it was so wholesome.
It was. Some neighbor was mowing his lawn, and he went out and they got him cookies. Right?
Would you like some cookies?
It was really nice of you to do that. I mean, there's that, and then but there's stuff. But then he dares to open himself up to what his life is like. He dares to do that, and he gets nailed for it. Whether it's the cookies, whether it's the adults only cruise, hello, or if it's the catio, whatever, right? But he's awesome. I love Jimmy Cookies. And we'll defend him a little bit. To a point anyway, but at 10:30 we will talk about what Pat McAfee was talking about when he mentioned Jim Costa. So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later. But hey, first things first, Doug's out today. Kang is with me. I'm Gator, by the way, in case you didn't know, you're new to the show. We take your calls and texts as always. Same number, 248-539-9797. And there is a lot going on. Of course, Tigers won last night. Thankfully, yesterday, because that was not looking good. Wasn't trending in the right direction with that series. And winning 1 out of 3 against Oakland is nothing to write home about. I think at a minimum, Tiger fans are expecting 2. And to let that first game get away from them, losing in extra innings 1-0, and then getting smoked in game 2 was just that was bad. That was not good. They're 6 games back of first place. It's a troublesome moment for the Tigers right now, and they've got 3 at home against Toronto, who comes in town this weekend. Hopefully they'll use momentum from yesterday, get back at it. Alex Faedo's on the hill today. He returns. You got Akil Baddoo returning. Riley Green going to return soon. So team's getting healthier. We'll see where they're at. But some Tiger stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. But we want to start with this. We mentioned yesterday Sports Illustrated talking about the Detroit Lions and what their weakest area is. And we debated, 3 of us on the show debated it a little bit. And I think we can all acknowledge wide receiver is part of that. But King, I think you had said defensive tackle specifically. I even considered linebacker, but I thought probably wide receiver would be the way I would go. I mean, you could say kicker, but that's no fun to do special teams. Let's go the other way. So I went with wide receiver. But you can make a case for a defensive tackle. You can make a case for linebacker. But Sports Illustrated said it was wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. And while you're not going to get much of an argument, particularly with the first 6 games of the season when there's no Jamison Williams, you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Collie Raymond, Marv Jones, Josh Reynolds, and it's not a very imposing group of players, I guess. Obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown has had a couple of really good seasons to start his career, and he's well respected. The other players are nice complementary players, and we like them as our team, as our Detroit Lions. We like them. But I don't think even Lions fans and Detroit fans with any sport, we talk a lot on the show how we overvalue our role players. Maybe we overvalued how great the grind line was. We love the grind line players. We love our backup players. We love the guys who just fill that role and get it done. We love the setup guy and pitching and all these things, right? So I think we have a healthy respect for what Khalif Raymond has done, what Josh Reynolds has done, what we expect Marvin Jones to do. But we're not actually, this is one area, King, I don't think we're overvaluing the
the backup players here or the complementary players here, the role players. We're not overvaluing them at all. And so this is why I think Lions fans would agree. If you can improve it, if you can improve the wide receiver room, would you do it? And I think we look at it and say, well, it needs improving, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think people love Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then everyone else, I think they feel okay about. Like Khalif Raymond was, I think, their second leading receiver last year. No one's bagging on Khalif Raymond, but because he can only do what he can do, right? He's a good kick returner, punt returner, and he's a good slot, fill in the gap type receiver. But that's why you thought you had Jameson Williams coming back next year. Now, when you replace DJ Chark with an older receiver, Marvin Jones, who was pretty productive as a Lion his first time around, I don't think anyone expects huge production this time around. So when Sports Illustrated or other publications come out and say, hey, I think wide receiver is the weakest position group, you don't completely, you don't argue that too much because hey, one receiver's already down for 6 weeks, and then you're only left with St. Brown, right?
Right.
So do the Lions need to go out and get somebody else, at least in the meantime? Or do you expect, you can't expect a 7th-round pick with Antoine Green, whatever 6th, 7th-round pick he was to step in. Khalif Raymond, like I said, can only do so much. Josh Reynolds, this is like his 4th team in 4 years. I don't know what else you can get from him than what he did last year. So you look at, do I want to bring back a project or a reclamation project in Kenny Golladay? Do I take a chance on a veteran receiver in DeAndre Hopkins, who might be asking for too much, but he also came out this week and said, the day I'm not a 1,000-yard receiver is the day I'm retiring. So he feels he still has a lot left in the tank.
Here's what he said. He said, I'll retire from football when I'm not a 1,000-yard receiver. With that said, I was on pace for 1,400 yards last year, one significant injury in 11 years. I might be playing till I'm 37 the way I feel.
Now, I like the confidence, but we all know Father Time, undefeated, never lost. Okay, so it can happen quick. Now, look at Julio Jones. That's a guy who looks like he might be done, and he doesn't have a team yet either. So you can go on a cheaper route with that way. I don't know. I'm curious to see what the Lions fans would want if they do want a receiver.
Well, and this is what we ask the people. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Do you think that, let's just flat out say it, do you think they need to add a wide receiver before the season begins, before they head into training camp here in a few weeks? Do they need to add another receiver to the mix? DeAndre Hopkins is still out there. T.Y. Hilton is still out there. Jarvis Landry is still out there. Kenny Golladay and Julio Jones are still out there. Some players, obviously there's varying levels of how good those players are, but that group of 5 is a pretty decent group of 5 receivers. Would any one of those guys be the immediate number 2 behind Amon-Ra St. Brown to start week 1 of this season? 248-539-9797. Same number to text as it is to call, and we appreciate it both. But we're going to get into this discussion to see if we can take another step forward with this team, this Lions team that has so many expectations on them to win the division, to win a playoff game, to host a playoff game, and see how far you can go. They're supposed to win the division. Yeah, I think they're going to win the division. I'm not afraid. I don't think anybody's afraid to say that anymore. That's the expectation. Win the division, host a playoff game, and then we'll see what happens. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with Kang, our producer. Doug will be back next week. We're taking the calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. And we're talking about the Lions situation right now, the Sports Illustrated article that came out yesterday. We kind of talked a little bit about it yesterday. We're mentioning the weakest part of the Lions, or the area needs most improving, and the consensus was from Sports Illustrated was the wide receiver room. We've had some debate on that, but we're talking about the wide receiver room. And do they need to add to that wide receiver room? And knowing that there are some really good wide receivers that are still out there available in free agency, or if you wanted to trade for one, I suppose you could do that too. Should the Lions be considering this even more now? Now, I do think this, as time continues to go by and these guys have not signed, the price tag keeps dropping lower and lower and lower, right, Kang? I mean, that's just logic to think that. I mean, you're not thinking that DeAndre Hopkins is going to sign a 3-year, $60 million contract with somebody.
You would think that, as long as you're still intact with what you started with. Like, I'll use any other team example. If their number 1 or 2 receiver goes down, maybe Hopkins' price goes up, you know?
Well, he hasn't been signed yet by anybody.
No, because I don't think anyone feels the need to.
Yeah.
But once you have, maybe a need develops after, preseason or training camp because of an injury.
I can't think of one offhand right now where a player, a free agent, had been unsigned, and then there was an injury that happens before training camp, and then the player gets more than was expected before free agency began months ago. I think the price would definitely be down for him right now, even for a team that had a glaring need. Let's say that, I don't know what, Amari Cooper gets hurt or something like that. I don't know. Just threw a name out there. The Jefferson gets hurt all of a sudden. Hey, we're in the market for wide receiver. Does that jack it up where he's going to get a 2-year, $30 million contract? I don't know. I don't think so. Here's what I do think. I think he could be had, if you wanted DeAndre Hopkins, I think he could be had on a 1-year deal, prove-it contract, and not at the $18 million range that people were thinking about originally, but maybe in that 10 to 12 range. Is that possible? Do you think the price would have dropped that significantly? Or maybe it's in play now. Hey, DeAndre Hopkins, there's no questioning his ability. And we've questioned a lot of other things, and people brought up work ethic, or is he a problem in the locker room and this stuff. One thing he does, when he gets out on the field, he produces. And he had tweeted out that he's not anywhere near retirement age. He's still a 1,000-yard receiver, was on pace for 1,400 yards last year. He's had one significant injury in 11 years in the NFL. He was also suspended by the league for performance-enhancing drugs. So that being said, he's still a talent. Would you sign him if it was a 1-year deal? Would you sign him for 1 year and $12 million?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not signing him for anything longer than a 1-year deal. Personally, he's 31 years old.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I'm not signing for anything more than a 1-year deal.
I got to be honest with you. What's kind of screws the Lions or any other team that's looking at DeAndre Hopkins is I can't believe the deal that Odell Beckham got. Now, that guy didn't play at all last year because of injury, and he got, I believe, a 1-year up to $18 million deal. And I think DeAndre Hopkins is a better signing than Odell Beckham Jr. Maybe that's just who Lamar wanted. Maybe, to help,
Yep.
I know Lamar wasn't signed yet and Odell signed first, but maybe they knew, hey, to make Lamar happy, he's going to want OBJ.
It may have been a different situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for 1 year, $12 million, and I signed DeAndre Hopkins, and you're already the favorite to win the North, but we got bigger dreams too, right? We want to win a playoff game, not just host one. We want to move forward. And I think with DeAndre Hopkins and then eventually Jameson Williams coming back with St. Brown, that's a trio that's right up there with the rest of the league. You're thinking. I know we're projecting with J-Mo, but
and we had the caller yesterday was talking about the Cowboys room and the Eagles room and all this. I'm like, okay, I don't know if it's that much better than you mentioned San Francisco too. I think the Eagles have a pretty good room and they have a pretty good 1-2 duo there. But if the Lions added DeAndre Hopkins, Katie barred the door on what could be happening with this offense and how good it can be. But the more time goes on that you haven't signed him, the longer it's going to take to get up to speed with the playbook and build up a rapport with the quarterback and all this. it can be troublesome. 248-539-9797. A telephone number, same number to text. We got some text coming in. Gator, we got Tom Kennedy. You're right. I forgot about that. Actually, I'm not sure if Tom Kennedy, is he still on the roster? Adding Hopkins at wide receiver would lift the Lions to the NFC favorite. That's Todd and Farmington Hills. I don't think they'd be the favorite. I think it's still the Eagles, but their offense might be the best offense in the NFC if they did that. There's still question marks, obviously, with the Lions defense, even though I feel like I'm leading the parade and saying this defense is going to be a lot better than people expect them to be because they've revamped the secondary and the way they played the second half of the season. I feel like this team made some great strides in the second half of the season, much like the offense did a couple years ago. And look how good the offense was last year. Can the defense go ahead and repeat that? We'll see. I think that they might find themselves in the middle of pack defense and maybe even, dare we say, the top half defense. Steve from Madison Heights says, I think we should see what the 7th round pick Green out of North Carolina can do. He's supposed to have speed. We may already have what we need and pluck them out of the 7th round. That's what our GM does. Have faith in Brad. Well, there's no question that what the Lions have done in the draft over the last few years, they've found some gems later on. We know this. And when they drafted Antoine Green out of North Carolina, is that a guy who can potentially contribute? Yeah, he is. He's got great speed. He's got good size, too. He's a true wide receiver that has maybe not the most consistent hands, but we'll see. This person wants to let the course play out during the training camp. I don't know. I'd like to jump on it. If you got the cap space to do it, go ahead and do it. And because it's a 1-year deal, it disappears at the end of the season. Then you got your cap space back, right?
Yeah, you can't count on Antoine Green or, no disrespect to him, or any 7th or 6th round pick, especially to contribute their very first year. Maybe eventually he does, after some seasoning, turn into a really good receiver and productive receiver for the team. But to be like, well, we got Antoine Green, yeah, that's not a good plan. If you can fit Hopkins under the cap, I definitely make that move. I mean, in today's league, everyone knows it's a passing league. You need at least 2 really solid receiving options. Now, I do think that I said this yesterday, that they do plan on having Gibbs and Laporte more part of the passing offense than maybe other teams have their wide receivers and tight ends. So that's going to help offset the this first 6 games without Jameson Williams. But overall, just more weapons for Jared Goff to work with.
Yeah, and give him more weapons, he's going to be better. Any quarterback will be better if you give him more weapons to work with. I think that the best weapon he's got is that offensive line that protects him, and running backs that can, get 4.5 yards a carry and keep matriculating the ball down the field, get your first downs, keep the defense off the field, and then it's about your red zone offense. And the Lions were awesome in the red zone last year. Well, one of the reasons why was having a running back that scored 17 times, who's no longer on the team. But what they replaced him with seems like that should work.
Let me ask you this. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 year, $18 million. Kenny Golladay, 1 year, vet minimum.
I mean, if the Lions have the cap space to make it happen, then it's 1 year. I don't care. I'll take the 1 year.
You don't care about the
DeAndre
money.
Hopkins.
Yeah.
I don't care about the money because the money comes back.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't. And frankly, I think that's the attitude they should have.
But let me ask you this. I understand what you're saying, but don't you have to war chest some money in case of injuries that do occur during the year that you didn't expect? Like,
that's where I'll depend on cap space out of thin air theory that I have. That you can always find cap space. You can manipulate contracts and get more cap space. Ask somebody to go ahead and renegotiate a deal. That if you need to do that, I feel like you can do that, and I wouldn't worry about it. So yeah, a 1 year contract for DeAndre Hopkins, I'd love it. Get it done if you can. I don't know if it's the most pressing thing the Lions have to do, but I would certainly not be opposed to it. And it sounds like you've got a very motivated DeAndre Hopkins because of what he came out and said about, hey, he's not retiring anytime soon. On pace for 1,400 yards last year. He's got many years left in him. All right, We'll do it on a prove it year. 1 year. Make him an offer and see if you can bring him into camp. Because I think bringing him to camp early is of vital importance here. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. One of the members of our crew here at 97.1 The Ticket was called out a little bit yesterday. More than a little bit. We'll get to that coming up in about 15 minutes here at 97.1 The Ticket. Well, we're still just a couple, 3 weeks away from the start of training camp for the Lions. Man, are we excited about the football team this year. I mean, this is as much excitement we have about Lions that I can ever remember. I mean, the feeling that this team is headed in the right direction with the right coaching staff in place, the right mix of young players, the right general manager in place, ownership that really shows that they care right now. You know, knocking on wood because you don't want this dream to end and you wake up and it's SOL. I don't think that's the case. I really think the people are on board here. Everything's going in the right direction. And yet we know what the next step is. Win the division. It's yours for the taking. Aaron Rodgers is gone. The next best quarterback in the division might be Justin Fields. And
or a Kirk Cousins that no one believes in anymore.
Right. Yeah. You like that? You know, he's been known to prove people wrong. I think the Vikings and the Bears are both going to be decent NFL teams this year. I don't know how good the Bears can be with another year, with 1 year under the belt of Justin Fields, how much of a big leap he's going to take this year. I think he's going to be better. And I know that Kang was betting on the Bears to be better.
Stop.
I that's just what I heard.
Stop.
That's what I heard.
Stop.
Rumor was you put money down on the Bears.
Context, my friend. Context. You were out that day. I explained it.
You put money on the Bears.
Stop. Felt dirty too, man. Felt terrible.
Yeah, I heard what you were doing.
Hey, you tell me a long shot, all right?
No, the funny thing is that day I was driving around running some errands and listening to you say that, and you were getting killed, right? You felt terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm laughing because I'm like, If I had to pick a long shot, I would have done the same thing. Who's been talking about the Bears for the last year? This guy. I always talk about the Bears because I think Justin Fields is a good quarterback. I think he's going to be a really good quarterback, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, well, that's the key. Does he make that leap this year? And if he does, and with the pieces they added on defense.
Boy, did they add on defense.
Yeah, right. They spent a ton of money because they had a ton of money, and then they helped beef up the offensive line with a free agent and a draft pick, their first pick. I don't want to get into Bears rating here, but that's the reason why. There are many reasons why I took him as a long shot. A long shot.
But we're in an uncomfortable territory here that we want to feel comfortable in, and that is being confident about what the Lions have done. That the Lions have added to their team to make them better than what they were last year at 9-8 when they won 8 of the last 10 games. We know all the good stuff that happened, and we expect it now to continue. The bar has been raised significantly. It's no longer make the playoffs. It's win the division this year. This is your year to win the division, host a playoff game. Who knows what can happen? Who knows what glory awaits this team?
Yeah, all the stars are lining up. You mentioned the division seems, at least on paper, has gotten weaker while you are getting stronger. And it's not just the local hype, because that happens. Kool-Aid's being poured around every fan base all across America. It's
everybody's
the NFL,
got their mouths
right?
wide open like a bunch of carp hanging out at the docks. Go ahead, give me more.
Feed me anything, right?
Yeah.
And that's the NFL. That's what they want, parity. They want every team and every fan base to feel like they have a chance. But we really, really feel like we have a chance for the first time in a long time. But it's not just us, Gator. They are the first game, the NFL kickoff game against the defending Super Bowl champions. So it's not just us buying into it. The NFL has bought into the hype of your coach, of Goff resurgence, of the young players, of everything. And so they're kicking off this. I've never been more hyped in
I can't wait for that first game. I can't wait for the first game.
They get the kickoff.
What a test.
I don't know if Sharon's going to do the kickoff show or not, or who is it, Taylor Swift. I have no idea. But you know what? The Lions are going to be there, and the NFL picked the Lions. They made a choice to pick the Lions.
Sharon? Ed Sheeran. Oh, I was like, Sharon Osbourne? What's going on? Sharon!
Maybe it's Osbourne.
Maybe
I don't
it is.
know.
Maybe it's Ozzy. Maybe Ozzy's going to kick it off this year. We don't know. Go buy the Ozzy satin NFL jacket. That'd be great. Back to the phones. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Steve is next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Gator. I talked to you yesterday about the Eagles and the Cowboys and the 49ers. I'm just talking, even if you had to put the Cincinnati Bengals in there, they got 3-star receivers.
All right, we're looking at the NFC here, but yeah.
I know, but I'm just trying to get a point across. Is if you sign D-Hop, do you honestly think that anybody's going to be able to cover this offense? Especially with the
I think and thanks for the call. I think if they were to sign DeAndre Hopkins, I think this offense would be prolific. Absolutely prolific, because you start this season with Amon-Ra St. Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, Kelly Freeman, and Josh Reynolds, and others, supporting cast, with the running backs that I think are really good. I think Montgomery was better than Williams. He was just stuck on a bad team with a bad offensive line. Put him on a good team with a good offensive line, great offensive line. I expect better. You add Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a weapon out of the backfield, who can line up as a wide receiver, who is electric with the ball in his hands, is fast as hell, and has turned everybody's heads already. Yeah, I'm excited about the running back room. Then you have the triumvirate of tight ends that they had last year that more than carried the water for the team when after Hawkinson was traded. They did just fine. They were end zone threats, scored a bunch of touchdowns. And you add to that with a second round pick, some say was the best tight end available in the draft. And yeah, I've got high expectations. Now, am I going to expect him to haul in 70 catches for 15 touchdowns? Absolutely not. No, but I expect Laporta and Brock Wright and Mitchell and the others, Zylstra, whoever else is there, I expect that to be a competent group of tight ends that are also able to block. This offense should be really freaking good. And that's before you add somebody else to the mix, like a DeAndre Hopkins. But if you add DeAndre Hopkins to that, from the get-go, you're competitive. And then in week 7 or week 8, whatever the schedule is, I know after 6 games, you add Jamison Williams back into it. and he'll be thrown into it. It's not like J-Mo's going to come back and it's going to be like last year when he's coming off injury and they're using kid gloves and only put him out there for a play or two. He's 100%. He's ready to go. So in Game 7, when he's back on this team, I expect him to be a weapon like that. Some ticket text coming in. I'm not sure why people are still all in on J-Mo. With the injury and off-field shenanigans, this dude may rarely even see the field. I'm not convinced he can keep it all together. That's from Nick. Well, we'll get into the latest off-field shenanigans, if you will. We'll get into that in a little bit. No to Hopkins. 19 games in the last 2 years. When he did play, he was average. He's over the hill. I don't think he's over the hill. And part of the reason that he only played the 19 games was for suspension. It wasn't because he was hurt. And the last 3 games of the year, there's a lot of confusion as to why he missed those games. Was he hurt, or did the Cardinals just say, just stay home? Don't worry about it. We're done. We don't need to see you play anymore. Because there's a lot of that going on too, and a lot of rewriting history of what's going on with Arizona, which I don't know if you noticed, may not have been the best place to play football the last couple of seasons in Arizona, given all the issues they've had with that team. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mo, who's next to here, 97-1 the ticket. Hey, Mo.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing good. So I was calling to let you guys know, like right now, I don't think they need any receivers because, again, they got Gibbs, and they're probably going to put him in the slot. So that's another weapon. And plus, they have continuity with all these guys. So, like, if come by training camp, those guys are still available, like Hopkins, I would definitely sign to like a 1-year deal. He's not going to make your team worse. He's only going to make them better. So if he's available and he'll take a 1-year deal, you sign him.
But that's the thing, Mo, is that it's not like we're months away from training camp. We are literally weeks from training camp. It's like 2.5 weeks from training camp. Go ahead. He is still available. Go get him.
I mean, it won't hurt. Like, I don't see any downside to you signing Hopkins. And plus, J-Mo can learn from him. I mean, there's literally, I see no downfalls to them signing Hopkins.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. I'm sure there's a downside there. I mean, what if he's not the greatest influence? Okay, what if the haters of DeAndre Hopkins? What if they're right? What if he doesn't have this great work ethic? What if he is a bad example? Well, then you know what you can do. You can cut bait if that's what you have to do. But I don't think that's the case with him. I think he's been misrepresented over the years. I think he's a very talented player that, like any other talented receiver that gets heralded in the NFL, they get frustrated when they're not winning. And he's been parts of organizations that haven't really won. So coming to the Lions, it's another organization that hasn't won, but it's an organization that everybody thinks will win this year with or without DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, you're not taking on like an Antonio Brown type personality here, where if the things, maybe with the Texans when he was on his way out, I think him and his head coach butted heads because of whatever reason, but he's never been seen or heard from as a bad teammate, receivers get a lot of attention because they want the ball, they talk a lot, they get a lot of money. And how do they get a lot of money? By getting the ball. So when they don't get the ball, they complain. But I think it comes down to winning. You're right, Gator. And if there's a culture or an organization, isn't that what Detroit has built these last few years, is to be able to take on? And I don't even like saying this because I don't think Hopkins is an issue.
I know what you're going to say, yeah. And I agree that if he were, that the culture's been changed to the point where they can embrace it and they can handle it.
Exactly.
If he were that type of player. Which I agree. I don't think he is. I know so many people say it. Stay away from, wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. And I'm like, until you've sat down with the man, you don't know. And I would trust, and if they're not going to, then I would trust that Brad Holmes knows.
Yeah, then they won't sign him.
That they won't. But it doesn't mean that you don't go out and you don't sign a wide receiver. Not with guys like T.Y. Hilton, Jarvis Landry, Kenny Galladay, Julio Jones. You've got players that are there. Those are just the name players that can help strengthen the wide receiver room that you're going to need strengthened for the first 6 games of the season while you're without Jameson Williams. Speaking of Jameson Williams, our own Jim Costa tweeted something out yesterday that kind of sparked a fire under a national talk show host that feel like we need to address it now because we haven't addressed it this week of what Jamison Williams did. We'll get your opinion on that, but we have the sound, and I think the sound can be really kind of funny. Again, poking fun at Costa is always humorous to us. He's an easy target. Great guy, easy target. Hear the sound next year on 97.1 The Ticket. So the other day, Jim Costa tweeted out, I'm just looking for, here it is. He had tweeted out, this is July 5th. Texter passed it along. Jamison Williams last night at 1:15 shooting off fireworks. I get it. America and freedom. But I'd leave the explosives to the professionals, especially if you make your money with your hands. Now, this thing went viral. There were 590 comments added to this. It was retweeted 264 times and looks like it's been seen by nearly 700,000 people.
Well, one of those people saw it.
One of those people saw it.
that had to comment on it.
Yeah. And one of my favorite people in the media. I think he's wildly entertaining. As I do think that Jim Costa is. Wildly entertaining in a different way. And that's Pat McAfee. So Pat McAfee came across the tweet that Jim Costa had put out there, and he felt the need to comment on it. We had to clean it up a little bit, but the spirit of what he had to say is still there. Oh, whoa. It cracks me up. I mean, you talk about playing both sides of it, right?
Seriously.
And this is where I find it, why I think it's great and why I love McAfee is that when McAfee's ripping on Costa, he's doing it. You can almost hear it. It's tongue in cheek.
It's like in character.
Yeah, exactly. Like making it more than it is, and you get that feeling. Okay, he's obviously somewhat joking about this because in the end, he agrees with Jim.
It throws a
more than a little. I think he absolutely agrees with him. He's like, because he talks about initially when he's lighting this box of fireworks on fire, right? Lighting a wick, not on fire, but lighting a wick. That he's not using one of the torches or the extended wicks, the extended lighters. He's using a Bic, right? He's already looking at it like this is troublesome, and you could see with the sparks flying out. Whatever. Just be careful. And when you make your living with your hands like a wide receiver does, the message is there. Maybe not the smartest thing to be doing to risk it. So I think that it's funny. We bring the McAfee in because we got the sound and ripping on a guy from our station. It's fun. That being said, I kind of have the same attitude that McAfee does. I think Costa has a real point. But I also think you can, just because it's a point doesn't mean that it's the right point or that it's the absolute, you drop the hand down, draw the line in the sand, say you can't cross it. If he wants to light fireworks, light fireworks. I know people want to show the Jason Pierre-Paul hand. Look what it did to his hand, right? He's got no finger or thumb or whatever.
What's left of his hand?
I know that. When we know that other people have been injured by fireworks.
Of course.
It happens, right? Of course it happens. Tragedy a couple years ago with a goaltender, right? In a hot tub. We know about it. One of our local weathercasters tragically had an injury with his eye. They can be very dangerous. But for every example that you have of that, you've got like a million where there haven't been any issues. So I'm not a fireworks guy. Let me say this first off. I don't like fireworks. I don't like fire. I mean, a campfire I enjoy. I like candles. But I've never been somebody that was attracted to lighting a wick that's attached to something that's going to explode. Never been that guy. When I was a kid and hang out with some of my friends and they would get the bottle rockets out, I wanted nothing to do with it.
It's not your thing.
It's
right?
not my thing. Roman candle fights. No, absolutely not.
But you understand that it is other people's things, and
I
you
do.
don't really
I
care.
just stay away from it.
Yeah.
I stand back and let everybody do what they want to do. All right, but that's not my thing. But I'm not going to say that Jamison Williams shouldn't do it. I wouldn't advise him to do it.
I got to tell you, Gator, this is a big nothing burger for me, man. I mean, do I want him doing that stuff? Probably not. But also, dude, it's the 4th of July. He's 22 years old. He did what you just said, tens of thousands of, if not hundreds of thousands of people did across this country during the weekend, was light fireworks off. He's not perfect. And by the way, we almost all work with our hands at some point, unless you're like play soccer, where and you're not the goalie.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, so we all want and need our hands. This guy is getting. I think this is getting blown up out of proportion for just no reason other than it's Jameson Williams, and you know what Jack Campbell is, obviously Lions draft pick.
Yeah,
You know what he did this summer?
I saw it.
Okay,
yeah, that went viral.
Okay, Jack Campbell, if you didn't see it, went wakeboarding. Because it's summer, and he likes to have fun.
Yep.
Probably on the water. He has a boat or a friend who has a boat. And then he taped this on Instagram or whatever it was, and then had his girlfriend, which I think is his fiance now, spear him into the water.
She tackled him. Yeah.
For the record, I have zero problem with this because he's living his life. But how come this isn't getting... How come it's brought up just the same as Jameson Williams as, what's he doing? He makes a living with his body. He could have got seriously hurt. He could have hurt his back. Yes. If we had our way, we'd want our athletes in bubble wrap staying at home, and the only time they left the house was to work out or eat something healthy.
Now, does it make
But that doesn't happen. These people live their lives.
Sure.
There's nothing illegal. Well, maybe it was 1:15 a.m., but other than that.
That's the thing. You know what? That's the thing that bothered me most about the video. It's like, damn it, it's 1:15.
Yeah, if anything, it's too late.
I'm
Come
pissed.
on.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
But look, there are clauses in contracts they have right now to prevent athletes from doing things in the offseason that put them in danger, whether it's, racing cars, jumping out of airplanes, horseback, whatever it is. Riding a motorcycle. There are parts of contracts that prevent players from doing this stuff because it can be dangerous activity. I get it. Will fireworks be part of it now? Maybe. I don't know. It's up to a contract if you want to do that. But
you can't light your barbecue grill either then?
Well, I know. I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? You can't light birthday candles? Like, come on. Like, this
I
guy,
don't know. Is a cake going to explode?
I don't know. Maybe it's a trick candle. I don't know. I have no idea, Gator, anymore. But my point is people are living their lives, man.
I hear you.
This is getting out of control.
Yeah, this didn't bother me that much at all. Is it a nothing burger? It might be a nothing app.
Nothing appetizer.
It's a nothing, chicken finger. But
my advice to Jameson Williams is, and I don't even know if he would follow this because this is what young people do now, is don't post it. Because you have fun, do whatever. Stop posting it because people are just going to criticize whatever you do. But like I said, young people love to post on social media.
Yeah. Well, but the other problem with this, if there is a problem, is that it's. Potentially what this is another log on the fire of concern about Jameson Williams and stuff that he has done. And it's, again, with social media. You're right. The biggest issue is he put on social media because now you open yourself to criticism from all walks of life. Whether it's Pat McAfee, Jim Costa, or, Brian in Detroit, whoever it is. You've opened yourself up to it, and you didn't need to. Didn't need to post it. And, now you've got people questioning your decision-making again, and people are going to label you as continuing to be immature and not ready for all this. And, is it a valid point? I'm sure there's some validity into it. But in the end, I'm not going to tell a player that they shouldn't light fireworks or that they can't light fireworks. You can say, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe it's not in your best interest to do it, but I'm not going to forbid you from doing it, and I'm not going to slam you because you did. Right? I think you can all have an opinion on it, but you can't talk in absolutes when it comes to lighting fireworks.
Is this a real strike against him?
I don't think so, but like I said, it's the latest log in that fire of concern. You had liking the tweets about Lamar Jackson. You had the way that you looked on the sidelines when you weren't playing more. You had the liking of the tweet that said JMO should be on the field more. Yeah, I mean, there are all these things, right, that are very, very small. When you continue to stack them up, now it's starting to get some height. And I think there's people out there that want this to fail. There are people out there that didn't like the Jameson Williams pick to begin with. That they wanted Jordan Davis, so they already have it in for Jameson Williams. This stuff isn't helping his cause, but I don't necessarily think it should hurt him either. It's not a big deal. It's a guy lighting fireworks. Biggest problem I have was it was 1:15, which is a whole other issue. Stop lighting fireworks now. The 4th is over with. I want to sleep. And you know you're going to hear it this weekend.
You think?
I mean, if you're hearing on a Wednesday and a Thursday night after the 4th, you're definitely going to hear it over the weekend because, it's the weekend. Well, now I don't really have to worry as much about people.
Well, that's actually my biggest problem, too, is I agree with you. It was just too late. It's other than that, man. What? I mean, it's a 4th of July weekend. He was lighting off fireworks.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking a lot about the Lions here today with in the first hour anyway. We'll carry some of it over in the second hour about the wide receiver room. Do they need to add to that room? There are players that are still out there available in free agency. You know that Jamison Williams is out for the first 6 games. I mean, it seems like we've talked about this ad nauseum, and yet here it comes again. We're just a couple weeks outside of training camp. Maybe now's the time. Maybe now's the time to strike, offer a 1-year contract. The money comes off the books at the end of the season. Who cares, right? You take your shot at it. This is the year the Lions should take a shot because this is the year they should win the division. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and your texts at the same number as we continue right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, because it is the weekend, I want to encourage you to try something new if you haven't tried it already. I've been talking about this for months. Flying Ace Bourbon. If you like bourbon, try Flying Ace. Here's what's great. There's many things great about it. First of all, the taste is outstanding. You're not going to know that you're only paying $30 a bottle for it by the taste. All right? You'll know that you're paying $30 a bottle for it because you actually paid $30 a bottle. Inexpensive, but delicious. This bourbon is a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's versatile. Have it any way you want. You want to do shots with your bros? Go ahead and do that. You want to have it as an everyday sipper? You can do that. Pour it over the rocks and change the flavor profile a little bit, mellow it out, and it changes, and it's delicious. Do that. You want to mix it with ginger ale or cola? Hey, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. Live your life and enjoy it. This is the Top Gun of whiskeys. Look no further than Flying Ace Spirits. It's also a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan, and yep, it's part of that Copper Craft family. You know it's quality. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. You can stay up to date on their upcoming releases, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by 5 Iron Golf. With the 48 and 40 Blue Jays coming into town this weekend, we'll wait patiently to see if and when Riley Green will be activated following over a month away due to a stress fracture. If last night in Toledo is any indication, it seems like he's pretty ready. The legendary Jim Weber on the call via Bally's Live. Green also had a 5-for-5 night before that. It may be good timing as Saturday is Riley Green diving catch bobblehead day at Comerica Park for the first 15,000 fans. Tonight is country night with fireworks ready to go after the final out. Alex Faedo will pitch for the first time in 5 weeks. First pitch versus Toronto set for 6:40 p.m. with Dan Dickerson ready for the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former Wings goalie Dominic Hasek continues to be very passionate about the political climate on the other side of the world. He expressed to the Associated Press that Russian and Belarus athletes should have to condemn the war against Ukraine or be banned from next year's Olympics in France. And Summer League for the Pistons begins this Saturday and Sunday. Both rookies on the roster, Asar Thompson and Mark Sasser, say that they're going to be facing the Magic and Rockets in their first 2 of 4 games in Las Vegas. The team also announced that they'll be renouncing the free agent rights to Hamidou Diallo, Corey Joseph, Rodney McGruder, and Buddy Boeheim. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Is it wrong? I'm still expecting to see the lineup card today with Riley Green's name in it. I thought it was really weird that it wasn't there yesterday. I mean, right, Kang?
Gator.
Was there too much traffic on 75?
Other than the fact that AJ Hinch said he wasn't going to be up.
Right.
I had a feeling he wasn't going to be up.
Yeah, it was that a clue?
Yeah.
Yeah. His first game playing the outfield was last night, getting back to it as he's, got this leg injury that hopefully is behind him. They initially thought it was a stress fracture. Fortunately, it was not that, and he's able to come back a lot sooner than they anticipated. Because we saw last year what happened with Cade Cunningham with a stress fracture issue. He had surgery and missed the whole season, basically. So didn't want that for Riley Green, and came back, went 5 for 5 last night. Hits that long bomb. I feel confident he's ready to roll. Get him back here. They need him. And the way he was hitting in the month of May, oh my goodness. He was leading all of baseball. Not for like a week or two, for the whole month. He led all of baseball in hitting. He was great. So they need to get him back in the lineup. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. A lot of people want to talk about the Jameson Williams stuff. The video that went viral of him lighting the fireworks at 1:15 in the morning. Neither Kang or I have any real big deal with it. I guess maybe it bothers me a little bit more than it bothers you, but it doesn't even bother me. Like, I wouldn't advise him to do it. All right, but I'm not going to say that you can't do it. I'm not going to forbid him from doing it. Live your life, man. It's fine. But it got more legs yesterday when Pat McAfee saw Costa's tweet, and Pat McAfee put Costa on blast with his comments yesterday, saying, mind your effing business. But then at the end, basically says, but I see his point.
Yeah, I mean,
he's playing at both sides.
If I had a choice, if I was there with Jameson Williams, I'd probably be like, hey, let Carl do it. You don't need whoever. I don't know who's there. Like, hey, Carl, you mind lighting this? Yeah, call Carl.
Carl!
But the fact that he's like, yeah, I really want to light it. And, all right. Like, I'm not going to – they're young. It's not illegal except for maybe the 1 a.m. part. That's the biggest problem I have with this whole thing is it was really late. And just as someone who doesn't want to hear fireworks at late at night, hey, whatever your city ordinance is, whatever your subdivision or your HOA,
or your
says,
state law.
Yeah, exactly. Follow those. If it's within the rights, then go ahead. But the man is allowed to light fireworks.
He is, without a doubt. And
Just like Jack Campbell's allowed to go wakeboarding.
Jack Campbell and get
unless it's in their
speared
contract.
by his fiance.
Yeah,
right.
No, unless it's in your contract,
Right.
you can't go wakeboarding. Then don't do it. But other than that, it's summer. That's their off time.
Yeah. Which, by the way, might be an activity that some teams would frown on, like getting on a watercraft like that, or skiing in the winter, things like that. I get it. All right.
If you have a motorcycle clause, then you don't ride a motorcycle.
Then you don't do it.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the clause, live your life. 248-539-9797. Marvin is next up here in 97.1 thinking, hey, Marvin.
Plus the hour and 15 minutes you're going to charge for cylinders, and that's going to be your total hours you're going to charge for this job number.
Got it. Sounds good. Thanks, JP. Have a good
Right.
safe drive. See you. Bye.
Hey, Marvin. Marvin.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's
my
going on?
apologies. Yeah, sorry, I was on a work chat. I'll make this very quick because I don't have much time. But basically, I know you guys are talking about. I'll steer this away from the Jameson Williams thing for a second. I know you guys are talking about like the NFC North or the NFC contenders, like the Niners, Cowboys, whatnot. I know the Lions are up there, and I understand that. I feel like not enough respect or attention is being given to Kirk and the Vikings. And I'll say why. Like, if you recall both games, I mean, obviously the Lions won one of them. The other one, I know there was a lot of questions about Dan Campbell's coaching, but the Vikings don't win that game without Kirk Cousins. I feel I'll pass it over to you now. You can take. I feel like more respect should be given to Kirk and the Vikings as an NFC and NFC North contender. That's all.
All right. Well, fair enough. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I like Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk Cousins is a middle of the pack NFL quarterback. He's towards the end of his career. I think he's good, not great. And we'll see what the Vikings can do this year. They don't have much of a running game. We've got Madison, who's back. Dalvin Cook, obviously, let go. Justin Jefferson, very good wide receiver. Jordan Addison's a rookie. We don't know what he's going to do as a rookie, but I really like Jordan Addison. I thought he was maybe the most NFL-ready receiver in the draft. So that could be interesting. And Hawkinson, obviously their tight end, is good. But there's lots of question marks with what the Vikings have. Their defense is full of question marks. But for me, it's getting that offense going. And if you can't run the football, then you're going to have some issues.
Well, the thing with the Vikings is, hey, they were what they were. They won 13 games last year, was it? Were they 13-4, something like that?
Yeah. They're all one-score games.
They're all one-score wins. And that's why people just don't believe you can that's not sustainable. It's really not. So if it even goes half their way, they're right back with the rest of the NFC North, right? And so you think without Dalvin Cook, with Kirk Cousins a year older, are they actually better? They lost guys on the defense, a lot of big names on the defense.
They lost a lot on the defense.
Yeah, so that's why people aren't really high on the Vikings this year. So even last year when they won those games, people didn't think it was real. And this year when they lose so much, they definitely don't think the Vikings are real.
248-539-9797. James is next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, James.
Hey, good morning. I really like your thing that you said, the log on the fire of
concern.
Of concern.
Yes.
Yeah, which is probably something you have in the bonfire in the backyard on the house you built on the cliffs of overconfidence.
Right.
Anyway, old bit. Sorry.
That's all right.
Has there been any rumblings that Jameson Williams doesn't want to be in Detroit? This can all be like a self-sabotage. I know I'm overthinking it.
I haven't heard anything like that, but that's interesting to say it like that. I mean, it's interesting because maybe we have a topic kind of like that later on in the show that we didn't even think about Jameson Williams. It's more about Filip Zadina. I mean, I would put very low stock in that take, but anything's possible, I guess.
Yeah, when you get right down to it, every athlete needs to be protected from themselves more than anybody else.
Well, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Look, I don't think this is a big deal. I think this is, like Kang, you said, it's a nothing burger. I'm going with a nothing app. It doesn't bother me even.
Well, even the caller
hardly even to say even a little, right? I mean, I jokingly say the 115 thing because it was late at night. But it was also a holiday, and look, he wouldn't have been the only one that's out there launching fireworks. He'd be upset with everybody launching fireworks that late, but that's not why people want to be upset. People want to be upset because they don't like Jameson Williams. I think that's the first thing. You want to be upset because you don't like the player.
Well, you don't like what he's already done here or not done, right?
Right. Or two, you want to be upset because maybe you believed in him and he's let you down a few times with some of the things that you didn't like liking tweets or whatever, or the gambling thing obviously is a huge thing, and you're pissed off about that. And here's something else that could be construed as just not wise.
Well, even the caller admitted he was reaching there, but I don't think that the master plan of lighting a firework was try to get himself out of town. And I haven't heard any rumblings of him not wanting to be here. If anything, it sounds like some fans, not all, some fans are like kind of trying to run him out of town with all the criticism.
Oh, I definitely think
nonstop with the social media posts and things like that.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a contingent of people that do not like Jamison Williams because he was drafted instead of Jordan Davis,
and he hadn't played yet.
Yeah,
I mean, essentially, he hasn't really played, right? I mean,
right? No, he hasn't. He hasn't played.
Yeah.
He's had a handful of plays in each game towards the end of the season. Obviously, he has the one catch, he had the one run, and that's it. I get it. Yeah. But I think it started off on the wrong foot because fans didn't want that as the selection. And now it plays into their narrative. See, told you this was the wrong move to go.
But the Lions knew he wasn't going to play in the beginning because of injury.
Sure, I knew that. You knew that.
Yeah, we knew that.
I didn't have any issue with it. I can't wait to see him play. The gambling thing, well, that's a detour. And,
it is.
And that sucks.
And the more we find out about that is the league and the teams did a terrible job of emphasizing it.
Exactly. Which there's part of me that thinks that the NFL is going to rescind some of that suspension because so many players have come out and said, I had no idea that we couldn't do that. Like betting on NFL games, we know that. But didn't know that I couldn't bet on anything.
Well, and they didn't know
if I was in a facility.
Yeah, they didn't know what was considered facility, hotels, on the road, things like that.
The team bus, whatever it was. Yeah. I get it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and texts next. We're going to talk some Tigers coming up at the bottom of the hour as well. Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials, and also the best wings in town. They got a crunch to that wing that is fantastic. And for Tigers games, $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. They've got specials that are all day, every day. Plus, they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And last I checked, today is a Friday. It's gorgeous outside. Get over to 24. Tomorrow, UFC 290. Volkanovski taking on Rodriguez. You got Moreno and Pantoja. There is no cover charge for the UFC events. You're going to want to get there early because it fills up for the UFC. Plus, the warm weather is here. That rooftop deck is open. It is awesome to spend your summer nights out there looking at all the action in downtown Berkeley right at 12 Mile. Plus, you can head over for trivia. They have trivia nights on Thursday nights. So check out 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the contests that are going on right now. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. It's my favorite place to go to. It's right there in the heart of Berkeley on 12 Mile, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. Okay, I just saw this on Twitter, and I want to get both of your opinions on this. I see Evan in the studio there with Kang. And Evan, maybe you saw this because you're a big golfer and you follow this stuff. But Mike McAllister, who follows the Live Golf Tour, tweeted out a video of a flash mob breaking out on the first tee before the start of the Live Golf event that they have in London. And I'm curious where you guys stand on the flash mob.
Is this still a thing? I thought this was over like a while ago.
Like a dozen years ago?
Yeah.
I never liked the flash mob. I don't know what it is. Like the organized dancing, breakout of dancing that you just don't expect. You see it in the movies. It always bothered me in the movies. Like, come on. All right. And then you'd see videos of it over the last dozen years of it just breaking out wherever. Now here it is. You thought it was dead, and nope, it's still alive and well apparently in London as they busted out a flash mob before the golf event.
My motto has always been a party doesn't start until the flash mob happens. Dude, I mean, it looks fun. It lives trying to be different.
That's his motto. That's your motto. I love that. What's your nickname today? Shredder.
What is it? The Flash Man.
The Flash Man.
Right, you don't want that nickname.
Yeah, he's had that for a while. Evan's had that nickname for a while.
Yeah. It's under his profile.
Yeah. It comes with a restraining order.
It's my new Threads name.
Threads.
Find him on Threads as Flash Man.
Do not search that.
All right.
Where do you stand on the flash mob?
I'm over it. I mean, I don't want to be the guy who's, the Debbie Downer against people having fun.
If they're having fun, they're having fun, I guess. But I've never gotten into it.
You know what we didn't realize was a flash mob the whole time was, you remember watching like 90s movies, like the teen movies or whatever?
Yeah.
And if there was ever a dance where it's at a prom or wherever,
right,
everyone was doing the synchronized dance. Like, when did you guys learn this together or whatever? That was the first flash mobs. We just didn't know it. Where everyone's just dancing to the same. Look up any Freddie Prinze Jr. movie. I don't know. Like, whoever was big in the 90s.
I told you. I said that song Drive Me Crazy, right? That was from, it's from a Melissa Joan Hart movie.
Okay.
Not that Freddie Prinze was in that. Freddie Prinze was in the other one with.
I'm sure he's in one of them.
Yeah, no, he was definitely in one of them. And the Melissa Joan Hart one had the guy from who played Vinny Chase in.
What's his name? Adrian something?
Grenier or whatever.
Yeah.
From Entourage.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Melissa Joan Hart movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Freddie Prinze Jr. one was different. That's where She's All That, I think, was that movie.
I thought this was over.
This is embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing for you.
You're right. I'm
you're
beyond
that.
embarrassed.
Yeah, you're beyond.
I've been embarrassed for a long time.
You were naming, what was it, 10 to 12 Britney Spears songs yesterday?
I had help. Not much, but I had help. A poor girl. She was slapped around by the entourage of the security detail of Victor Wembanyama.
I can't believe it. We have sound of Wembanyama describing what happened to you if you want to play that later.
Oh, I will want to play that later. I'm dying to hear what he has to say.
I can't believe this. Why is this big? She's fine, right?
She's okay. I think she's okay. I think it gets down to the way that the security detail handled things. What the guy allegedly had said. Hey, you have to understand. No. How about you just straight up apologize for putting your hands on her, and whether it was a slap or not, whatever you did, just apologizing. Anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later. We've got some more calls and texts to get to. 248-539-9797. Forrest is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Forrest.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
I was calling about the J-Mo thing. It was, to me, I feel like it's like we just picking at the kid now, man. I think we're trying to turn him into Eric Ebron, because he's gonna start hating the media, the fans, everything. Because I don't see anything he did wrong.
I'm with you.
Fireworks are legal. You having fun? I like fireworks. I'm not thinking about. I'm not holding one in my hand. I'm not doing nothing crazy with it. I mean, yeah, the gambling thing was a issue, but I feel like they didn't describe it well enough to the players. Because you know, he didn't even bet on football, so I'm not looking at him like a bad person, none of that. So it's just weird, like how we just keep on attacking him for no reason. And that liking tweets, football players are friends. Football players are, you know, there's a community of, there's only a certain amount of football players. So they guys, I'm a fan of Lamar Jackson as well. And a lot of players, that's why Lamar Jackson stays on the top 100 list, because a lot of players in the NFL just like watching him, a human.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between liking a football player and then liking a tweet where the football player is linked to your team. Right? I mean, there's a difference there. I mean, I like Lamar Jackson too.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
And then this wide receiver room, like everybody keep on, we got Gibbs. So Gibbs supposed to go out there and run off his 1,000 yards and then catch for 1,000 yards. Like, come on, we putting too much on the rookie too. Like, you know, we do got Dave Montgomery. I don't think that satisfies the wide receiver room at all. Like, we have Marvin Jones. That's probably, you know, he's probably just passed through. It's probably his last contract, probably his last year. And if somebody is serious about when they text you Tom Kennedy, like, come on.
Well, let me ask you this: Would you go out and sign DeAndre Hopkins for a 1-year deal?
Yep.
Yeah, I would too. I think the price has probably come down significantly, and again, it's a 1-year deal. If you're not tied to it after that. No, I don't have any problem with that. Or if they want to sign any receiver for that matter. I think they need to improve the room a little bit. You got to kind of pad the room there, improve it while you're playing without Jamison Williams. He's gone for the first 6 games. Now, whether that gets reduced, we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I am holding out some hope that the NFL is going to fix that issue because that was too much. Clearly, the players didn't understand the rule, and that's a problem. Some more Lions texts. I think you're downplaying Gibbs and Laporta when it comes to the wide receiver room. Well, neither are wide receivers. We're talking about, I mean, that's part of the whole offense. I'm just talking about wide receivers. I think Gibbs is going to play a huge role. I don't think, and I haven't heard and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't heard a whole lot of 1,000 yards rushing, 1,000 yards receiving from Jahmyr Gibbs.
No.
Nobody's putting that pressure on the young man.
We just expect him to help the offense. Yeah, they're not. Listen, we know he's a rookie, but we also know that in the NFL, if there's a rookie position, running back's usually one that can make an impact right away because it's just kind of read and react, right?
Yeah. Do you expect him to have 1,000 yards from scrimmage?
Total?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's an expectation. And is it lofty? I would consider there's 17 games to do it now. I hope he's healthy for all 17 games, and I think he's going to be dynamic once he gets into the real flow of things.
He was Alabama's leading receiver, by the way, for those that don't know. He plays the running back position, so he can catch the ball, and that's why the expectations are there, especially when you don't have Jamison Williams for the first 6 weeks.
I think Jarvis Landry would be a solid pickup, just how Anquan Bolden was late in his career for the Lions. Not a burner, but very savvy and methodical when running his routes. Yeah, I like Jarvis Landry a lot a few years ago when they were in Hard Knocks. I think he was with
the Browns, right?
Yeah, it was at Cleveland at the time, right?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
And it looked like he was catching everything. Everything that was thrown, he was just making these great catches and looked like he was a great influence. His amazing work ethic. I have no problem if it's Jarvis Landry. No love for Antoine Green? Come on, guys. 7th-round picks. Let's go. That's from Ben in Roseville. I think there's some intrigue with Antoine Green and what he can be, but I'm not going to sell him as being the answer just yet. Let's see what happens in training camp for him. But in the meantime, if I can get Jarvis Landry for cheap, if I can get T.Y. Hilton for cheap or DeAndre Hopkins for cheap, for a 1-year deal, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because the Lions apparently have some money to spend still. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. We're going to talk some Tigers a little bit. Get the win last night, but they're heading into the All-Star break on Sunday. They're getting healthier. What does that mean for this team moving forward? Some guys being brought up, some guys being sent down, trade rumors, all types of stuff going on with the Tigers. Hey, isn't home ownership fun? It's not just one thing, it's another. That's why you need to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial this summer. Look, if your air conditioning goes out, that's no bueno. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, If you got clogged drains, busted pipe, water filtration, boiler, or anything to do with water getting in and out of your home, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is the first number you've got to call. Homeownership is fun if you have the right team on your side. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal to make the introduction even sweeter? Now, they offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance, as well as financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So go ahead and visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. All right, I want to get into a little bit of Tiger discussion here. Have the win last night. They're 10 games below 500 at 38 and 48. Nothing to write home about, and we feel like we've been in this 10 games below 500 mark for a long time, which means basically they've been playing 500 baseball since they got to that point of 10 games below. You wanted to be better. We all had expectations that when Oakland came to town, the Tigers would take 2 out of 3 or sweep the A's out of town, and it backfired. Fortunately, they did not get swept. They showed up yesterday. The bats showed up. The pitching was solid, and they won 9-0. All-star Michael Lorenzen with 5 shutout innings, lowering his ERA to 4.0, which is it's not great, but it's okay. For a middle of the rotation starter, that's okay. But he's an all-star, which surprises everybody, even Michael Lorenzen. But what he does is he's got the potential. The potential's there because when he's good, he's great. And he's been good more often than not. But when he hasn't been good, he's been awful. which kind of is the case with a lot of the Tigers pitchers. But Eduardo Rodriguez came back the other day and was terrible. Was just awful. You'd like to see consistency reign supreme with this team, and they didn't have it. But the offense is the biggest problem with this Tigers team. And they had a nice flare-up yesterday, but I don't think you're expecting, Marisnik to be the guy that's going to save your offense. And he hits a home run, hits a double to straightaway center fielder over the center fielder's head. That was nice to see. And maybe for him, he knows what's happening. Riley Green's returning to this team, and Marisnik is, I think, probably the likely guy to get sent back down, or whatever happens to him when Riley Green comes back. Because for everybody that comes back, you've got to have the corresponding moves. And we're seeing it happen a lot right now. And when you want to bring up guys like Colt Keith or Parker Meadows or Justin Henry Malloy, those are the next three names that everybody's going to be talking about in the second half of the season. And I'm with you. I want to see those names too. The problem with those names is that you have to associate other players that are gone because of it. Now, some may not have any problems, but others, you're trying to give a full opportunity to some players to see if there's anything left there. Is there more to Andy Ibanez than what we've seen? We've seen some flashes from Ibanez. His 672 OPS is nothing to write home about, but considering where it was a couple months ago, it looks a lot better. You don't want to give up on somebody too soon when you think maybe you might have something. I don't think the triumvirate from Toledo that I mentioned there are going to come up in the next couple of weeks. And we got the All-Star break here. You got the trade deadline at the end of the month. And then you get into August. And in August, are you going to start to see some moves? Perhaps. Perhaps that's where you see it, and you look at a player like Jonathan Scope, who's done after this season with his contract, and he's hitting .213 with a .550 OPS. Nothing to write home about with his offense. His defense is okay, but even that's taken a hit. So does that open up a spot for Colt Keith if he continues to hit because he's an infielder? It might. I mentioned Andy Ibanez. If Ibanez isn't doing anything, if he's not improving, then that opens up a spot for somebody else. And then you've got tough decisions to make. What about the extra outfielder? Who goes? Because if you have an outfield with Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, and Matt Vierling, who's your fourth outfielder going to be? Is it Parker Meadows? Is it Justin Henry Malloy? They're trying to play him in the outfield a little bit. Who's it going to be? And you have to keep this in mind too, which is it's kind of weird that you do, but they're all left-handed, which is something that has to be considered there. Although is Vierling left-handed? Double check on Vierling. But aside from Matt Vierling, those guys are all left-handed. And you don't want to be hamstrung with just that one way, which is it's difficult. So I guess my point is be ready for some of these guys to take longer to come to this level with the Tigers than maybe you expected. I think A.J. Hinch kind of prepared people for that the other day when he was on with the morning show. But nonetheless, the Tigers are going to go into the All-Star break. And at 10 games below 500 before Toronto comes to town with the first of 3 games tonight, what are you expecting this team to be in the second half of the season? We're already starting the second half of the season. But do you expect them to be better, worse, or about the same? 10 games below right now means that you're looking at, if you expect them to be the same, you're expecting to play 500 baseball the rest of the way. Right? So, I'm going to have struggling doing the math on what that is. I think it's 76 and 86, I believe, would be the number to get to 162 and be 10 games below 500. So 76 wins, which is interesting because you look at the beginning of the season, and Kang, you think you had them well below the 76. I had above that but not much above that. But where do you expect this team to be? Better, worse, or about the same? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. For me personally, King, and I want to get your opinion as well, I expect them to be better. I don't know how much better. I don't think they're a 500 baseball team. I don't think we're going to get to see 81 and 81. But do I expect them to be better than 10 games below 500? I do. I think right around that 5 games below mark is kind of where I'm seeing them. Maybe it's a 78 win team, somewhere around there. And I say that because of what's coming back, because they're going to get some starting pitch. The starting pitching is already starting to come back. Are they going to be able to trade these guys? They've got some players that are tradable, but are they going to be able to trade all of them? And the guys I think that are tradable are all pitchers. They're not hitters. Because they're not, as much as some people may want to move Spencer Torkelson, I don't think he's getting moved. I don't think Riley Green's going anywhere. Anybody else on this roster going to go? I just don't see it as much from an offensive standpoint. But I think they're better, and I think they're once they get Riley Green back and some other players back and maybe introducing some new guys, that it's going to inspire this team a little bit, and they'll be better than what we've seen, but not by much. What do you think?
All right, so I think they're not a 500 baseball team. So if there were a 500 baseball team or better, like you think, then they're going to improve on what their record is, right? Just mathematically. I know that it's not exactly halfway through the season right now, a little more than that, but with my theory is they're actually going to be when it's all said and done, they're going to be anywhere between 10 and 15 games below 500. Because they're just not going to play like 500 ball the rest of the way. They're actually going to be worse than that because they're just not that good enough. They just don't have the talent. I do understand your thinking, though. They're getting players back, right? But I think everything else with the Tigers, it would make sense that they get better, but this is just not how it's gone all year. We thought they'd get better and gain some traction, but they haven't because I just think overall, 1 step forward, 2 steps back type of thing. If it's not an injury that's going to pop up or a regression from some other player, I think that in the end, this was a rebuilding year. There was some fun involved because the division's so bad, and they are technically within striking distance. The issue is, though, if I don't look at the games back and I just look at the record and the play, they're not a good team. They're well below 500, and in any other division, they're not even close, and we're not even talking about it. I do appreciate the fact that the division does suck, and we're able to talk about it for a little bit, but in the end, I think it was, like I said, a rebuilding year. At the trade deadline, I expect Scott Harris to make moves for the future and not try to make some kind of run for the division.
248-539-9797, same number to text or to talk to us on the air. If you'd like to comment on what you think the Tigers are going to be the rest of the way. They're going to be about the same that they have been. Are they going to be better? Are they going to be worse? Where do you have this Tigers team? This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, if you're tired of having these creepy ads follow you all around your smartphone or computer, you are not alone. I can't stand to see that stuff. I'll search for one thing. Next thing you know, I'm inundated with ads that I don't want. How do you take care of this? Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers. They're going to help prevent the spies that are on your searches. It's not the number 2 mobile search engine in the country, also the UK, Canada, Australia, and more by accident. So find out why. DuckDuckGo private search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Keep your searches and your browsing activity more private and download it today for free in the App Store, or you can visit DuckDuckGo.com. Still waiting to see if the Wings is going to make the move. Nothing really new to report, but we'll get into that closer to the 1 o'clock hour. And hopefully some things will be more grumblings will happen. Maybe there'll be more smoke to the situation. But right now, not a whole lot there. I'd like to see it, though. That's for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking about the Tigers and where you see them in the second half of the season. You think they're going to be better, worse, or about the same than what they are right now? What they are right now is a game that's 10 games below 500. Do you think it's going to be that they're going to decline? Are they going to get a little bit better or stay the same? And I think they're going to get a little bit better, but and Kang thinks it's going to get a little bit worse. And one thing that I think could torpedo my idea of them getting better is the trade deadline. Because I don't expect them to be a team that's going to go out there and make moves to acquire a talent that's going to make this team better right now, even though there's 6 games out of the division. I don't expect them to do that. I don't think there's a move out there they're going to make where they're going to trade Jackson Jobe and get somebody's current high-priced player that they just want to get off the books from another team. I don't think that's what's going to happen. What I do think is a strong possibility is that when the trade deadline comes and goes, you could see multiple pitchers gone from this team, which includes Eduardo Rodriguez and Michael Lorenzen, 2 starting pitchers. Why? Well, because Lorenzen, I believe, only signed a 1-year deal. And Rodriguez, if he's pitching well, can opt out of his contract at the end of the year and become a free agent and get more money than what he got on his current contract. I could see that happening. And if he pitches well in his next couple of outings, then, yeah, I think the Tigers are going to trade him. The other names that could be moved that concern me a little bit because I like them are bullpen arms. That being Jason Foley and Alex Lang. Now, Alex Lang has been a little bit of a roller coaster lately, but he was so good to start the season, and we saw what he could do last year as well. There are times when he is just amazing. And I feel like that's somebody you've got under some control. Maybe you don't want to move him yet. But the guy I really don't want to move is Jason Foley. I think Foley has been very consistent with this team. He's got a great heater, and I think he's got value. So because of that, but I think they're guys that are pretty big bargaining chips. Every team is looking for bullpen help when it comes to the trade deadline. All the contending teams want to add another arm. And it feels like the contending teams are the teams that have the deep minor league systems. And what Scott Harris is going to have to do is get to know intimately what those systems have and get the best player or players. Now, I'm hoping that he doesn't make the same mistake that Al Avila made when Avila traded Justin Verlander. And this isn't hindsight. It'll look like it's hindsight when I say it, but it wasn't. It was, at the time, all I wanted from Houston was Kyle Tucker. And what the Tigers got were 3 pretty good prospects from the Houston organization, but none of them named Kyle Tucker. But they got 3 guys. It hasn't worked out. Obviously, Verlander went on to win a World Series with Houston. Went on to win a Cy Young. He was amazing. A great pitcher for the Houston organization. And he's still a great pitcher in baseball today. What the Tigers got in return, obviously, did not work out. We still have Jake Rogers, but Jake Rogers is okay. I mean, he's not Justin Verlander. And I wonder, and I wouldn't know, only Al Avila knows, if you go back and look at those discussions, if he had insisted it was just 1-for-1, I would trade Verlander for Kyle Tucker. Would Houston have done it?
From what I remember, Gator, honestly, I don't think Tucker was even on the table. That's how much Houston said, they wanted to keep him. Like, it was not. Now, you could try to force their hand, but from what I remember, like I said, they said no, anyone but Tucker. And so, I mean, if you were going to trade Verlander, they got what they could, and it wasn't good.
No, it ended up not being good. But my point is that I don't want the three guys that might be. I want the one guy that is. And I'm hoping Scott Harris will take that approach into this and not do scattershot. Hey, I'll take a chance on this, this, and this, as opposed to the guy that I know that I've been watching for years that I know is good. And I don't know if I don't think they have that player that they can trade like they did when they had Verlander, right?
No, there's no Verlander on this
There's
team.
no Verlander on this team. But if you throw in, if Rodriguez is having a great year and continues to, and bounces back off the start he had the other day, and he ends up pitching really well in his last 2 or 3 starts leading into the trade deadline, and he looks like he has been all season long, and you pair that with an Alex Lang or a Jason Foley, does that get to a level that maybe you can pry somebody's bigger prospect away from him? I think it might.
Well, we'll see how Scott Harris does. I mean, it's his first year doing this, right? And he's not going to hire a GM because when he last spoke, that's on the back burner right now. So he's going to handle all this stuff as the president. We know that he has a philosophy, and so we'll see how that carries over into the trade deadline. And since the Tigers are most likely going to be sellers, and I want them to be sellers, that's one of the reasons why I don't think they're going to be, better and at post All-Star break as far as record is concerned. And I'm okay with that. I mean, they're going to give up. They're going to have to, if you want some young prospects in return, give up some good players, and that's going to hurt the team on the field, the on-the-field product. So I'm going to trust in Scott Harris now because I have no other reason to. I mean, we had a pretty bad, run with Al Avila there. You think it can't get any worse, but I wouldn't say that out loud because it can always get worse.
Careful. Yeah.
Yep. So we'll see. You're right. But if hopefully the good thing is Erod if he can pitch better, you can get some real assets for him. If he continues to pitch the way he was when he was started the year.
And if you couple that with one of the bullpen arms, then you're really trying to get somebody good, potentially great. And if it's the missing pieces for a team that has a deep system and they feel like this is a time to strike, then they've got opportunity in front of them, and I think you can look at some of those teams in the American League East and, Baltimore's got a pretty deep system. Is it possible to get something from them? You look at the National League West and the Dodgers always have a great system. I mean, there are players to be had. Leave that up to Scott Harris. The first move that's going to happen takes place on Sunday for the Tigers because that's the Major League Baseball draft. And the Tigers have the 3rd pick overall in the draft. And when I watched the game the other night and they had Scott Harris in the booth with the guys in the 3rd inning, he was giddy about the draft. And I guess the feeling that I got from him is that this guy loves to talk about the draft more than anything. He loves looking at a board and coming up with prospects and scouting it all. And I think he loves this aspect of it. And that's great. I love this aspect of it too. But this guy loves the aspect of it. And I'm dying to see, of course, who they select with the 3rd pick overall, but who else they get throughout the draft. But that 3rd pick overall could be a player that helps this team, not immediately, but maybe as soon as next season, because you've got college players on the top of the prospect list. You got a pitcher from LSU, outfielder from LSU, and an outfielder from Florida. All 3 of them are extraordinary prospects. And after that, then it gets to, do you dip your toe in the pool of the high school players? There's a couple of high school outfielders are outstanding. Or do you go for the college catcher? And I get nervous about that because I'd rather not go the route of the college catcher with the 3rd pick overall. I think you can get catchers from active baseball teams and free agency. I don't need to go out and draft one that early. That's me personally. I want one of these guys from LSU desperately, and we'll see if they're available. But that's really where things get going. Tonight, the Tigers will return Akil Baddoo to the lineup. Alex Faedo takes the hill. And it looks like maybe tomorrow we could see Riley Green return to this team. Does that change your mind at all about what you think the Tigers will be in the second half of the season? Will they be better? Will they be worse? Or will they be about the same? More of your calls and texts next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Our producer King as well. Doug will be back next week on the show. Getting ready for a fantastic weekend. Weather looks beautiful today. Really nice. Great night to go to the ballpark. Check out the Tigers taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. And the return of Akil Baddoo, the return of Alex Faedo to the hill. Looks like we're going to get Riley Green for the weekend, which would be really nice to have as well. Been wanting him back on his team for a while. And fortunately, he's going to come back now. Team's 10 games below 500. It's disappointing, but it is what it is. This team has no offense. Riley Green gives them a more than a spark. He's their best player. They need to have him here. And does he protect other guys in the lineup? Maybe. We'll see. I'm curious to see when he does come back, where you bat him in the lineup. Do you want him hitting behind somebody else? Or do you go ahead and throw him at the top of the lineup? I mean, they've had Torkelson hitting second lately. It's interesting. Not sure what the lineup will hold when he does come back. But AJ Hinch had mentioned this about, when you're going to get guys back and what it means to the roster and what it means to the team. And he discussed this earlier this week. And that's AJ Hinch talking about, what goes into the process and what goes into your thinking when it comes to bringing guys up. And I think it's interesting. Those are things probably people don't think about. Hey, if you bring up a pitcher, then you can't send them, or if you send somebody down, you can't bring them up for 15 days and position players 10 days, whatever it is. It's interesting, but I think it's more interesting and it matters more if you're a contending team. When you're a team that is floundering like the Tigers have floundered and being 10 games below and being 6 games out of first place, I don't think it matters as much. I think you're allowed to take chances and bring guys up when you want to. At some point during the season, you say that. Well, we're past the halfway mark, and I'm guessing at some point is rapidly approaching if it's not here already, because they've already got guys coming back. With Baddoo and Faedo today, Green soon to come. We had Skubal, Manning, and Rodriguez return all in the last week. So there's lots of players that are coming back. And as we get into the second half of the season, it's also more and more of a track record of players you're seeing on the team right now that they're compiling to show whether they belong here or not. And some guys are just not. They're not bringing it this year. They continue to not bring it this year. And there's going to be some tough decisions made on guys that maybe we've come to like over the last couple of years. And then, of course, there's the trade deadline and seeing if they're going to move more players from the active roster. I suspect they will, and they'll come in the form of pitching. I can't imagine teams be calling the Tigers about hitting unless they want like a Matt Vierling. Or are they going to call about somebody else on this? Zach McKinstry, players that have some versatility and have actually hit a little bit for this team. I don't know. I don't suspect that's going to be the case, but we'll watch it nonetheless. Tigers back in action tonight. Alex Faedo. It should be a lot of fun. Something else that is a lot of fun is certainly going to live sporting events. And King, you were talking about a buddy of yours who lives out in California and out in more that, not Northern California, but in that area north of San Francisco, where the U.S. Women's Open is taking place at Pebble Beach, at historic Pebble Beach. And they're going to the event?
Yeah, he's been there watching them, and he took his wife and his son, and they're from the Bay Area, so it's not too far. They live out there, of course, and he just was posting on social media how incredible it was to watch these women. I'm not sure if it's his first LPGA Tour event because he's a big-time golf fan, so he just loves golf, the golf game in general, but he was just really respected. Not that he didn't have any respect for them, but I mean, when you watch in person, it's almost like a whole new level of respect of how good any professional athlete, man or woman, right? And so I'm not sure if it was his first women's event, but like I said, he loves golf and he golfs all the time. He's a pretty good golfer himself. And he watched, and he was posting on social media, watching these women going, they're fantastic. This is a great event. I think he's going to try to go to more LPGA Tour events. But yeah, and you get to be at Pebble Beach. You get to be at Pebble Beach.
Pebble Beach is beautiful to begin with, but to the point of going to a live sporting event, you definitely get a different appreciation for what it is. Whether you're at a baseball game, if you got seats that around home plate, you see how fast the pitch comes and how little reaction time you get. Like, oh, okay. If you sit closer to the outfield, you see how expansive Comerica Park is. And there's a fly ball. My God, you got to cover a lot of territory. It's amazing. If you see a hockey game, you're like, I can't believe what these guys are doing with a stick and a puck, and they're on skates on ice. Like, how are they able to maneuver at all and get anything going because somebody's on top of you like that? It's amazing the reaction time they have. NBA players, if you see a game live and you got good seats.
Well, if you got good seats, it sounds really stupid, but I've said this many times before. They're really tall. Like it's, right. They're tall. But when you sit really close, you're like, holy, these guys are not regular people.
Really tall.
Yeah.
What struck me about it, and what's happened lately, I guess over the last 20 years of watching basketball close up, is how physical the game is. I don't think fans expect it to be as physical as you get up there close, you see guys boxing each other out. I mean, they're taking a pounding, man. There's elbows flying everywhere. It's a lot more physical when you see it in person. And when it comes to golf, watching the men's golf, it's amazing to see in person how high they hit the ball. They hit the ball sky high. And their skills are on display, and you're going to be in awe if you're a golfer. When it comes to women in golf, when you see it live, you're in awe of the swing that they have. They all have the most perfect swing. There's no hitches in the swing. They're just perfect, and it's impressive. And your friend had a great time at Pebble Beach, and I don't know if he's going to continue to go over the weekend, but it was the LPGA event, and he's into the LPGA a little bit. Have you ever been to a women's sporting event where you came away with a totally new respect for it to the point where you want to watch it?
I haven't been to a professional one, but I have two young girls, very young girls, and I think they're going to be into sports. The older one is starting, plays soccer. We all know the Watermelon Sharks. So,
right, of course.
But so I suspect I will be having to, wanting to pay more attention and eventually going to more women's sporting events because I just, for whatever reason, just have not gone to one. The interest for me hasn't really been there. It hasn't been a reason for me. But now with, like I said, two young daughters, I suspect I will be at some.
I'm not going to lie and say that I can't wait to go see this event or that event. I enjoy going to baseball games probably more than anything else. And after that, it's football. I enjoy watching the games at home. I really do. Because of the hassles involved and everything else. I want the best seat in the house, happens to be my seat at my couch. But the women's event that I enjoy watching, and I was surprised that I enjoyed watching it so much, and it was back in, was 1998 maybe, or 98 or 90, the summer 98, or when it was summer 99, whatever it was, when the women won the World Cup. I watched the entire game. I was glued to my TV watching it. And I'm not a big soccer fan at all. But knowing that the women were playing for the World Cup and they were in the United States, I'll give it a shot. But then I was just watching it and amazed at the precision with the passing, the precision with the kicks, everything. And it's still, my respect is still there to this day watching. They're even better now, watching Alex Morgan and crew just go and do what they do. It's to me, it's fantastic. But what's the women's sport or event that you have grown to really appreciate? And have you ever gone to an event to see it live? Has it inspired you to go see it live? What is it for you? 248-539-9797. This week, the Women's U.S. Open is at Pebble Beach. The scenery is fantastic to begin with. The fact that it's the U.S. Open for the women makes it even better. Michelle Wie, it's her last, Michelle Wie West, I believe is the full name. It's her last tournament as a pro. She's only 33, and she's retiring because she's got a child and she wants to raise that child and not have the restrictions that the being on tour present. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Hey, speaking of golf, you can play, practice, and party at 5 Iron Golf. It's opening in Detroit this July. I was just there yesterday. I was blown away. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators. They have certified instructors and a full bar and restaurant to boot, couches to sit back and enjoy. And you can join as a founding member, and you're going to get 50% off your first 3 months, plus a free lesson and more. Or you can experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach. I played Pebble Beach yesterday. Wasn't bad. Shot in the 80s. Well, they had some fudge factor there. Had some mulligans, but that's okay. Plus, you get excellent food and drink specials. There's a private event space, and it's a great new late night or date night activity. Check it out for yourself. Go to 5irongolf.com and learn more and tee up good times. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson along with Kang. Taking your calls. 248-539-9797. That's the same number to text and call us. And we've got both options open right now. Let's go to the phones. And Caleb is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Caleb.
Hey, Gator. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So, I went to a WNBA game for the first time. I was probably 4th or 5th grade. And my sister's JV basketball team went, and it was the game where the Detroit Shock got in a full-court fight with Lisa Leslie and the L.A. Sparks. And I remember Rick Mahorn had pushed Lisa Leslie, and that kind of sparked the whole thing, no pun intended. But then she, I think it was Candace Parker was the one that ended up pushing Rick Mahorn back. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I vaguely remember that. I'm picturing it in my mind, and it's not good.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, I was a 5th grader. It was a great time. I mean, with the whole appreciation thing, watching Lisa Leslie and Candace Parker, I mean, I was amazed as a, very young man, just the skill level that those women had. But, it was a crazy scene. I remember pulling out of the Palace and my dad going, oh, well, this will be all over Sports Center.
If the Detroit Shock were to come back, let's say that they got a WNBA franchise again, would you be willing to go?
Oh, yeah. If you can, I'm so desperate for a winner, Gator.
Yeah, we all are.
I would definitely go. They're impressive athletes, and, it's a fun time. And, for the young women out there, it's a cool experience. I would definitely go.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it very much. Do you think that's in the cards at all? Years down the road, Kang, that Detroit gets a WNBA franchise?
Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
Do you think it can only happen if the Pistons become good?
No.
It could be independent.
It would help.
It would definitely help.
But I don't think it's completely, reliant on that.
Some text coming in. The best golf lesson in the world is watching the women pro tour golfers, seeing how easy they swing to shoot great scores. I can't even. I've tried to begin to describe how smooth their swings are. I wish I had a swing that was like that.
I missed it. Have you ever attended an LPGA tour event?
I have not. But I've watched plenty of women's golf on TV.
And
I'm amazed. I mean, the swing it's flawless. It really is flawless. And that's why I say there's guys, every guy feels like they have their own. There's something unique to their swing. Some guys have a hitch. Some guys don't bring the club all the way back. And, everybody's kind of different. Women's golfers, it feels like they're all the same, but it's fantastic. It's perfection. Like, you can't have a better swing.
It's more textbook.
Yeah, it's absolutely textbook. I'm not sure why it is, but it is.
Because they follow directions and we don't know how to do that.
Well, they ask for directions. We follow directions.
Do we?
Tell me. What is it? What do you want? Women's 3-gun is the most impressive. Women can outshoot men. I don't know what 3-gun is.
Is that a shooting competition or something?
It sounds like it must be.
3-gun.
Caitlin Clark in Iowa women's basketball, the most transcendent and entertaining women's basketball player I've ever seen. Skylar Nakar. Wow, she's
amazing.
Ridiculous.
She's Steph Curry of women's basketball.
Yeah, just launch it from all parts on the floor. Didn't quite get it done against LSU in a championship. They did a great job to win that. And yet, you know what? That's the game we watched. That's the game I wanted to see.
That got really good ratings.
It really did. And it was worth it. The jawing back and forth, the controversy afterwards, it was fantastic. It was really it was great. But yeah, they can't come out early from college hoops to go to the WNBA. It's strange, right?
Even if you're a lottery pick, the lottery picks have been getting cut. Like very recent lottery picks for the WNBA draft. Like the number 2 pick will be like not even make the team. It's I don't know. It's strange. I don't follow it enough. I'm parachuting in, so I have no idea.
Right, exactly. I'm parachuting in on something I heard. Yeah. I heard. I heard that you can't even jump right to the WNBA yet. You have to use up your college eligibility. That's what I hear. I have an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old, both are girls. We love going to Michigan hoops and softball games. Great value, day, night out for $40 total. That's in tickets, $50 in concessions for all 4 of us. It would cost us more to go to Red Robin for dinner, and the players are way more accessible. You get to interact on the field and the floor. Yeah, that's what's great about the college events is you do have that accessibility, and that's where young children can really fall in love with a sport is if you live close enough and take them to college events. That's pretty cool. If you'd be interested.
It'd be cooler if Michigan hoops basketball or college hoops basketball had like unlimited fries. Does Red Robin still do that?
That's a great call. I don't know if Red Robin does. I haven't been there in a while.
Me neither. But I remember they used to have
it was unlimited fries. They were like seasoned fries. And they were good.
They were like steak fries. If you like steak fries.
I love the steak fry.
Do you? Okay.
More surface area.
I like them a little crispy though. Like
yeah. Got to be a little
the
crispy
right
on the
amount of
outside.
crisp. Yeah.
Yep. Got to be golden outside. Because I don't want the limp fry.
No, because that's just a big limp potato stick, right?
Yeah, exactly. What are you putting on that fry? What's your go-to? Ketchup or you go ranch?
I prefer ketchup or ranch personally. I know you're a mustard guy.
I'm a mustard guy,
Yeah.
but I like to. I'm not exclusive. Like I like to throw down some mustard and some ketchup. Sometimes mix it up, a little half and half, with the fry. I'm not going to mix the two together, but I'll take the fry and mix the two together. But ranch, great. If it's good ranch on a fry, it's fantastic, right? We all agree with that. 248-539-9797. And that goes without saying.
Duh.
Goes without saying. So we keep waiting. I keep refreshing. I keep checking. Is there anything new on the Red Wing front with Alex DeBrincat? And there was a report that came out, was it last night or earlier today, earlier this morning, that said there's a mystery team that could be involved. Here it's down to 2 teams, Detroit and a mystery team. And I don't know if I'm buying that. I'm not buying that. In fact, here's what I buy. I buy that the Red Wings probably have an agreement with Ottawa over compensation for Alex DeBrincat. That's where I think they're at. But that the trade's not going to go through until the Red Wings can come up with an agreement on an extension for Alex DeBrincat. That his camp is going to have to compromise. The Red Wings don't want to compromise, but they're going to have to. This is what my gut is telling me. I don't have any sources telling me this. This is what my gut is telling me. And when the Red Wings signed JT Compher over the weekend, and they got him for 5 years and $25 million and a little bit more than $5 million a year on the total contract, whatever it was worth. He's 28 years old. And a 5-year deal gets him to 33 years old. And Compher's not this guy who's going to score 40 goals a season or 30 goals a season. He's a good player, good two-way player, the kind of player that you would see the Steve Yzerman likes. Red Wings need a goal scorer. Here's DeBrincat. He's available. Looks and sounds like the Red Wings are very interested, trying to make something happen. But if the hang-up is the term and the money, I get it, but you're going to have to find a way to get that compromise there. If you're worried about the term, that you don't want to give him a 7 or 8 year contract, understand this. If you give him a 7-year contract, it gets him to when he's 32 years old. 8 years gets him to 33. You've already got a guy in Compher he committed money in term 2. Why wouldn't you do the same thing for DeBrincat? I'm all for it. He fits the need of a goal scorer. He's a guy that's going to go out there and hit everything that moves. Is he undersized? Sure. But he plays bigger than what he is. And despite not being a large individual or an average size NHL player, he produces. He's not a superstar. I'm not going to make him out to be better than what he is. But I'm also not going to cut the legs out either. He's a really good player. And I know people will say, well, he scored 40 goals, but look who he was playing with Patrick Kane and those guys in Chicago at the time. And he didn't have a great year last year when he had 27 goals. He wasn't happy in the situation last year. He's still only 25 years old. And I would fully expect that if he's on this Red Wing team, if he's playing on the top line with Dylan Larkin, why would I assume that the production would be less than what he got last year? And do I think that he can approach 40 goals again if he's playing with Dylan Larkin? I think he can approach it. I wouldn't expect it, but I would expect him scoring in the 30s because I think Dylan Larkin's a damn good player. And adding a sniper like DeBrincat next to him, all right, I'm down with that. Now, he's not the same player that Tyler Bertuzzi was, but you're not asking him to be. What I'd ask him to be is someone who's going to put the puck in the net, period. If he's got defensive liabilities, then he's got defensive liabilities. But I would imagine that it's not going to be for lack of effort. Maybe it's just lack of being able to keep up with somebody who's bigger than him and keep them at bay. I don't know. I'll leave that to the coaching staff. But from a standpoint that the Red Wings have the need of a goal scorer, and this guy's a goal scorer, and he's out there and he's available, make it happen. But nothing's happened yet. We'll continue to monitor the Twitterverse and see if anything else happens, if anything else breaks here. But we would certainly like to see Alex DeBrincat and the Red Wings come to an agreement and see that the Red Wings have made the trade with Ottawa to make it happen. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So I mentioned we would give you the latest on Alex DeBrincat rumors, the Red Wings, what's going on. And last night, the NHL Network, David Pagnotta, who's editor-in-chief of the Fourth Period and host on NHL Network, gave this update on what's happening with Ottawa and Alex DeBrincat. So there you have it. David Pagnotta from the NHL Network giving his update last night, and nothing new to report today other than what that was from last night. I firmly believe Ottawa is ready to let him go, but they want to make sure that they've got the best deal that they have. And if there have been two offers to this point, okay, imagine Red Wings are one, and if it's the Islanders, they had the other offer, but can the Islanders really afford to pay him without cutting loose some players they don't want to do? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like the deal is a Red Wings if they can deal with a contract extension. And that's where we're at. We'll wait and see. Does it happen today? Sure hope it happens today. It'd be awesome if it happens today going into the weekend, because I think it's a nice fit for what the Red Wings are looking for. Something that wasn't a nice fit, unfortunately, was the draft pick of Filip Zadina. He was thought of in that draft back 2018 that he was one of the top players in the draft, slipped a little bit, and when Montreal didn't select him and the Red Wings did select him, that he let Montreal and the rest of the NHL know that he wasn't happy that he slipped and made some comment about he'll be filling the nets with pucks for those teams that passed on him. And when all was said and done, he really didn't score a whole lot for the Red Wings. Also had some injuries, but never really looked anything like the promising player, I guess, that he was when he was a prospect coming out of the draft. He just, it didn't click for him in the NHL, and he wasn't getting much of an opportunity with the Wings. Last season, it looked like maybe there were some flashes where there was something there. I mean, Eisman even gave him an extension, a couple-year extension, but writing was on the wall. They placed him on waivers. He was clearing waivers. Zadina asked for a trade. They couldn't facilitate a trade with anybody. And it became abundantly clear Filip Zadina was willing to do anything possible to basically get fired from his job, to the point where he was willing to walk away from a contract that was going to guarantee him nearly $5 million over the next 2 years. And now that's happened. He's gone. The Red Wings have officially cut ties with Filip Zadina. It's been made official now, I think, within a couple hours. It was totally official that he is no longer associated with the Detroit Red Wings. He's also no longer associated with that money. He passed up the money to get out. Now he's free to sign with any team he wants. And I'm sure there'll be some teams willing to step up to the plate and give him a chance. Will he get the same money? Is he going to make that up? I don't know.
No, he's not going to make that up. Not the first time around.
Not the first time around. He's going to have to prove it in the
Yeah.
NHL that he belongs here, and then you get a contract after that. It's be either a two-way contract or it's a one-year deal you get for, $1 million, whatever the case is. But it's interesting because, we go back to Max Scherzer. When he was a Tiger, you get out at spring training, and the Tigers had offered him a giant contract. It was a fair offer at the time. It wasn't maybe not the best offer he could get, but it was a fair offer. Max said, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to play this season out, and, we'll see what happens later. He bet on himself, and it worked out. And to this day, Max Scherzer's made a ton of money since that contract offer was there. He's making over $40 million this year. And he's been hurt a lot. But to his credit, he bet on himself, and he won. Have you ever tried to get yourself fired? I mean, tried. It seems like it's exactly what Zadina was like begging. Look, trade me. Let me loose on a contract. I'll leave the money behind. I don't care. I will accept my unconditional release from the franchise. Just let me go so I can become a free agent. Have you ever been in that situation at work? Maybe you were a contract employee and you're just begging to get out of the contract. Please, God, let me go. Or maybe not a contract employee. Maybe you're just had a job that you hated, but you didn't want to quit. You wanted to get fired. There's a difference. Quit, maybe you don't get benefits or whatever, but if you get fired, there's going to be benefits. I know there are people in the automotive industry that took payouts and buyouts of their contract because it came with perks. But has that ever happened to you? Have you ever tried to get yourself fired, and did you bet on yourself, and did it work out? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text as well. I find it interesting. The Zadina story is really intriguing to me because I thought that he was showing some signs, and yet it became clear that he wasn't happy with the ice time or the opportunity. He wanted out. He went to management and said, I got enough's enough. And then they worked things out where he walked away from nearly $5 million. That's how bad he wanted out. Do you know anything that is similar to that? Or have you experienced anything similar to that? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. I got some ticket text. That Zadina draft day quote reminds me of the Josh Rosen quote. Has that ever worked out for somebody? Nick in Oak Park. What was the Josh Rosen quote? Do you remember?
Well, he said this. Everyone kind of, not everyone, a lot of guys say this when they get passed over in the draft, is I'm going to make every team regret it.
Right.
That was the Josh Rosen type quote. And the Zadina quote was, anyone that passed on, he's going to put pucks in their nets, right? And this is why I understand the chip on the shoulder card, but everyone looks at the positive ones that work out, but not the many, many ones that don't work out. And there's most likely a reason why a lot of these guys were passed over. Like they're not that good, or people didn't think they were going to be that good. Now, everyone,
both Rosen and Zadina, they were first-round picks, and they were high picks that
top
didn't
10
pan
picks.
out.
Yeah. But, so, you can try to use that as motivation, but in the end, talent wins out. And so if if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. And Zadina's career is not over yet. He's still really young.
Not at all.
And he plans on getting signed by another team, but he left almost $5 million on the table.
Will he fill the net with pucks against Detroit? We'll see.
I mean, I hope not, because I don't want – he could do whatever he wants against other teams.
Right.
The Wings, I don't want him to score against the Wings. But does this make you think, by the way, he clearly wanted out, hey, trade me, don't trade me, release me. Hey, I'll leave the money on the table, let me go. What does that make you think about the situation that he thought he was in, and maybe the coaching or the organization that he was getting? He just didn't feel clearly this was not the right place for him to get better.
My guess is he thought that he wasn't getting any opportunity. There wasn't any opportunity that he thought he deserved. And when you see that they're turning over the roster again and bringing in as many free agents as they have, and that guys are getting promoted that look like they have more upside than he did, whether it was a Berggren or Marcus Casper or whoever else is going to be brought up, that the writing's on the wall that you're getting passed over. And that this is me talking. I think that he sees all that, and that he also saw that maybe the best path in the Red Wings' eyes for him to get that opportunity was to be sent back to Grand Rapids and become a dominant player there, which he never was. And he's looking for the way out. And the way out is ask for your release. While you're still relatively young, while you'll still be talked about as, a high first-round pick, and you just need an opportunity. And somebody will take a chance. But it's a big gamble, because you just wasted nearly $5 million to take this stance. And I'm not sure if, this is the Detroit Red Wings. It's not like the Red Wings are on top of the NHL anymore. This is a Red Wing team that's been awful for years. And he's part of the reason why, because he's a guy who didn't pan out. So what team is he going to go to? He's going to have to go to a team that has that opportunity. So it'll be a team that's worse than the Wings? Good luck to him. I don't wish him bad luck. I mean, I'm disappointed that it didn't work out with the Wings. You kind of always latch onto those first round picks, and you want those guys to turn out and be great. You don't want them to flounder or fail, which is what he's done so far.
You have to be, I think, pretty miserable to leave that amount of money on the table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In your situation. And you also be very ultra confident in yourself that, hey, I can make this up. I'm way better than what I've shown. I just need a better situation and all that. Regular people don't have this opportunity to leave that kind of money on the table. I mean, I think most of us would be like, well, I'm going to be miserable for $5 million for the next 2 years.
Exactly, right.
Because that's life-changing money for a lot of us. For him, he's like, I have this opportunity. I can make this up. I can do this elsewhere. I can get that $5 million and more back. I just cannot do it here. I'm miserable. I got to get out of here.
Now, maybe it's the case. Maybe he's getting bad advice. Maybe he's got an agent that's in his ear and says, look, man, you've got all the talent in the world. We're going to get you to a place that's going to give you that chance and show what you got, and you're going to make this money tenfold. Maybe there's somebody in his ear talking. Because I'm with you. To be that young and give up that opportunity it's not an opportunity. It was a contract. You're giving up nearly $5 million over the next couple of years.
When you haven't shown anything.
And you haven't. You really haven't. Now, this goes into why you say I want out, because you're not going to get that opportunity here. I mean, what was going to happen? He's going to go into training camp in Traverse City, try to bust his ass and crack the lineup again? I mean, he knows how he's either delusional or he understands what the situation is and it wasn't going to work out here. He needs to go somewhere else where he's higher up on the totem pole and he'll get more of a chance. Like, oh no, we if he talks to, some team and they say, hey, I'll throw a team out there, the LA Kings, right? Well, the Kings aren't a bad team, but just throwing a team out there. And he says, they say to him, look, we absolutely have room for you on the fourth line. I mean, you're our guy. We can have you here. Well, it's Columbus, all right? Blue Jackets. One of the worst teams in the league. 59 points last year. Does that make sense? I mean, if Columbus's fourth line has openings and Zadina can fill it and can skate 13 minutes a game, it's more opportunity he was getting in Detroit. If he knows that, then he's betting on himself. I'm just not sure that's going to pay off for him because he just didn't show it here in Detroit. And was it because he was unhappy or was it because he just wasn't talented enough? I mean, Yzerman thought enough of him to give him the extension. But he also showed what he thought of him when he was willing to move him for nothing. So
twice, right?
Right, yeah, twice. Not just once, but twice.
This might be Yzerman's best job ever, was convincing him to just leave all this money on the table. I know Yzerman didn't do it. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Yeah, they're like, we saved a couple $1,000,000. Okay, because we're trying to get other players, and that would help out with this, wouldn't it?
Helps get DeBrincat.
It should help get DeBrincat. Something else is happening tonight. We got, I think, exciting stuff happening this weekend in the NBA. Right tomorrow, the Pistons make their debut in the Summer League, so you get to see Oscar Thompson. You get to see actually Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren are going to take part in this.
James Wiseman, who's like in his third or fourth year, is going to play in this.
Now,
which I don't know if it's a good thing, but he needs to play, I guess.
It's what, a 4 or 5 game schedule for the Summer League?
Yeah.
So I don't know how many games they're going to play or how many minutes in a game they're going to play, but I would expect Oscar Thompson's going to play quite a bit. But I love the idea that your super rookies from this past season are going to play. And that James Wiseman is like, hey, look, man, I need to get some reps. I'm going to play. I'm loving that. I have great interest in watching the Summer League game this year, just like I had great interest last year in watching them to see Ivy and Duren play. And I get to see him play again, but with Sasser and Thompson, the rookies coming in, that's going to be a lot of fun. But tonight's the debut, right? Tonight's the night that people are talking about in the NBA. It'll be the debut of Victor Wembanyama playing in the Summer League. Now, you know what the Summer League's like.
Wait, is he okay? Is he going to be able to play after the harsh grab by Britney Spears or tap on the shoulder, whoever you believe? He's going to play, right?
He's going to play.
Okay.
He's going to play. I mean, he's frail.
Right.
But I think he's okay. Fortunately, the security took care.
Okay.
Oh, good God. And I guess the police, by the way, in Vegas, they're not charging the security guard with anything. So good luck with that lawsuit, Britt. But Wembanyama's playing tonight. We haven't had an athlete with this much hype about them in a long time. Like, I know that Connor Bedard in the NHL got a lot of hype. Not like what Victor Wembanyama's gotten. I know that Trevor Lawrence got a lot of hype. Not like Victor Wembanyama.
Zion got a lot of hype. Still wasn't as much as this.
Not like Victor Wembanyama.
That's saying a lot.
Bryce Harper got a ton of hype. Not like Victor Wembanyama. This is the most hyped athlete we've seen come into a league since LeBron James. Is that fair to say?
Probably. It's crazy.
It is unbelievable. And I didn't watch much of his highlight package from his playing days in France because once you find out the Pistons didn't win the lottery, I didn't care. Like, I lost all interest. Had the Pistons won the lottery, I would have watched every second of footage I could have gotten.
You would have watched them eat croissants.
I would and be jealous. Yeah, croissants are so good. Croissant is underrated.
Buttery, flaky.
As a vessel for like tuna salad or egg salad, it is underrated. It's amazing.
I'm sorry, people.
Anyway.
Go on.
It was a small tangent. I got right back.
All right.
But Wembanyama tonight, you got to watch it, right? I mean, this is must-watch TV tonight?
Yeah, I can't wait. Now, I just saw this. Darren Ravel tweeted this out. Secondary market for tickets courtside on StubHub. So these aren't, these are asking prices. Over $800 for a summer league basketball game. It's basically open run. It's like with young basketball players. I mean, really good basketball players, but there's like unlimited fouls essentially.
What would you pay?
Not $800.
I'm asking, what would you pay?
So I think
let's say the summer league was taking place at LCA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you couldn't get a credential. You had to, because we can get credentials, we can get in, but
for one ticket,
you had to buy a ticket.
I'd pay $100.
You pay $100 to see a summer league game with Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, this is his debut game. Yes.
Would you pay $150?
I think 100 is my max. I'm gonna go 100. I'm not paying more than that. I want a ticket stub too, by the way. I want something to show that it was Victor's.
Today. You don't get those.
Yeah, you can. I think you print something off. But either way, $100 is probably my max. But $850, man.
Everybody's got their price.
I know. 100's mine.
100 is yours. Yeah, I don't. Would I do $100 for that?
$100. You still get to.
I'd do $100 for that. I think that's about it.
Yeah,
I don't need to.
That's a nice round number.
Yeah, it's a nice round number.
Yeah.
It's easy. I can go to the ATM and it can spit out a $100 bill to me, and I can do it, right? Although, no cash. This system. What about you folks out there? 248-539-9797. Is the hype going to convince you to watch it tonight? Victor Wembanyama, Summer League debut, tonight in the NBA. Are you watching? And are you excited to see the Pistons in Summer League action, given that they're having last year's rookies play, and James Wiseman's going to play too? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the last hour of the Carson Anderson Show. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with Kang, our producer. Doug will be back next week. We love talking to you at 248-539-9797. Mentioned the Victor Wembanyama debut tonight. Tonight in the Summer League. Nobody's been more hyped than this guy, right? I mean, nobody. You got a name, tell me. But I think since LeBron James, which you go back to 2003, 20 years, that's a long time. Has anybody had more hype than Victor Wembanyama in the last 20 years? Man.
Especially with social media now compared to 20 years ago, the international flavor that he brings. Because he's, and basketball is an international sport.
Well, it certainly is.
And people don't even realize probably he's actually playing against the number 2 pick this year. So it's 1 versus 2. I mean, to open his summer league debut, Brandon Miller, who's had like 32 fouls in 2 games or something like that. Maybe not that many, but a lot. He had 8 fouls, I think, his last game.
Really?
There's no like I forget the cap if there is a cap on
was
fouls.
Was it 10 or something like that? It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, guys, do it. You want to hack away.
Because they're adjusting to even though these are summer league guys. The guys that just got drafted are 19 years old. They're young kids that are still learning the game.
Right.
And it's bigger, faster. Every level you take a step up.
There were a couple of Zadina texts I want to get to. One was Zadina sucks. Nobody wanted him, and his contract wasn't sky high either. Zadina talks hard but plays pillow soft. And then there's this. I'm sure that no one in history has tried to get fired with more style than Peter in Office Space. That's from John Langorian.
True. Very true. If you haven't seen the movie.
I don't think I'm going to go to work today. What? Yeah.
Just didn't feel like it.
Got to meet with the Bobs. This brings us to a Peter Gibbons. That's a straight shooter if we ever saw one. Yes, a straight shooter if you ever saw one. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Are you excited about the debut of Victor Wembanyama? Have you ever seen a player that's come into any league with more hype than this guy has? We're just going back 20 years because I think LeBron is probably the answer to that. But in the last 20 years, has anybody had this kid's hype? The Pistons make their debut in the Summer League tomorrow. Good news, because not only are you going to see the rookies, Oscar Thompson and Sass are going to play, but last year's rookies, Ivy, Duran, they're playing. So's James Wiseman, who's been in the league longer than any of them. But, hey, Summer League gives us an opportunity to run up and down the court, get some reps with these guys. Why not? I think it's really cool. I will tune in tonight a little bit, check out Victor Wembanyama. I will try to tune in to watch the Pistons as well. It's kind of exciting, kind of intriguing what's going on. Plus, you got the Tigers on tonight. Alex Faedo back on the hill. Akil Badu coming into the lineup. Riley Green should return maybe tomorrow. You got the Major League Baseball draft on Sunday. I'm excited about. Lots happening with sports. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. And Greg's in Westland. Greg, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right.
Quick things about Zadina. That was one of the things that kind of got me a little upset with Yzerman was signing him for 3 years. It's not like he didn't have a chance here. He was on the top line with Bertuzzi and Larkin for quite a while and just couldn't produce. He kind of reminds me of Martin Furk, Thomas Yurko, these guys with the shot from the circle, but no cornermen, no net crashers, and he was kind of slow of foot. And I just can't see him. I'd be amazed if he was a 20-goal scorer in the NHL somewhere.
Yeah, I'd be surprised by that too. And thanks for the call, Greg. But there've been cases where players have left the fold and found greener pastures elsewhere. Athanasiou did for a couple of seasons, but kind of flamed out as well. I don't know. I don't wish ill upon the man. I certainly don't want him to hurt the Red Wings and see the Red Wings missed a golden opportunity with this guy that maybe he just needed a little more focus or whatever. But it was clear he didn't want to be here. He asked to be traded. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious he didn't want to be here. He turned down nearly $5 million to get away from the franchise. My guess is he thinks he's got a better opportunity elsewhere, that his agent has told him, hey, listen, I'm on the phone with Chicago. They need another winger on this team. Let's go. Okay, I'll go to Chicago. Bad hockey team, see what happens. But yeah, that point was well made by the previous caller there. I mean, he had an opportunity playing with a top line. They gave him some chances, and it just didn't work out. There were just two games. There were few and far between where he really showed up and was somebody I think that you would be really impressed with. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something that took place over the weekend. This was actually, it's very interesting. If you saw any pictures of it, saw any posts about it, I think got a lot of interest because of the guests that showed up. Lots of rumors swirling. Tom Brady and Kim Kardashian were very flirty with each other. Even saw each other the next day.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Right?
Right. I said reports. There's reports.
All right.
But they came out of this party that that Michael Rubin had. Michael Rubin is the CEO of Fanatics. He's the former part owner of the 76ers and the New Jersey Devils. So he threw this epic party at his home in the Hamptons, a white party where everybody dresses up in white and white linen shirts and white pants and just
white
everything,
yeah.
right? And
yeah.
Diddy's done these parties. I've always been intrigued by these because they look kind of cool. But apparently the guest list was ridiculous, chock full of the creme de la creme when it comes to athletes and world of entertainers and influencers, if you will. Because I don't know what to call Kim Kardashian. Businesswoman, very attractive. But when you hear the Tom Brady's there, okay, that's pretty. That's A-list.
DiCaprio was there.
Leo was there. That's A-list. There you go. And then there was the player from the Celtics.
Oh yeah, Grant Williams. That was hilarious. I was like, is that Grant Williams?
And then he's there.
He's no longer with the Celtics. He got traded.
Right. But you see these parties, and look, it's like out of a movie. It's out of The Great Gatsby or something. When you in the Hamptons, and it's, come on, man. Does this life really exist? Does these things actually happen? Yeah, they do. They do. It's a level of lifestyle that I couldn't possibly understand.
No, you can't. Like, honestly, so everyone's wearing white, whatever, right? Like you mentioned, white button-ups, whatever, and they're probably like Gucci or brands I've never even heard of that are really expensive, but it's all white, so it doesn't really stand out. The watches some of these people had.
The bling.
Yeah, ridiculous. I don't even know what watches are, but there's a guy on TikTok that is a big watch aficionado. And just by taking a glance at some of these watches, he could identify exactly what watch it is and how much it costs and how much it's worth. 40, 50, 100, 200K watches these guys were and women were wearing. Wow. It's ridiculous. Yeah, this whole scene, Gator, you're right, is beyond what I can even comprehend.
I mean, you hear the private jet lifestyle is incredible. People that have no concept at all for money because they have that much money, like, don't even flinch at paying the cost for some things. It's incredible. And this is where, celebrity comes from, because people want to live vicariously through these people, right? And to be at a party like that must be awesome to see all these celebrities.
Or crazy intimidating, right?
Or crazy intimidating. You and I were talking about this before the show. You ever been to something like that where there were, maybe not like that party, but some kind of an event or a party where there were several celebrities that were there, or whether there would be athletes or movie stars, recording artists,
big
whatever.
hitters, even, like, right? Just
right, or just heavy hitters.
Yeah,
right.
heavy hitters, yeah.
CEOs of big corporations, whatever the case is. And you would ask me if I'd ever been to one of those.
Yeah, were you ever Grant Williams?
I was definitely Grant Williams. I was below Grant. I was Scott the Gator Anderson.
Yeah, right?
That's who I was. That's exactly who I was. I will tell you what that event was like. I'll give great detail. I don't mind doing it because I was so glad that I was invited to be part of that. And I had a couple of them. One was really awkward. There were awkward moments at both parties I was at, but some awesome moments as well. But have you ever been to a party like that where there's just, you're hobnobbing with with some celebrities or CEOs or whatever the case
People
is.
out of your tax bracket, out of
Way
your fame bracket or whatever, right? Just notoriety, everything.
Just amazing. I wish I was at a party like that, like the one that this guy's talking about, or we're talking about here. But I have been to a couple. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. Well, summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. It's fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. So whether you're looking to build it yourself or maybe you need a referral for a Trex certified installer, Builder's First Source has got you covered. With decking for every budget, make the most out of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. They've got 2 locations in Clinton Township and also in Shelby Township. Builder's First Source is Macomb County's largest and first source for decking. All right, so we were talking about Michael Rubin, who's the CEO of Fanatics. He's a former owner of the 76ers and the Devils. He threw an epic party at his home in the Hamptons. It was a white party. Everybody dresses in white. You've heard about these parties. Diddy's throwing the parties. Is he Diddy? Is he P. Diddy? What is he these days?
Yeah. Puffy, who knows?
Puffy, what's it going by?
He's rich.
That guy. Yeah, he's that guy. But he'd thrown those parties before, and there's these lavish events. It seems awesome, right? We're asking people if you've ever been in a situation, maybe not like that. If you have, great. I'd love to hear it. But if you've ever been at some event where you're just surrounded by celebrities.
Or, yeah, just anything close to this, right? More than you're used to.
Yes. So for me, I've been fortunate to attend a couple events like that. And the first one was for an Illich Charities event. It was for the VIPs and the celebrities that were going to participate in the Illich Charities golf outing, which was going to take place on a Monday. This is years ago. And I think it was 2008. And I was asked to participate and be one of the local celebrities to play. And I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Yes. And hey, if we're having a reception for VIPs and for the celebrities over at Motor City Casino, bring a guest. I'm like, great. So brought a friend of mine, and she and I, we weren't the first ones there. We got there, I thought, fashionably late, but we were relatively among the first people that were there. We're walking around. You've got this kind of strolling buffet type stuff and, drinks. And
how are you dressed? You in a tux or just a suit and tie,
no.
a jacket?
This was
white, all white?
Not all white.
Okay.
Casual.
Okay.
Casual, but you wanted to look cool, like you're going out to maybe you're going clubbing.
Okay.
That kind of thing,
Like
right?
a nice club.
Yeah, exactly. With bottle service. And all that.
Yeah. A club with a dress code.
You're Mr. Bottle Service.
Yeah. Was.
Yeah. I
have 2 girls now. I'm done, man.
So we're walking around and we're grabbing a bite to eat and have a drink, and we wanted to we're looking for a table. They had all these like high top tables you can go in and go to, but there aren't many people there yet. So there's tables open everywhere. And one of the people that we did see there was Bill Lambier. And Bill Lambier is there with his wife. And my friend says, let's go and sit with Bill Lambier. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's 10 tables open. Do you think Bill Lambier wants to be bothered by us? She's like, come on. I'm like, I no.
Wait, when you sit down, is this your like assigned seat for the rest of the?
No, this is just a reception, right? So it's not even sitting down. You're standing up. So the high top tables, you're just standing up while you're eating, and they may have been bar stools there too, but I could not have felt more uncomfortable. Like I'm not, me, Kang, a little bit anyway. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to go up to, famous people. Hey, how you doing? I'm Scott Anderson, 97 with the ticket. Nice to meet you. Hey, glad to hear. How about this spread? That's not me. All right. I'm not as outgoing as you might think. I don't mind talking to people. I love talking to people, but I'm not usually one that makes that first move. And I sure as hell wasn't going to go sit with Bill Lambier and his wife when there's a million tables open. And Bill was giving off that vibe like, don't even think about it, So we're walking around and seeing some other of the celebrities. There's now more and more athletes and other people come in, some movie stars and stuff. And Bernie Kosar comes in, former quarterback. And I think Bernie had a few cocktails, and he's got this glass of wine, red wine, that's filled to the brim. And he's talking, and his hand is moving, and he's standing by some of the items that are going up for auction. And it was like a signed jersey. And this glass of wine is perilously close to just spilling all over the autographed jersey. And, eventually I thought it would be wise if we said something in the conversation so that he would start to drink a little bit of that and at least lower the amount of volume in the glass, which we did. And then he sets the glass down and we kind of pushed a little further away, so it wasn't anywhere near that. But this is an event that we saw lots of kind of celebrity people. I had a conversation with Laird Hamilton, the surfer.
Oh, okay. I know him.
Yeah. Introduced him to my friend, and then he said aloha because he's from Hawaii. I thought he said something else, like he mispronounced his name. And I said, no, her name is this. And he goes, all right. My friend looks at me and she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, you totally butchered your name. And she goes, he said aloha. Oh, yeah, sorry. All right. The other event I was at.
So was that one just mostly athletes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There were some movie stars that came later on. John Cusack came by.
Oh, Cusack, all right, yeah.
DB Sweeney
Okay.
They were friends with Chelios, so they came in with Chelly, and there was a party later on. They went late night, and I guess the rumor was that night, at like after 2:00 in the morning, those guys went out to Comerica Park, got onto the field, and played a little bit of baseball at Comerica Park. But I wasn't part of that because we had left, and I don't know those guys, so I was kind of
like that.
I felt like an outsider a little bit. This. The other one I went to was really uncomfortable. A couple of years ago, as part of the Mark Wahlberg celebrity golf thing. Again, they had a VIP reception at the Wahlburgers restaurant that used to be in Royal Oak. And lots of athletes. A couple of actors, but lots of athletes. And I didn't know anybody. I went by myself, and I knew nobody there. And I'm just kind of standing around, drinking a beer, looking around like, what do I do? How do I want to make a conversation with somebody. And Tommy Hearns walks in. And Sugar Ray Leonard is there. And Jerry Cooney is there. All the former boxers, and Tommy Hearns is walking by, and he's got these pants that are like this salmon colored pants. I happen to be wearing salmon colored shorts. They were the same color, absolutely same color. And I just, as he's walking by, I blurted out, I go, I like your pants.
Did you also, in your own head, go, idiot? What did you like?
Yeah. And,
why
and
did I say
like,
that?
Okay. And he kept walking, and I'm like, because my shorts is the same color. Just hi.
Late. Nope.
Yeah. Just awkward as hell. Have you been to a party like this?
Yeah. So this morning we were talking about this, and I didn't even have one in mind, and then something just jarred something loose in my mind because I just came back from Vegas, my home. Right.
Yes. Home away from
This
home.
happened to me in Vegas. Younger Kang, when I did do like bottle service stuff like that, Gator, you mentioned. My wife, which is my girlfriend at the time, her friend lived in Vegas, had all these access to like these VIP at openings and things like that. And she invited us out to dinner and a night out, and with her and her boyfriend. So the dinner was at some new restaurant, and the club was going to be right above the restaurant, I believe it was. And it was brand new. Like I think it was a holiday weekend too, like Memorial Weekend or something.
Okay.
And so Vegas is already packed with people. And this grand opening is happening. She got us a table. We had dinner. And sitting next to us, I don't know if you remember this. I told you and Doug this. The table next to us was Tara Reid, Wilmer Valderrama, like a bunch of these, like those type of celebrities. I went to the bathroom at one point where I think Marlon Wayans was in the bathroom too. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, where am I?
Right.
Yeah, right.
I don't belong here.
Not at all. I don't belong here at all. I'm like, where did my girlfriend get us into? This is amazing, right? So we finished dinner, and then we go upstairs to the club where you have to basically have some kind of bottle service to have a place to sit down, right? I mean, that's what you're paying for essentially. No bottle's worth $500, but the seat is, right?
Right.
So we get a little spot, not like a big spot. It's enough for like 4 to 6 people, but I think it's just 4 of us.
Yeah.
Like I said, my wife, my girlfriend's friend had hooked this all up for us in advance. So we get there, and I sit down, and someone's sitting in like our booth. And I didn't know it at the time. I'd been drinking at this point, so I didn't really even care. My girlfriend and her friend tell me, like, who's sitting right next to us in our booth, right? And I'm like, no. They're like, that's Katy Perry. And I'm like, who's Katy Perry? This is when that song just came out, I Kissed a Girl, or whatever.
Wow.
Her first single. So
she's
brand new.
Yeah.
Famous, but hasn't hit her.
Fresh-faced.
Yeah, exactly. Hasn't hit her peak or anything. It could be a one-hit wonder at that point. I don't know. So I kind of give her a dirty look just because she's sitting like kind of like,
look.
Hey. Dude, at that point, like I said, I don't even know what's going on. Right?
I'm not impressed.
No, but I didn't know who she was anyway. So I'm sitting next to her, and as I walk through the dance floor to go to the bathroom or do whatever, I bump into Lamar Odom. And then, I'm telling you, this is
Lamar Odom. Back when it was Lamar Odom.
Yes, and I think it's right before he started dating or married to Khloe Kardashian. Like, this is when,
This is a crazy party.
Exactly. I do not belong here. I didn't even know how I got here. And then you might know who this is. I doubt anyone else does. Do you remember the name Brandon Davis?
Yes.
He dated Misha Barton. He was part of that whole MTV.
Yeah, really famous. He was one of the rich kids.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, super rich kid. He's famous
and
for being
obnoxious
rich.
as all hell.
Yes, he was there.
Obnoxious as hell.
I knew that because I actually watched a lot of MTV back then.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, that's Brandon Davis or whatever. Where's Misha Barton or whatever? Like, that's the type of people that were at this place I was at. That was way above where I was. Obviously, no one knew who I was, but yeah. So I've been to something. That's the closest I've been to.
Robert, tell us about your party experience.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So I think it was like 2015. My dad's was at the time an executive chef at like a Cuban restaurant in Detroit, and he called me on my day off, and he's like, "Hey, I have a private catering I have to go to. Do you want to help me?" I said, "I guess." So I go there, and he said it's in like I forgot what city it was, but we get there, and it's like I get there, and it's like all these crazy cars, like Lambos and everything, and then I go in the house, and it's Annabelle Sanchez. So I'm like, "What the hell?" And I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's you guys are getting set up. It's my birthday or whatever it was," and out of nowhere, we're getting everything set up, cooking and getting the bar ready. And then like all these Tigers players start showing up. And Avila, the best part was Avila shows up with this giant, it's called a cajachina, which is basically like you cook a pig outside in this thing.
Okay.
So he shows up with a pig, and they're like arguing because Avila's like burning it or not cooking it right. And then
wait, which Avila? Al Avila or Alex Avila?
Oh, Alex.
Okay,
No,
the younger
the
Avila.
good one. Yeah. So basically, the best part was my dad's like, "Hey, let me take care of this." So he starts cooking it for him and takes it in the kitchen. But like, yeah, that was pretty crazy for me. It was hanging out with all these guys. And
yeah, totally. Yeah,
no, for sure.
You didn't know ahead of time.
The worst part of it was like my friends. I tell the story, and when they told us, they're like, "You can't take any pictures." So they're like,
right.
I tell the story to my friends, and they're like, "Dude, picture didn't happen, man." Like, like they still to this day do not believe me. I just can't. It bothers me so.
Sounds cool though. I appreciate the call, Robert. Thank you very much. Kind of crazy party. Do you ever get to a party where it was just nothing but A-list celebrities or any kind of celebrities that you didn't expect to be thrown into that mix, and there you are, or you were invited to it? Whatever the case is. 248-539-9797. We bring this up because Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics, had one hell of a party over the weekend where everybody who's anybody apparently was at this party, including Tom Brady, among others, Leo DiCaprio. We're just asking people if you ever had an experience like that where you were in that type of situation. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. And I told you that Wahlberg golf outing reception I went to before, that Jerry Cooney, the former heavyweight boxer, he like squared me up and kind of punched me in the stomach. He was like going to do that play boxing thing. You know, like, what are you doing?
You never play box with a former fighter.
I didn't want. I was literally walking out the door, and he's like in my path, and he just looks at me and gives me a look like he's going to play around. I'm like, oh hey, okay, yeah, sure, I'll put him up, and then he goes and he lightly hits me in the stomach. I'm like, and I knew it was coming. I'm just trying to tense up as best I can to try to take it, but that was it was awkward. The whole thing was awkward. I felt so I've never felt more out of place than there. And then finally I saw somebody I knew. Lomas Brown came in. I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Lomas!
And one of those things, you're just looking for somebody, especially if you're by yourself.
Exactly.
But, see, for me, my whole Vegas thing,
you had your wife and you were invited to the party.
Well, my friend was alcohol. So, I mean, I just didn't even know any better at that point.
Yeah, but you had the in because your wife's friend was like, oh, no, we're going to this party. And you're like, okay, that's cool. I have access to this. It's different when you're like that kind of a guest. With me, I'm like, am I even on this list? Am I? Oh, you do have me, Scott Anderson. Okay, great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just me. Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to a drink at the bar. Okay, great. I don't know anybody. Really, really awkward. It was a good time, though. John's next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
How you doing?
All right, John.
Years ago, my wife and I went to a function in Toronto for the company, and I had a tuxedo. She was dressed to the nines. On the way back to her room, I recognized a voice coming from the hall. It was Gary Bettman. It was the night that the NHL were giving out the awards. So I knocked on the door, and because we were dressed like executives, they let me in. And here's Pronger. That was the year he won Defenseman of the Year. There was Darryl Sidler, Don Cherry, Joel Quinville, and then my wife was the one that noticed Gordie Howe.
Oh, well.
And we were there for about an hour, and she might have told me to close my mouth 2 or 3 times during that time because I was just so impressed and awestruck with all the guys that were there. And, because we were dressed to the nines, I felt like I belonged. Because all the executives were dressed like we were. So
did you sneak into the party? Did you crash the party on purpose, or did you just have to find?
I heard the voice. I knocked on the door, and somebody on the other side just happened to open it up to see who it was. And because we were dressed to the nines, they thought I was an executive of some team.
Yeah.
So I walked in, and then after that, I just walked around in the haze, and that was cool. And I felt like I belonged because I was dressed.
Well, yeah, you were dressed. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. He was dressed to the nines. Luckily, he had his wife there to usher him around and tell him that it's time to maybe put the genie back in the bottle. Scott, next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Gator, how are you?
Good.
Right on. So, my best buddy and I were both from Kansas. He lives in Indianapolis. I'm here. We're big Chiefs fans, and we try to catch a game on the road anytime they're somewhat relatively close. Last fall, they played in Indy, so we get tickets and go to the game, and we are literally in, like, the top row of the stadium, right? Like, worst seats in the house kind of thing. But his wife is best friends with a city councilwoman for Indianapolis, and she found out we were there, and we got invited down to the city of Indianapolis suite. And so we're hanging out and hobnobbing with the mayor or whatever, and then I see all these tall guys walk by, and they go into the room next door. And so we go over there, and it's the entire Pacers team. And we go in there, we're drinking. I'm, like, hanging out at the taco bar with Tyrese Halliburton and just, like, shooting the breeze and watching the game. And definitely in a place where we felt a little out of our league.
How was the taco bar? Was it good?
I knew you'd ask. Spectacular. I mean, there were like half a dozen meat options before you even got to all the accoutrements. You know what I mean?
Man.
Sometimes that's too much, Gator. Like, there's too many fillings that you overload. You've done it.
Like, what?
You've done it. Don't lie. And so you're like, you got to remind yourself, I can go back.
I can go back.
Yeah, I can go back.
I don't need to get it all in one shot here. And if I throw it, I mean, you're never going to be able to fold the taco if you're going with
taco,
the soft
burrito,
tortilla.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm terrible at burrito making, by the way. But that's
because your eyes are bigger than your stomach.
Well, there's that. There's definitely that. Let's go to Tim, who's next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, one time, about 20 years ago, I went out to visit my buddy who was living in Santa Monica. And he goes, yeah, tonight we're going to head out to the Sky Bar. And I kind of heard about it a little bit, but didn't really know too much about it. So we go out, a couple of his friends, and we head up there. As soon as we walk in, there's Ronnie Wood of the Stones standing there. They were in town that weekend. Full-length leopard coat. Robert Horry from the Lakers. Chaz Palminteri.
The actor, yeah.
Who's the lead singer from the Counting Crows? Adam
Durwitz.
Adam Dunn.
Not Adam Dunn. He's the baseball player, but he might have been there too.
Was it Adam Durwitz?
Durance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
He's probably boring everybody.
Cool. Yeah, so I always tell my wife the story, and anytime it comes up, I bring it up that I was hanging out with those people.
That's pretty cool, man. I'd be pretty starstruck by Ronnie Wood. That'd be pretty amazing. Let's go and pick up Joe, who's next up on 97 the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
So I got a king-like story in Vegas where we're sitting down and having bottle service at one of the hotel, like the bigger nightclubs. And it's getting kind of late, like a little bit past midnight, and in walks the whole USA basketball team. This is probably like 2006, 2007, where like LeBron and Dwayne Wade and all those guys are pretty young. And the reason why this is one of my favorite stories is I was talking to Shane Battier about a couple mutual friends from Country Day.
Yeah.
And we are having a little bit difficulty hearing each other, like across the booth, because we're in the booth right next to them. So he goes, like, come in my booth, let's talk. So we end up talking, and in comes Kirk Heinrich, who tries to get into the USA basketball team booth. And these guys must have wanted to play a trick on them. And the bouncer points to, like, LeBron and Dwayne and those guys saying, oh, is this guy good? And they all just say no. And they didn't let him in.
They probably said, that's not Kirk Heinrich. We're sitting next to Kirk Heinrich now.
This guy here.
He's talking to Shane Battier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Kirk.
Yeah. Like, Heinrich looks like me. And they're like, oh, who's this guy? And then the funny thing is, when they did the Kobe documentary, God rest his soul, all these guys talk about when they were at the bar that was tryst, and they came back to the hotel and they see Kobe in his warm-up gear ready to work out. It was that night. So it's pretty cool bashing with those guys. Unfortunately, you hear back, that reminds you of that time, but it's definitely my favorite Vegas celebrity story.
It's an amazing story, man. I mean, to be there with Kobe and LeBron.
Well, have him invite you into the booth.
Well, that's pretty great.
Yeah.
That's better than pretty great. That'd be awesome. Barry is next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Barry.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
Yeah, this brings us back to 2002 when the Wings won the Cup. And, that whole Cup run, you're going out all the time, you're watching all the games, and it was a long process and a lot of partying. So I get a phone call from a good friend of mine. She says, hey, are you available tonight? And this is a Monday night, and I just had, I was spent from partying for so long. She's like, I know where the Cup's going to be tonight. Do you want to come by? I'm like, okay, I'll go. Sure, I'll go. So I ended up going to a place in St. Clair Shores, and the entire team is there with the Cup.
Wow.
And I'm just like beside myself. I wasn't dressed to the nines, and I wasn't getting bottle service, but it was a riot. And like I said, I'm trying not to geek out. And
it's
the
hard.
rule was, no pictures, don't ask for autographs, and don't touch the cup unless a player lets you. And so it just, I'm a little uptight. I'm a little nervous. And then the booze starts flowing. I'm drinking with Iserman and Shanahan. And then I started taking pictures, as I got a little bit more relaxed.
Oh, boy.
And then who shows up but Kid Rock and Pamela Anderson and her entourage.
Wow.
He plays a private concert there. And it was just unbelievable. And I got these pictures of a overserved Hasek with the cup and a chewed up cigar and the rest of the boys. But you want to talk about not, feeling like you don't belong? It was the antithesis. These guys made me feel like I belong.
Hockey players are a different breed, man. It's just they're awesome.
Yeah. They were great. And you want a bottle, you want something to drink, go get it. And I think it was Chelios who threw the party. And Yes, I got to meet all of them, and like I said, we just had a great time, and I think we rolled out of there about 4 or 5 in the morning, and yeah, something I'll never forget.
Sounds awesome, Barry. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. More of your calls next. We continue here. 97.1, The Ticket. Yeah, you brought this up. The UFC fans, ruthless Robbie Lawler, his last fight in the octagon, right?
Yeah, this weekend, man, his retirement fight.
That guy has provided a lot of entertainment.
A lot.
That guy just gave his all every time he fought. He was fun to watch, and you were say it on the air. It was disgusting.
I even asked you, I go, do you remember the fight where he cut his lip? And you're like, cut his lip?
That was not a cut.
No, it wasn't. It was a...
That was like somebody took an axe to his face, and the cut was so deep. I mean, it was literally split the side of the lip and went up towards like his nostril.
Yeah, it was like another mouth on his mouth.
It went perpendicular to his upper lip.
He won the fight, so he's all jacked up. You know, adrenaline's kicking, and I don't know if it was Rogan or Anik, whoever interviewing him. And Lawler's like yelling. We're like, stop talking.
Blood's just spurting everywhere when he's talking. Yeah, you need to just get that fixed. Please, God, stitch it up.
Disgusting.
Terrible. Ruthless Robbie Lawler. There he goes. Back to the phones we go. And John is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Sure.
Hey, my younger brother had a big job out with Volkswagen on the West Coast, and his boss bought 2 foursomes to the Drew Brees celebrity golf tournament.
wow.
It's got to be 10, 12 years ago. So he's supposed to take 7 clients with him, but he was nice enough to include his older brother. So I got to go out there. And the first day, we played 5-some, so 4 of us, and then 1 celebrity. It was Mike Haynes, who I believe is a Hall of Famer for the Raiders.
Defensive back for the Patriots back in the day.
Yep. He was great, but all he wanted to talk, he was a prostate cancer survivor. God bless him, but that's all he wanted to talk about. But he was still a great guy. But the second day, we had Kyle Bowler, who was at quarterback for, I think, Baltimore.
Yeah, he played at Cal and went to the Ravens, yeah.
What a letdown. He was soft, number one. And he brought his wife at the time, an infant son or daughter, and his father-in-law. They were with us the entire 18 holes right next to us, so it was a drag. And but here's the funny thing. The foursome in front of us was Alfonso Ribeiro,
fresh
Carlton.
Yeah.
And the guy in our group kept calling him Carlton.
No.
By the eighth hole, he told him, "And knock it off. My name's Alfonso," and we started laughing our butts off. But it was a great time, and again, my younger brother was nice enough to invite me out there.
You guys didn't
cool.
ask him to do the Carlton too, did you?
Did not.
Thank
God.
God.
I thought about it. Honest to God,
No.
I did, but we didn't have the guts.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, John.
Gator, you ever hear the story about him that I don't know, he's probably told us a million times, but it's obviously the number one thing people ask him to do when they see him or meet him for the first time or ever, and he can't shake it, man. I think he's at this point, he's incredibly pissed off if someone asks him to do it. Don't do it, people.
I mean, if he's gonna, I would never. I would never, never. And
it's like asking Rich Eisen about the 40, right, Doug? I mean, Gator.
A lot like that, Doug. Hey, man, I really like when you do that 40-yard dash thing. Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Idiot.
20 people online. Hey, that 40-yard dash. Hey, that 40-yard dash. Yeah, I mean,
Do the Carlton.
I don't know if is it this weekend where they have the Lake Tahoe celebrity golf thing. I don't know if that's this weekend or not, but I thought I saw something about maybe an anniversary of it. But Alfonso Ribeiro usually does that too, and they make him dance.
They make him.
They make. I mean,
No,
I don't know
man.
if they ask, and he does it.
No, he's got to refuse.
And what a sport, because like he's got the look on his face initially, oh, I can't believe I'm doing this, and then he does it. And he's in full character doing it, and I couldn't do that, man. There's no way I could.
Right? I mean, talk about typecast. Like, it's one thing to you can't get another role or something because of who you played or whatever, but this guy can't live his life.
No.
He can't walk around and go to the grocery store.
the Carlton. God, can you? And he's got to be good. He's got to be a good guy about it because everybody's got a camera these days, and it's like he just wants to punch somebody in the face. Like, no, I'm not doing the Carlton. I'm going home. Leave me alone. Jeff is next up here. 97 ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Good.
Hey, I don't know. This is about 25 years, or maybe a little longer than that. I was in the Air Force station down at Dayton, right past an Air Force base, and of course, I got volunteered to put on this banquet for a 3-star general who's retiring. There was a lot of work in this and that, whatever like that. And the banquet comes off and everything. They had some speakers. We had a break. I go get a beer, and I look up, and who's in front of me is Neil Armstrong. I couldn't believe it, and he was buying me. So I got to buy him his beer, and he thanked me, and then he looked over at me, and he wanted to have a conversation. He asked me, what I flew, and I felt like I was just taken aback by that, and I felt like Ralph Cramden on the Honeymooners. I couldn't talk. Humna.
Yeah.
So he was. It was.
But he was down to earth. He was just a guy, and he was just talking to you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But he thanked me and everything like that. And later on, he signed my program, and I got that framed and everything. But to meet him was just, especially when you're in aviation, it was pretty cool.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, dude walked on the moon. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. That's pretty freaking cool. Let's pick up Derek, who's next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Derek.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
So real quickly, back in maybe 2010, 2011, holiday season, there was a closed holiday party in downtown Plymouth. My buddy calls me up and he's like, hey, you and a friend can come, but that's it. So we go to this bar restaurant in downtown Plymouth. We walk in, and lo and behold, Matthew Stafford, Dominic Raiola, I want to say Drew Stanton, but I can't be sure, and a couple other Lions players were there. And Dominic Raiola, like up close and personal, is just a monster of a man. You don't realize how big he is until you're standing next to him. But casual setting, I'm sitting on this window ledge just watching the dance floor, and Matt Stafford comes over and sits right next to me. Like right next to him. We strike up a conversation, and we're just talking about, not football. We're just shooting the crap.
Yep.
And these two girls come over, and they like grab him, and he gets up and cordially dances with them to be nice. And he looks at me, and he signals me in. And I had a little bit of liquid courage, so I get up and I start dancing with this girl, and she just looks at me with like the most disgust, like, you are not Matthew Stafford. Go sit down. So I put my tail between my legs and I sat down, and he danced for a moment and came back and sat next to me. And I just remember telling him, I was like, man, that must happen to you a lot. He's like, it does. But it was just cool to be raw and in the element, and like actually just having a couple drinks with these guys. So it was really cool.
That is cool. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Still no word on DeBrincat, huh? We're still DeBrincat-less. I keep checking. Keep looking. Now that Zadina money is away, they got that, $2 million back? Any second, right?
You got to let Eisman slow cook, man.
Yeah?
That's what I'm calling it.
Got to let him slow cook. That's about right.
It's a crock pot, all right? You just set it.
It's a slow cooker.
This might be a while.
Set it. It could take a while, but when it's done, best dish you'll ever have. Oh, man. Rico Beard joins us today. I feel like this has just happened all week. Everybody waiting for DeBrincat, and it hasn't happened. It hasn't been traded yet. Yet it's inevitable, or is it?
No, I was laughing. Like, what happens first? This DeBrincat trade or Dame Lillard moves from Portland? It's just... That's what we're all waiting to see what happens. The longer it goes, the more I really start to believe it's not going to happen.
Oh, Rico.
It's just going to be the ultimate disappointment. It'll rank right up there with, what defensive player the Lions going to draft with that first pick. Wait, a running back? Oh, didn't see that.
There you go. Look at you. You're still not happy about that. I would have thought that, like, if you were going to bring it up, it would have been the Jameson Williams instead of Jordan Davis. That would have been the one. But
no, because a lot of times what we as fans want is not what CM wants.
It's not at all.
And then we were like so disappointed. Well, how could you not do this? It's right in front of your face, you jerk.
I think he wants to do this. I just think he wants to do it on his terms, and his terms apparently aren't matching up with what DeBrincat's terms might be.
And then I'm wondering if it's going to be like the Dylan Larkin contract where we find out that, you know what, Stevie just wouldn't budge on that last $50. No. Sorry. Like, Stevie, it's $50, and it's $50 you won't be getting. Okay.
It's possible. It's possible. Well, I'm hoping for your sake and the show that it comes up during your show that the move finally happens. But I'm not holding my breath. What is coming up in your show?
It was funny because I was talking with Jimmy, and he said, it's going to happen on Saturday, right? I was like, yeah, it probably will. When nobody's around.
Friday at 5:45.
But we're going to talk, because Rieger sent us out a text, and Mike and Kenny and myself, for about 3 minutes, were like, it's happening. It's happening. And it wasn't happening. So,
would Rieger have a source that didn't pan out?
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, DeBrincat wasn't on the Ottawa website.
Oh, yeah. Well, they went through that all this morning, I guess.
Right.
There was
so,
a point
for like 3 minutes this morning, we were all like, wait, it's going down.
And his Wikipedia page had him as a Red Wing or something like that.
Oh, wait. No, it's just a mistake. Some intern screwed up. So we got that. Also, man, the price people are willing to pay to see Victor Wembanyama in Vegas for a preseason, not even a preseason.
It's a summer league game.
Vegas summer league game. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't do it.
I mean, I get it for Chet Holmgren. Looking forward to that. Coming up next, Mike Valenti and Rico Beard right here at 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome, one and all. A just absolutely gorgeous Friday. And it's not just because of the lovely fitted hat Rico is wearing. Absolute eye candy by Rico Beard today. It is a floral Friday. I actually remembered, so I have participated this week. But we have a lot to do, except for Roberto, who's intent on walking around and annoying everyone today. I want to just jump in.
Any day that ends in Y.
No, today's a special day. Roberto's intent on getting his steps in from one cubicle to the next.
If only that were really true.
Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. All hopped up on sugar. So,
yeah, that'll last about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Right.
I just don't. Let's not even go there. We're going to leave that alone. I want to tell you about the moment that Kenny's heart stopped, and then 2 hours later, so did mine. We opened the show today. The stare down is real. Iserman, Dorian, Senators, DeBrincat, all reporting, all roads. It leads to Detroit. But yet, we don't have Alex DeBrincat.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what happened this morning? You were on the text.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Cott shows up to your door. I got you $1. Guys, I have major news. And it's a screen grab. Alex DeBrincat has been taken off the Senators roster on the website.
It's happening. It's
Right.
happening.
Happy days are here again. I'm editing the show sheet.
It's going down.
Memes, it's happening. It's all there. 45 minutes later. Retraction. DeBrincat's been added back to the Senators' website.
Right.
So, okay, fine. I go about my day. Now, I was unaware David had today off. No big deal. Go enjoy yourself, Hatchet. So I get a call from Kenny Cott. Now, I never hear from Kenny in the morning. Primarily, Kenny's not awake. So when I see my phone ring and it's Kenny G. Cott, I go, it's happening. It's happening. I go, our hockey savant, the consigliere's calling me. It's happening.
So he gave you the David call, and you thought, so you didn't hear David? Yeah.
I just want to talk show, man. What's going on? Is it happening?
No, because
David won't be back until Tuesday.
Kenny goes, hey, man, how you doing? I go, it depends what you say to me next. He goes, oh, I'm just here to talk show. I go, no, you don't unsolicited call me like this. Because Kenny doesn't communicate in the morning. It's not his style.
Right.
And if he does it, it's via text. It is the ultimate CTs. That's what we're labeling it. It is the ultimate CTs this morning because DeBrincat was off the website, then he was back. Unsolicited Kenny call. It's happening. It's not.
Yeah.
What a morning.
I can just imagine how, because he called me, but yeah, I just figured, I knew that Kenny was going to call. But for you,
I had no idea.
Kenny calling means, because Kenny never calls in the morning, people. It's always David who calls us.
That's correct.
So for you and the DeBrincat stuff, you were like, yes, we're getting our jerseys. Yes.
Just a dedicated foot soldier doing my job.
Right,
man.
right. Instead, I thought you were going to be Elliot Friedman and break the news.
With any luck, that happens within the confines of the 2 and 6
Well,
hours.
that leads us to this, and we have a very busy show planned. I've got some Pistons. I've got Lions. I've got Tigers. We're talking to Little Wings right now. I've got U of M football. We've got Who Said It. Loaded on a Friday, especially if you're driving up north. Good entertainment up 75. Kenny, you've led us to the pasture. What exactly in your mind is the holdup? But also, is this going to happen? Because I want to remind you, the man with the best hat in the land has said a truth. He said several. But the truth is, the longer a publicly reported deal is publicly reported on, the less often it actually happens. R.L. Beard, Psalms 49. But it's true. I can't argue you. So, Kenny, what are we doing here exactly? Other than teasing the hell out of people.
This has all the makings of Steve being stubborn and this trade lasting or taking as long as possible as it should. But I don't know what the holdup is. My speculation would be term. because term has been the word that's been, since day one with Steve, thrown around. It's either term or Ottawa's being stubborn, because that's what happened during the draft, if you remember. Ottawa said, we're not going to trade pennies on the dollar. It's not going to happen like that. So it's either Steve being stubborn with term or Ottawa being stubborn with the return.
Okay.
Somebody's being very stubborn, and it's very frustrating.
What is your faith Friday at 2 in the afternoon? Days upon days of reporting now. It's down to the Wings and Islanders. DeBrincat only wants to be a Red Wing. They're on the 1 yard line. The deal is close. This should get done. Into today, DeBrincat taken off of the Senators' website. Just kidding, he's back. Right. Into a Kenny Cott CT's call. Kenny, is this happening?
My faith level is high primarily because you have people like Elliot Friedman. Make all the jokes you want about the guy you can.
Why do people make fun of him?
I don't know, because he's kind of a goober. He's a goofball.
Okay, but I'm not hockey elite, so I have to ask the question.
He is the elite of the hockey elite. If you want hockey information, that's the guy giving it to you most of the time.
But all these guys are goofballs.
Oh, 100%.
Woj is a goofball. Schefter's a goofball. Passan's a goofball. They're all goofballs. You got to be a little goofy to be the scoop guy for a sport.
And
You're
that's
a goof.
him. That's him with hockey. That's exactly the same parallel.
Faith that people, I want to know this right here, right now. We're sitting here at 2 o'clock. I think we all thought this was going to be done in short order. Yeah. It's not. Rico's hoping it doesn't get done because Rico likes being right more than he likes oxygen.
Oh, please.
You're Mr. Keep the Receipt, man.
You are. You do a segment called Receipts. You can't act like you're anybody else.
No, we just do that because we just have fun with it, which
right.
I forgot. We still got an NBA receipt thing that we haven't done. We gotta
Can't wait.
Or he gets to tell us that he's right some more.
The segment should be titled Rico Makes His Partners Look Like Horses' Asses.
No. As I told Kenny, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of anybody who follows college football recruiting. You're just waiting for DeBrincat to sit down with a table with a bunch of hats and just put one on and says, for the next 8 months, I'm going to be committed to, and he puts on a Wings hat or an Islanders hat or some, but that's what this has to feel because there's so many rumors and whispers and, oh, did you read this? And I saw this and I talked to somebody who knows this. And it has that feel that in the end you realize no one really knows anything.
No, and you know what Rieger said last night that I thought was interesting? Because I thought Rieger was pretty compelling when we left. You know, you've never gotten a sense that Yzerman's in love with the player. No, there's been no reporting about that. It's never been that the Wings have made DeBrincat their number one target, that the Wings are all in. You haven't seen those reports. Part of that is probably Steve is as secretive and close to the vest as any GM in the league. Part of it might be, again, Rieger's presentation. Maybe he doesn't love the player. He signed all defensively responsible players. The size, DeBrincat being short, clearly the Steve bots have been everywhere saying it. Maybe he doesn't fit the style of wing he wants on his first line. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying it was compelling radio. Mm-hmm. If you really wanted him, wouldn't this be done? Or is that an unfair question from an elite non-hockey guy?
Well, this is, and I hate to do this, but this is Steve Yzerman we're talking about. This guy doesn't do anything half measures. He doesn't take unnecessary risks. So he's going to drag this thing out for as long as he wants to. There's not going to be it has to happen by noon on Friday. There is no deadline. There is no specific timeline for him. He might just walk away, which is what I'm a little bit concerned about.
I'm going to tell you right now, that shouldn't be a concern. It should be a fear.
It is a fear. It's a legitimate fear based on what he's done. Look at the draft. He just walked away and said, you know what? You don't want pennies on the dollar, quote unquote. That's fine. Bye.
My whole point is, and we did this to close the show yesterday, you have a 25-year-old player from here, Farmington Hills native, wants to be here, according to all reporting. Guys, I can't give you another name that we know that to be true. You got to go get this kid. So, look, he had a terrible year last year in the minds of many of you. He'd still be your leading scorer.
Still short.
Think that.
This guy on a down year had the best of any Red Wing.
Right. So here's my question to the hockey elite. News team assemble. How bad do you want DeBrincat? And is it going to happen? You can go scale of 1 to 10, how bad you want this guy. scale of 1 to 10, faith, it's happening. For me, it's an 8. I cannot possibly put a non-superstar in a 10 category. He's a star. He's a good player. He's a really good player and a 40-goal scorer twice in his career. The point is, I want him. 8. Faith, it's happening. The longer it drags out, despite everything Kenny's saying being true, and it's an Yzerman classic, what Rico is saying, I have PTSD because I view it through the lens of all sports. The more reporting on a deal, the longer it takes, the less often they happen.
Or it happens, but it's not the team that you thought it was going to be.
6.5, that it happens. 8, how badly I want it to happen.
Last time I was confident that this was going to happen was the draft. I was at about exactly, and that also happened at the draft. No, I was about an 8.5 at the draft, and then it didn't happen despite all the reporting, and now it's being reported on even more than it was at the draft.
It's every day.
And exactly, there's an update every day.
It really is, outside of the mystery of Tarasenko still not being signed. It is like the story in the NHL. It's reported on every single day, everywhere.
Yeah. It's the NHL version of the whole Dame Lillard saga where every person says, well, it's this, it's that. I would probably put it at a 9 or a 10 because I think that I want him here because this is a player that can help the Wings right now. Plus, he knows this area. He knows Detroit. So it's not going to be a culture shock for him. He wants to be here. That's major. That's key because the Wings aren't close to winning a Stanley Cup, but he still wants to be here. So you got to take advantage of that. It's going to happen. I'm at a 5. And if you ask me tomorrow, it may not be that high.
Oh, okay. All right. You know what? I'm throwing the number out. Let's have some fun. 248-539-9797. Hockey Elite Unite. How bad do you want DeBrincat? And is your faith waning because this isn't happening yet? Also, Kenny killed us. Made our heart stop twice today. Not fair. 248-539-9797.
I can just imagine when his name popped up on your phone.
I was like, DeBrincat. Yes.
It's happening. It's finally happening.
Unbelievable. You realize you spend a third of your life sleeping. Well, now that we know that depressing fact, how about you get the most comfortable mattress, and that is the brand new iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced temperature. Serta mattresses have been made in Michigan for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. And just in case you're worried, we've got Lions for you, top of next hour. About 2 weeks from training camp, rookies reporting. I got a list of 5 players who have either been connected to you incessantly or are simply available on the open market, or a combination of both. I want to know which one you want the most, factoring in acquisition cost, role, fit, personality. We'll get to that top of the hour. Kenny Ticket Text. How bad do you want DeBrincat, and is this happening? Because Kenny killed us today. DeBrincat's not on the Senators' website. It's happening. 30 minutes later, DeBrincat's back on Senators' website. Not happening. 30 minutes later, calls me, which he never does before 10 a.m. It's happening. It's happening. Hey, Mike, just talking show. David's on vacation.
Hey, how you doing there, buddy?
Kenny with the ticket text, please.
Love it, 10, Faith 2, and then it just says, thanks, Kenny.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Happy DeBrincat weekend has to be this weekend or it's not happening.
Okay, how truthful is that in the realm of the NHL?
It varies so much where you can't make a blanket statement like that, but it does have the vibe where, man, this thing, if it's at the 1 yard line, it's got to be, it's got to be this weekend, right?
Hey, man, the way you acted, telling me DeBrincat was taken off the Sens website, yeah, I'd like to think so.
Here's one that actually makes a pretty decent point. I also think this gets done over the weekend because Larkin's extension came out of nowhere, considering the back and forth between Lark's camp and Stevie.
If we take the air Monday and it's not done, what's your faith quotient? Sub 5?
It depends on the reporting over the weekend, but
with this reporting.
The reporting has been the only thing keeping my faith invested, though. Every day, Freeds is out there going, hey, they're at the 1 yard line. Hey, they're still talking.
He wants to play for the Wings.
He wants to play for us. There's been holdups with both camps, but they're still working hard at a deal. When I see they're still working hard at a deal, that means something is happening.
Right,
There's
and
a
that's
reason
where,
to update the report.
If Rico's God were real, it would happen on a Floral Friday. 75 and sunny. We're all here dressed like idiots.
It does fit the vibe, doesn't it?
He is real. And unfortunately,
then
Mike,
deliver DeBrincat.
He says you test him way too much. So therefore, that's why.
Okay, well,
if we get here by Monday, Kenny, at that point, I would feel like Doctor Strange in the Avengers movie 1.
Yeah, you'd be at like a 0, right?
No.
Yeah.
3.5. Come on. Oh, my.
But if there's reports coming out saying they're still at the 1 yard line and they're about to put the deal through.
Buddy, at that point, it's 4th and goal. You've taken 2 false starts, and it's 4th and goal from the 11.
Honestly, I would probably raise the number higher if I stop hearing things, because that means stuff is in the works. But the more and more you keep hearing, well, this person heard this and this, okay, it's just kind of a smokescreen. It's when things go silent, that's when you're sitting behind the table. That's when you're getting stuff done.
Rico, are you suggesting we're Marshawn Lynch at the 1 yard line? Just, hand me the ball. Oh, we're throwing a pass here?
No, yeah, we're going to throw the ball. Yeah. Got this great play.
Let's go to the people. Randy's going to bat lead off on a Friday. Randy, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? You guys might recall I called in last week, and me and Kenny had a moment talking about Kyle Connor.
Very special time going down.
Randy, welcome back, buddy.
Going down Winnipeg's roster.
I listen every day, but once you guys get into hockey, I'm a hockey nerd like you, Kenny, so I feel compelled to call in. So
excellent.
Here's my philosophy. I would love Kyle Connor, would love, Nylander, but they're asking for so much. In no way on this earth is Yzerman going to give up what they'll be asking for. So based on that, guy being from Detroit, my want level is 10. It has to be, because he's not going to go out and do the other things that I would think that this franchise needs to at least show the fans that he's making that necessary big leap. I'm sick and tired of these middle 6 guys and guys that are on 1 year deals that put up 40 points and can't play defense. So the reality is, if he wants to show the fan base that he's really serious, you're not going to find a 25-year-old guy that grew up here and also wants to play for us. So it has to be a 10. Yzerman has to put some faith back into the franchise, and I think it's the only way to do it.
So let me ask you the question, the second part. What is your faith level this actually gets done?
It's dropping as like you got. I would say right now it's a 5, because I'm just waiting to be disappointed. I was watching the draft, and I'm like, okay, the Phoenix is picking 2 picks before us. They pick a guy that should have gone in the 20s. You could have gave up your pick 2 picks later and a second rounder and moved up, and they still would have got their guy. You go and get Michkov, but they don't. They didn't do that. He's not taking any swings. He's just trying to hit a bunch of singles, and I'm sick of it, to be honest with you. And I'm the biggest diehard Red Wings fan there is.
All right. I mean, again, I don't want to sell fear. Yesterday I was selling hope. Guilty. We thought this was happening. When it came out, deal's close. They're getting this done. Oh, and by the way, he wants to be a Red Wing. I'm going, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Then he got taken off the website this morning. It's going to happen. A cold call from Kenny. It has happened. Nope. No. None of the above.
See, the web thing, that's when I was like, oh, okay, because normally that's the tip-off.
What kind of a loser do you have to be, though, to be checking the Ottawa Senators website to see if Alex DeBrincat has been taken off?
Let's give Rieger a call.
All right, good. Jordan, 97.1. Good God. Jordan, how are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
So let me start with why I think it's going to happen. So, number one, Ottawa does not have much cap space to sign him. He's eligible to go, or I think he has to go to arbitration, where basically the third-party company is going to set a salary for him, assuming he stays with Ottawa. They only have about $7.5 million left, and they need to sign like 3 more forwards. So DeBrincat would take all that money.
Yeah, and he's already turned down an 8-year extension. He is not staying there regardless of cap.
The only way it would work is if it would be a sign and trade. So he'd sign a contract and then immediately get traded to the Wings.
Correct.
So that's why I think it's going to happen. I think it's about an 8.5, 9.
Okay.
How
bad do you want it to happen?
Want also an 8.
Okay.
He is a great goal scorer. He is a star. Definitely not like on like the Matthews.
No.
That type
the
level.
way I've been putting it is you take your top 15 players in the league, those are the superstars. He's not in that class, but he's somewhere in the next 30 players. He's a really good hockey player.
Agreed. The only thing that's holding me back is he has put up those numbers with the other, top 15, top 30 NHL. He played with Patrick Kane. In Ottawa, he played with, I believe it's Claude Giroux, Josh Norris. Like, those are pretty good players as well. Wings, Larkin is a great player, but after that, they fall short pretty quickly.
They do.
They have a lot of depth players.
Here's what I would say. If you put him on a line with Lucas Raymond and Dylan Larkin, that's a fringy top 10 line in the league. And you have to reinvest in Dylan Larkin, considering the money you've given him. And giving him a guy that's going to create some space is going to be able to score 30-plus minimum. I hate putting a 40-plus on anybody not named, McDavid or Matthews. But, yeah, I mean, Jordan, it's right there for them. Like, we just want this to happen.
What do you think a trade package from Detroit looks like?
I mean, Kenny and I were spitballing it before the draft. Like, was it 2 second-round picks and Berggren? Was it pick 17 alone? Like, we were spitballing these things. You have the Bruins pick next year, which is now current league year. I really don't know, Jordan, but there's no way, if Dorian is serious about getting a return for a guy who's going to be a rental if this goes to the regular season, he's not even daring to ask for the untouchable names and Evanson and all. That's not happening. So Kenny, do you co-sign what I've just described?
Yeah, and he doesn't have the leverage to do so, considering by each passing day, DeBrincat's trade value goes down and down and down, considering they're up against that wall. They're up against the deadline. They're up against his contract just running. So, yeah, no, I don't think you're out of line.
All right. Let's go to Don. He gets the last word. We get to some NFL football. Donald, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I just feel like DeBrincat and his group, they're gonna take the towel, they're gonna wring it out, they're gonna get every last drop because this is his last deal, and he knows the chances of going to a team that wants him, for him to be a hometown guy. They know the Red Wings are very, very interested in trying to make this happen, but he wants to get paid. I mean, do you blame him? He's going to get his money.
No, I don't
and
blame
he
him.
To get as much as he can.
I don't blame him as long as they're being somewhat realistic. Meaning, you can't get into the 9, 10, 10-plus range. That's not the type of player he is. But if he's
That's
asking...
what I think is holding this up, Mike. He's probably thinking he's in
then
the
you know
nine.
what?
But at some point, you have to realize
Yeah.
I'm not getting that.
And Don, guess what? Here, I'll say something. Kenny's beard is going to fall off. If this kid came in asking for 9.5 or 10, I walk away from the deal in sum total.
I just think it's low nines, and I think what's going to happen is then here's Yzerman. Right, Steve Bots are out there, right? But right now, when he makes this deal, now he's on the tightrope, and he knows this is the time.
Yeah.
If you land this deal, now we're making our run. This is the marker.
Yeah, and in many ways, Don, I totally agree with you, and it's a hell of a good point. It's almost like you hit the stopwatch the minute you get to DeBrincat. You actually are putting a standard on yourself. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's similar to Harbaugh, right? It took so long for him to jump over the hoop, right? I know we had large expectations for Harbaugh. We have large expectations for Yzerman too. But again, there's going to be that point where, all right, you had your leeway. Everybody's giving you, bowing down to Stevie, but now it's time.
That's
right. You land this, all bets are off.
I can't wait. And Don, it's a great call, and I can't wait for the Steve bots who have slandered DeBrincat for weeks to now tell you why it's the right move.
That's when you'll find out that short is the new sexy.
No, it'll change. They'll be like, this is what he was planning all along, guys. You didn't see the plan.
You just needed to wait and be patient. Loudmouths.
Rico.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU, and I'm asking you, you need to be curious. No, you actually need to go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts program that'll teach you how to produce and direct and write for radio and television, or the Digital Media Arts program where you'll study and practice various aspects of video production, the Graphics Communications program where you learn how to create stunning visual for print and digital media. You can do all of this as specs at LTU. You need to go to the website. You need to be curious. Hit the website up, ltu.edu/specs. Do that today. Classes are starting in the fall. You're going to be taught by instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. So we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn what it takes from day one. After you do that, you need to make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. So hit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and enroll in Specs to start your career today.
All right, we're going to be mixing in football all day today amidst the Tigers, Pistons, Red Wings stuff. With that, we are 8 Fridays from college football kickoff. So why not get a little flavor here? Kenny, subpar production, please. All right, Kenny, college football, what do you have?
So this comes courtesy of 24/7.
Another Georgia player arrested going 90 and a 55.
There is not, but hopefully that stays that way.
Kirby Smart has nothing to say about the matter.
Seriously, there is.
Oh, really?
One of your linebackers.
Oh, I did not know that. I didn't
It was
see
a little
that headline.
blurb. I mean, listen, I'm not freaking out about it. It's just like, Jesus, man, Georgia, they get to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So speak.
But was he lighting fireworks at 1 a.m?
Okay, Kenny.
So we're looking here at coaches in the Big Five conferences, that their rankings, how they fare against top 25 ranked teams.
Okay.
There's a list of the good, there's a list of the bad. So let's rattle off a couple, just get you guys to guess, who do you think is at the top win percentage-wise against the 25?
Saban, Smart.
Boom, boom. That's
Okay.
2 and 3.
I'll go wild card.
Wait, that's 2 and 3.
Yep.
Who's number one?
This is by win percentage. Kirby Smart has won more games than this person has coached at number 1.
Wow.
In the Big Ten.
Ryan Day?
Yes, that's number 1.
Good poll.
He is 16 and 6 at a 72% win rate. Number 1 nationally. Kirby Smart 2, and Nick Saban 3.
Where's Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly. He is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the list.
Okay.
That was my next one.
He normally does a pretty decent job. He had the big win last year. Numbnuts. They blew out Ole Miss, I think.
He represents ninth. I'm sorry. He represents the last guy on the top 9 winning percentages above 50%. He's 51.5.
All right.
I was thinking, I don't know if Lincoln Riley has enough games under his belt, but Lincoln Riley
is number 5.
Yes.
Excellent poll.
I'm doing a lot better in this game.
You're turning it around. You're turning
Rico
the franchise
likes this
around.
game. All right. What are the other ones in the top 10?
After Lincoln Riley, you have Dabo Sweeney at 61%.
You know what that is, though? That's the king of beating number 23 ranked Wake Forest.
It's like you're there, but are you really?
25th.
Yeah, the ACC is the king of number 24 UVA.
Just knocked off 25th Coastal Carolina.
And then you have Chip Kelly at 55.5%. Jimbo Fisher right after that, 53.
Wait, Jimbo is still batting north of 50%?
He's 27 and 25.
Oh, you're still living off FSU.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, let's go to the naughty list.
Wait, is this just one Big Ten school? Coach?
In the naughty list?
No, and the good list.
Yeah, that's all that there is from the Big Ten and the good list.
Yeah,
is
the
Ohio
naughty
State.
list, I guarantee you Harbaugh's there.
I didn't know if Harbaugh. No,
Oh, he's
because
there.
Michigan's won a lot of top 25 games. They just didn't knock off top, people on the road.
Jim Harbaugh.
Harbaugh is the best of the worst.
Okay,
so
I was
he's
wrong.
at 47%
This game
representing
blows.
the top
I don't
of
like
the
it.
list.
Right, but he's on the naughty list. I knew he was under 500.
Well, the bowl games hurt him.
Rico,
No,
what are
no.
we separating those out?
No, I'm saying that's what really hurts him because he's 1 in 6?
All right,
1 in
and
7?
he saved
plus,
the loss when they dodged COVID.
Right.
I mean, come on.
No, you're right.
I would like to have Rico Lamar Beard guess on what the naughty list contains.
Coach on the naughty list.
Guy who never beats ranked opponents.
And this will further my proof that my conference is better than your conference.
James Franklin.
James Franklin is, in fact, on the list.
That's a good one. That's a
James
very
Franklin
good one.
is the second best of the worst.
That's a very good one.
30% win rate against top 25 teams, 13 and 12. Or 20.
How about now, does it have to be someone currently coaching?
Yes.
Okay, so that eliminates who I was going to select. I was going to say Paul Christ. Go ahead, Kenny. Give us another hint. I like this.
Kurt Ferentz?
No, Kurt Ferentz is not on the list. Think Big Ten. That's my clue.
This guy. Think Big
It's
Ten.
basically name a Big Ten coach at part of this list.
Hold on. May I ask one question?
Sure.
Is there a minimum games the
The lowest I'm seeing on here is probably 18 total. Oh, actually, no, 10. There's one coach on here with 10, but that's not a Big Ten coach.
Okay.
I don't think
Who are the
Tucker's
big? Hold on, I got one.
Go ahead.
And it's Rico's boy,
Mm-hmm.
Mike Loxley.
Mike Loxley is the worst in the Power 5, 8% win rate against top 25 teams.
You and those effing turtles.
2-23.
Hey, Kenny, who am I? This is the year Maryland puts it together.
Which transitioned nicely into... No, Scott Frost is not on the list.
Sound like Bubba Gump.
But Matt Rule is
Turtle
also
soup.
on the list.
Ball shrimp, fry shrimp, Creole shrimp. All right.
Matt Rule also on the list at 2-16.
Wait a minute. Matt Rule, in his time at Temple and Baylor, went 2-16 against ranked teams.
Yes.
A lot of Big 12 losses.
Wow.
That's why I told you, think Big Ten. There's still more Big Ten on this list.
More?
Pat Fitzgerald?
Pat Fitzgerald's not on the list.
Okay.
I don't think he's playing
And
enough
not
top
on the
25
field
games.
currently.
That is accurate also.
If you read the news today, 2-week suspension. Yikes. All right.
Tom Allen.
Tom Allen is on the list.
Yeah.
Fourth worst in the Power 5, 3-23.
Indiana.
One you wouldn't get, Jeff Hafley in Boston College. You can count that if you like.
It's an ACC team.
Okay. And the last one is a Big Ten school.
What is
one
it?
that me and Roberto have an affinity for.
Rutgers.
Rutgers.
Greg Schiano?
Greg Schiano. Fifth worst in the Power 5, 12%, 4-27.
Honest, that's incredible when he says that. Because I go back to when he coached Rutgers the first time. And they were up to number 2 in America. And they played ranked teams.
Mm-hmm.
But then you hear what Kenny just said. What was it, 4-27?
4-27, 12%.
So here's my question.
But
when is Greg Schiano going to be under some heat? Rutgers
he
brought him.
was. But then Rutgers was so desperate, and they just went back to the glory days. He won here. Let's bring him back.
I'm saying now that you brought him back, and he's looking like Johnny Majors the second time, when is he under heat? He's been terrible at Rutgers. Rutgers. He's been terrible.
You want the truth? I don't think it's going to happen. I think that Rutgers knows who else is coming here.
I mean, if you've reached that stage, just shut the program down.
I was going to say, the second somebody cares about Rutgers is when that's going to happen.
Hey, no, that's not fair.
Is it?
Right.
Come on.
And that is in football college today.
Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor, 50 years creating delicious pizza, in-house made dough, real mozzarella cheese, none of that Wisconsin white nonsense, and special menu items all summer long. We've talked about it. They had the 73 Classic in spring. They've now moved to the Bee Sting pizza, their famous pizza with hot honey drizzle. You pick the 2 toppings, and away you go. $12.99. Mix and match is still going on, $6.99 a pop. You find the menu items, mix and match them, $6.99 each. It's all there for you. It's Hungry Howie's. Try that new Bee Sting pizza, $12.99 as well. It's Hungry Howie's. Menu items, limited time only. Hungry Howie's. All right, Kenny, give me a couple of ticket texts. Top of the hour. Got some Lions for you guys. About 2 weeks from camp. And I got a list. And you're going to have to pick one. So I'll tell you. We'll do it in about 10 minutes. Kenny, a few ticket texts, and we'll go on the board.
Am I the only one wishing away summer for college football? That blitz got me excited.
I mean, it's idealistic, not realistic. Like, in an ideal world, you're like, geez, I wish it was here. But realistically, ain't nobody trying to get rid of this weather and summer. And certainly, I mean, look, in radio, newsflash, you take a lot of time off in summer. So, no, please, I don't want to wish that away.
No, but he makes a good point because I was thinking about it when I was putting together that list, and I was thinking, 50 days away from college football.
I think for Michigan fans, it's certainly plausible. I mean, you're competing for a national title. You got Blake Corum saying national title or bust.
Yeah, and I think for Michigan fans or Georgia fans, your season doesn't really start till like 6-7 weeks in. So you just kind of want to speed past the September games and the early October games until you get to the games that actually mean something.
Truth.
Well, breaking in a new quarterback, I just want to know what I have, and I'm sure Michigan fans feel in a similar way.
Well, I'm sure when you play Cass Tech, your quarterback will throw for 8 touchdowns.
We're rooting for you as
when
you
we
play
DeVry in week 3.
Right, the Windsor Surgeons Club.
Right.
Go ahead, and then we'll go on the board.
DeBrincat, excitement at a 10, and realistically, he will be here because he wants to be here. Also a 10, I'm all in.
If there were a God, it would happen while we're on the air.
I agree.
No show deserves it more than us. No one has driven the DeBrincat train faster than us. No one has piloted it like us. We have driven this home. We are Team DeBrincat as elite non-hockey guys. On the board. I got a terrible pick. I'm going to give you an absolutely terrible selection. I am going to give you the Detroit Tigers tonight because if you can't hit Alek Manoah, you should quit baseball. Alek Manoah was pitching. Alek, this is.
I'm just imagining the scene in Rudy with everybody with their resignation. Coach, I quit.
Yeah.
Coach,
this is
I
for
quit.
Rudy, Coach. So, yeah, like if Zach McKinstry strikes out tonight against Alek Manoah.
You just walk back to AJ. I quit.
Hand in your jersey.
Yep, here you go.
This one's for Justin Henry Malloy, Coach. So, look, Manoah was pitching at the Toronto Blue Jays Complex League in Florida. He was so bad, he didn't go to AAA. He didn't go to AA. He didn't go to single A. He went to the Complex League and pitched against janitors and substitute teachers and got lit up there. Toronto has inexplicably brought him up for tonight's affair. Oh, wait, checks notes. You're the worst offense that God has ever seen. If you don't hit Alek Manoah, quit. Shut the season down. Take the batteries out of the carousel. We're done here. It's Faedo, Manoah. It's a battle of bad and worse. I will take bad at plus odds. Tigers plus 120. Kenny, that's it. That's all. Here's Rico to give you a 7-leg to get a hit parlay. Go.
Just 4 legs.
Oh, that's wondrous.
That's much better.
Just 4 legs, but I'm just going to go to the Bank of the Braves to go with Acuna, to go with Albies, and to go with Matt Olson. And while we're at it, let's throw in Wander Franco. And all 4 of those guys just to record a hit, plus 325.
God, that feels like an act of seduction, doesn't it? Like, that sounds easy.
That's 4 legs.
But there's no way it pans out.
It does.
I know. It just seems too easy.
You want a little more sizzle to it?
No.
What did you say the odds were at?
Plus 325.
Jeez.
I'd say you want to throw Michael Harris in there.
No.
Okay.
Throw Torkelson in there.
No.
Okay.
Now, that's irresponsible.
Okay.
Call the number.
Now, Kenny, I know.
Wait, how about Torkelson with a Baez-like third strike swing?
I don't think they
plus
give,
260.
Yeah, they don't give odds on such things.
Wouldn't be any value if they did.
Kenny, do you co-sign the selection tonight or no?
I do co-sign your selection, especially it's at plus odds. You're looking at Alek Manoah, who hasn't pitched well since basically last year around the All-Star break. So, yeah, I co-sign it. But I was going to ask you a question because I'm sitting in David's chair. Do I have to bet on a WNBA game?
No.
Is that protocol?
Prefer if you didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to avoid that.
What do you make it a total tonight at 9?
See, you were looking exactly where I was looking. 9 with Manoah. Feels like a steal almost.
Oh,
doesn't
don't never say that.
No.
Tigers have been shut out 12 times this year.
As someone would say, that's Vegas begging you.
They are, but I saw Manoah pitch firsthand. I've been watching the guy since the beginning of the year as a Blue Jays fan. I don't know, man. I think there's value in betting the over there, even if it's at minus 120.
Time out. Are you going to the game tonight?
I thought about it. I may end up at the game on Sunday.
Okay, I was going to say, if Kenny was going, that's a bias bet.
No. I wouldn't go to an Alek Manoah
fun.
game. There's no way I would go to a Manoah start. I want to see, Gaussman, I think, is on Sunday or Saturday.
This is his get-right game.
Gaussman's tomorrow. Bassett is Sunday.
Okay, Gaussman tomorrow. That might be the one.
Tigers scored 9 runs yesterday, so they may be out of runs for
and lose 1-0 tonight.
You want to bet an under, by the way. Look at the under, whatever it's set at tomorrow, and just hammer it because Gaussman just does not allow any sort of offense. I don't know what that would be, but that would be my pick for the weekend if you're looking for some
Let's
fun.
start the weekend right. Let's at least beat Toronto in game 1. Alek Manoah could not strike out 18-year-olds. If he comes here and dominates, Rico, the life rafts are out. That is on the board. All right, no better place to bet on baseball than FanDuel. And Rico puts the hit props together, the home run props. FanDuel's got more betting markets than anyone. Maybe you're simpler. Maybe you just want to play a total, play a side. But the real way to me is the live betting, especially with baseball. The odds, the shifts they take, you're down 1-0 in the second inning, something of that nature. There's, shout out Jim Costa, value.
Or when the Tigers kill your parlay, you live bet.
Probably a good time to just say FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. All the bonus bets, all the promotions, the home run night on Tuesdays, they've got it all. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. think that song gets worse every time we play it. Welcome in on a Friday. Odyssey.com Rewind. If you want to hear DeBrincat talk and Kenny almost killing this entire show with fake announcements of a DeBrincat rumor and a DeBrincat trade, I will leave it alone. Let's get to the Lions because, look, it's been a busy week with the other teams. And we're 2 weeks from camp where rookies report, and the Lions have been one of these teams where two things have been true. They're the it team, or one of the it teams in the league regarding hype and sizzle, and you know I'm on board. I believe they're winning this division. We are winning a home playoff game. I will speak it into existence. But the other thing that's been true is the Lions seemingly have been connected to players all offseason long. Now, I'm not just talking about mom's basement articles. I'm talking about reports. Like
I just keep going.
Right. So, but did you see the zip of the pass? So the point I'm making is, excuse me. I mean, this man is out of control. You have been connected to the following players. And I think we all feel like, look, the Lions have cap space. And while they are going to win this division and they are going to win a home playoff game, I don't think anybody'd be against a move. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the names. And all I ask of you, the listeners, and Rico and Kenny, is the following. Consider on some level cost. Cost of acquisition, whether they're a free agent or you need to trade for them, the role they will play, and culture fit. You control how you view your team. I have a viewpoint on them. Again, they're going to win the division. They're going to win a home playoff game. But I have certain parts of this team that I think could use enhancement, insurance, depth, whatever you call it. So let me give you the names. And Gator talked a little bit about one of them. But you have been connected to this player all offseason. He is a free agent. He is expensive. He is, in my world, over the hill, but I'll stay out of it. Wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. You have been connected all offseason to a player you might have to trade for. A guy who was not given a fifth-year option by his team. They spent the money elsewhere. When he's right, he's dominant. The problem is he's been hurt a lot. Former number 2 overall pick, Chase Young. You have been connected all offseason to a pass rush specialist who is allergic to playing the run. He's a free agent. He'd be cheap. And frankly, has no problem moving zip codes because he plays for a new team every year.
Seems like every other week.
Right. He's a blockbuster plastic video case. He's passed around quite a bit. Yannick Ngakoue. You have been connected to a potentially soon-to-be-released player who, even if you traded for him, would be low draft capital. Slot machine, gritty, gutty, smart kid. Role has been reduced because of regime change. I give you Las Vegas Raider, Hunter Renfrow. The other player you've heard whispered is Rico's age. Strictly a depth piece. Accomplished player.
Throw a flag.
But he is far closer to the end than the beginning. I give you Melvin Ingram. Some of these guys are expensive. Some are cheap. Some are free agents. Some require a trade. My question is, who of that list, if you have to pick one with a couple weeks to camp, who are you picking? 248-539-9797. Now, I have an answer, but I'm gonna wait. I don't want to poison the jury. I'm an influential man. I don't want to influence the people. Rico has the best hat in the room, so he gets to go first. Of the 5, couple wide receivers, couple D linemen, different age ranges. Rico, when I read you the list, Chase Young, DeAndre Hopkins, Yannick Ngakoue, Hunter Renfrow, Melvin Ingram. Did any of those jump out at you, or is this a struggle to pick one?
No, there was one that jumped out at me, Mike, and it's because this team, I think, is in their window. The window's not next year. They're there now. Take a chance on Chase Young. You could, if he ends up bombing, you could still absorb him because you still have a lot of young players. But if he goes back to being the Chase Young that you thought, to pair him with Aiden Hutchinson, with Houston, to all the other defensive, because you really didn't address the defensive line, this is a gamble. This is a team that's in a division that even if you screw this up, you could possibly still win a division. You're in this window. Take advantage of it. Take a chance on a guy like Chase Young. He can help you out immediately, especially if he's healthy. Probably going to cost a trade, but I would do it.
All right, Rico's going bold. He wants to make a deal, give up a couple day 2, day 3 picks, lay out a big contract, and get a bookend for Aiden. Can't make fun of it. It's expensive. It's risky. Your doctor's got to trust the knee. Okay.
Right, because
Kenny,
just winning the division can't be good enough.
Well, no, that's already in the bag. Kenny, go ahead. Of the list, Chase Young, DeAndre Hopkins, Yannick Ngakoue, Hunter Renfrow, Melvin Ingram. Considering cost of acquisition, role, and where you believe they need help.
I'm reaching into the DVD bin and going with Yannick Ngakoue, primarily because he's cheap. He provides that pass rush. I'm not exactly as worried about the run stopping as much as I am supporting the secondary that I just built this offseason. You can do that with a pass rusher. Their jobs get way easier.
Yep.
Hutch's job gets way easier.
And again,
you're paying him cinnamon sticks.
This is an interesting pick by Kenny because it's a player you can get pretty cheap. He has always been consistent that I believe every year in the league he's at least 7.5 sacks. It would give you the rotation at defensive end edge we're looking for. He doesn't play the run, so there's no issues about ever needing him on first or second down. He comes in with a defined role. Get the quarterback. That's it. Don't need you 50 snaps a week. Probably don't need 40. May not even need 30. 25 snaps a week. And especially when we're closing the game out, go get the quarterback. All right?
And for cheap, you've helped out your secondary in a big way.
No, I mean, I like that, Kenny. I'm a little hesitant because stopping the run was one of their biggest problems. You didn't address that.
Let me give you my selection. It might surprise you. It's actually Hunter Renfrow. And I'll tell you why. No, I'm being serious.
No. In my mind, all I hear is Jim Costa and the value.
No, it's not that. It's more culture fit. This is a guy that was a walk-on who turned himself into a great football player at Clemson. This is a kid who is a brainiac, knows playbooks, knows how to be a pro. What have we had a bit of an issue with J-Mo? Amon-Ra is a dog, but he's a red ass. He works, right? You bring Hunter Renfrow in here. I have 2 guys you can't play man against. Slot machines. What this would do, too, is allow for a little bit more pre-snap motion, allow for more manipulation of the defense. And I know we need a perimeter receiver. Well, J-Mo's going to play week 7. J-Mo's going to be that outside presence. Reynolds will be that outside presence. I don't want to get – like the DeAndre Hopkins thing, I don't think what people realize is even if the things I've been told aren't true, which is a fantasy, they are true. The point is, let's say they're fake. You're blocking a potential star that you use the number 12 pick on. DeAndre Hopkins would come here and have a demand. Not only the cost, not only the years, a demand, Rico, to be the 1 or 1A target share guy. Well, I don't need that. Amon-Ra is going to be number 1 in targets. J-Mo, the perimeter is going to be available to you if and when you come back and hit the ground running. Hunter Renfrow gives me insurance. It gives me a diverse approach. And if I put guys in motion, I use multiple slot receivers. Rico, you know what I like? Giving Jared Goff nice 7 to 10 yard throws. I know it's not sexy. But for a 6th-round pick or once he gets cut, I'd bring him here because I think he is a lion. I think he is what they want, a pro.
See, I like the idea, Mike. I'm more of a little old school. I'm going defense. I'm looking at the division.
Yes.
And I'm looking at you got Fields, young quarterback. You got Love, who, let's face it, is a rookie quarterback. He's been around for a while, but this is kind of his rookie year. So you got 2 inexperienced quarterbacks. If you could bring in Chase Young and pair him up with the defensive people that you have and bring pressure.
Sure.
Half the division you can kind of knock out and just make it that 2-horse race.
I think there's only one guy on here that's a wrong answer.
Hopkins?
Yeah. That's the wrong answer.
And that's probably the one that a lot of people want because it's the name.
Right, but it also, I'm spelling it out.
If I had to go in order, Renfroe was my second guy, but I just see an opportunity. If you're the Lions, go for it all.
Okay.
Just go for it. Don't halfway do this thing because once you get into the playoffs, who knows what happens. But you got an opportunity to maybe cash in on Chase Young. Aiden has a play partner. Go for it.
So look, I know it's a little weird. It's not a this or that thing. I understand 5 names. I get it. But when you hear us talk about it, as a Lions fan, don't you think they need to make one more move pre-camp? And these are the players that in the course of the last 4 months, you continue to see your name tied to. Chase Young, DeAndre Hopkins, Yannick Ngakoue, Hunter Renfrow, Melvin Ingram. Who do you want? Let's hear. I only think there's one wrong answer, and I was busting Gator's chops earlier. I go, you better stop with that D-Hop nonsense. I don't think it makes any sense for where this team is at with Amon-Ra as their number 1. They have drafted J-Mo, who will be here in week 7. So you're telling me, adding DeAndre Hopkins, I have now downgraded Amon-Ra. I've downgraded J-Mo. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to make D-Hop happy because we're never going to throw the ball enough for him to be pumped up.
No, not in this offense, but when you went out and got Jahmyr Gibbs,
Right.
which
And
tells me.
Yes. And Laporta.
Right.
He's so expensive. So to me, that's the only wrong answer. 248-539-9797. You tell me which of this list, the connectivity list. It ain't me attaching you to these players. It's reports. Which one do you want considering the role, the fit, and the cost? 248-539-9797. Kenny, you want to give me a few ticket texts and we'll line up some callers?
Chase Young, hard no on Hopkins. That's from Tim in Brighton.
All right, we got another vote for Rico.
It's got to be Hopkins. We already have a slot receiver with St. Brown. I think we can get the best out of Hopkins. Our offense.
Can I ask one question?
To a new level.
Yes. Like, guys, and I'm not going to be mean. It's a Floral Friday. We're all dressed like idiots. Because you are aware in today's NFL, you can run multiple slot receivers. You can run bunch. You can run pre-snap motion. Right. I mean, Kyle Shanahan, all jokes aside, but watching Rico's team, the pre-snap motion, changing players' positions to when the ball is actually snapped. Guys, it's different when I say I don't want to block Jamison Williams. J-Mo is going to be a perimeter guy and a guy I need to give targets to. My point is, if I have a Hunter Renfrow, this is a guy I don't need to play every down. It's a guy who's insurance for Amon-Ra's role because every year Amon-Ra gets banged up. True or false?
True.
So I've got insurance on that role. And within Ben Johnson's offense, don't you feel like the slot is a really important thing?
I mean, it is. I mean, how many times when they got rid of Hawkinson and they just threw to name the tight end, he was wide open in the slot.
Right. I get it. But, man, the idea, I can't have 2 slot receivers or I can't. How about a guy who comes in, shuts up, and does his job?
No, Mike, because slot receiver is not sexy. I told you, this town wants a star.
I know, but sexy is points.
Hunter Renfrow, yeah, you're not running down there buying the jersey, sitting there saying, yay.
No, but he's a Lion.
D-Hop, oh, my, he's got a nickname. Oh, you're ready for it.
He's a guy that was basically invited to not participate the last 3 weeks of last season. Do you understand that?
These are facts.
248-539-9797. We will get your calls. We'll get some ticket texts. Got a little blitz later in the hour. Still got to talk Pistons. Still got to talk Tigers. Still have some Michigan football issues to handle. And who said it on a Friday? Lots to do. 97.1. Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state of Michigan. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. In the last year, they moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product, because it's all in stock in their warehouse. And the warehouse isn't in Kentucky or something. It's down the road. You buy it, you get it. Pricing as low as $1.59 a foot. Plan and build that Trex deck now. You need someone to build it? They will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we're trying to sort through it. Couple of weeks to training camp. Lions have been just not the only thing that has outweighed the hype has been the Lions being seemingly linked to every damn player that's available. And I've given you the list of what I deem to be the 5 I've seen them linked to the most. And some are free agents, some you got to trade for, some are expensive, some are cheap. And I'm asking you who you want. And the list is Chase Young, defensive end from Washington, DeAndre Hopkins, free agent, wideout, Yannick Ngakoue. He's played for half the league, but he always gives you 7.5 sacks, doesn't play the run. Hunter Renfrow might be cut, but a really nice, smart, tough football player, really, really extensive amount of routes. And I think he's great insurance for Amon-Ra. And I think he's another trinket for Ben Johnson. And Melvin Ingram, who I don't know anyone will want, but he would be dirt cheap. He's Rico's age. But that's just where we're at. So,
and another reason why I want Chase Young is because you're in that sweet spot right now. I guess depending on what you do with Jared Goff, you have the money that you can spend on Chase Young. Sure. You can afford him now because I know a lot of people are always worried about contracts down the line. You don't have to pay them right now. You have the money. You can lock him up for the next 4 years or so and still keep
one
him.
thing. Your medical staff better really have a grasp on that knee because he didn't just blow out an ACL. He blew out the patella. He blew hey, you're not wrong. If he's healthy, best player on the list.
Yeah.
And I don't care if I had to give up a couple second-round picks. What I fear, why would Washington spend the money elsewhere, decline his fifth-year option? It makes you wonder.
But no, not really, because Washington was being sold, so they really couldn't invest any money in him.
Oh.
So it could have just
mystery owner in Florida couldn't pay the bill.
Right. It's like, well, Snyder can't sign him because he's about to sell the team. And the mystery owner in Florida can't really do anything because technically he's not the owner yet.
Let's get to the people. Let's see what they have to say on it. You got to pick one. Let's go to Ian, 97.1. What's up, Ian?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hold on. We can get you one. There we go.
Thank you for that. I think that Yannick Ngakoue is the right answer for this. I agree with Rico that we kind of need to have a defensive end, but I like Yannick because all he's going to cost is money, and he's also that consistent guy. He's going to get you 7.5 sacks. And even then, if you're worried about the run defense, we kind of already invested in the run by drafting a linebacker and getting Broderick Martin. And also you got Liam McNeil, who should be taking a leap forward. I just think Yannick would be the right move here.
Yeah, you know what? Cheap, one-year deal candidate. You know he's going to come in and get the quarterback. I don't hate it. And honestly, it'd be Ngakoue or Hunter Renfrow for me. I'm not mad at Rico's suggestion. No. I think it's the sexiest one.
And the linebacker you got from Iowa, I'm still
Jack
just
Campbell.
I'm a little leery of that because he played in the Big Ten West.
He's an Iowa linebacker.
Okay, he played in the Big Ten West. Don't know if he's going to be able to handle the speed of the NFL.
He'll be just fine.
Okay.
Can we just? I'll take him off the field on third downs.
Okay.
I mean, what do you want to sign a linebacker now?
No, your first-round pick, you shouldn't be taken off the field on third downs.
You know what? I didn't make the picks, okay? We're going to Damon. Damon, how are you?
Good afternoon, guys.
How are you, D?
I say we got enough cap space to take two of them. I take Renfrow and Chase or Renfrow and Ngakoue. And the reason I'll tell you why I like Renfrow the most. Let's say, Goff, he's a dink and dunk kind of guy. So if you put a split backfield with both backs, both slot receivers, and that tight end, who's the defense going to cover the majority of the time? They're going to probably try to get Rob, but you're going to have so many targets for Goff. He's going to pick defenses apart all year long, and that's what he's great at. He extends drives. He keeps it going. And I think that'd be the smart move right there with Renfrow.
I'm with you. The way I view this offense is, look, J-Mo's going to be your deep threat. That's just what he has to be, and they're going to give him every opportunity to be that. But what you have around him is what's key. Josh Reynolds is a pro. Shuts his mouth, does his job. Amon-Ra, pro. Hunter Renfrow, pro. You got a couple of young guys who need to learn the way in Jahmyr Gibbs and Laporta. I think it's a fit because that guy's plug and play. He'll come in, learn the playbook in 3 nights and a milkshake and be ready to roll. And that's all I care about.
I compare him a lot to Don Beebe. You guys, I know you remember him, but some of the listeners may not remember him. But Don Beebe, that guy gave defenses headaches all the time.
Yeah.
He just always needed to do what he needed to do.
I like the fact, like Amon-Ra, look, to me, he's a franchise player. I think Amon-Ra is a number one in this league. But he'll always get knocked because, Rico, you know what the deal is. He's not 6'3". Right. He's not going to make these 80-yard plays. He's not DK Metcalf. But he's
he's never going to be a number one.
He's a 1 because he's a pest and he's uncoverable against man cover. Go look at the data. I'm not trying to nerd out.
You are correct.
Uncoverable.
I think he's going to be in the top tier number 2 receivers because, Mike, you just said, because he's not a tall receiver,
right.
because he's not super fast.
All right, break it this way. He's one of the top 15 receivers in the NFL in my world. If you're top 15, you're number 1. Now, if you think he's more 25 to 30, I'm not arguing with you. I just view him differently. I think he's a top 15 player. I love Amon-Ra.
No, I understand, but I think they're hoping that J-Mo becomes the number 1 and he becomes that great number 2.
Hey, hope is not a strategy. All right? That other guy who will remain nameless has 1 catch in his life. He's lit more fireworks than balls caught.
I like Hunter Renfrow coming in here. I just think that you need to shore up the defense because you're not going to play a bunch of teams from New York every year where you shut them out. You're going to have to play other teams. You have problems.
Listen, we don't have great skill players in Giants Central. All right? Just leave us alone.
Or the Jets either.
I don't care about that team.
I mean, they own the Meadowlands or wherever they play.
They're trash. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don. He gets the last word. Donnie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? You guys doing all right today?
Absolutely. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, man. Hey, listen, I'm going to start with this. I'm not a Lions fan. I'm a Packers fan. And I initially agreed with Rico about Chase Young. He's had the hurt knees and all that stuff. But, that guy coming into the draft, coming out, he was a monster. And I think, like you say, put him on the other side, bookends with Hutchinson, you guys would be pretty strong. And now, listening to it and thinking about it, Renfrow would be really good, too, because that guy, like you just said, plug in and play, man. And he's dependable. He's kind of one of those guys that Brady used to have with the Patriots, like
every receiver. Yeah.
Well, and listen, that ultimately is what this is going to be framed as. It's going to be a heavy run and heavy play action pass offense where you're going to take those deep shots. We know the guy it's going to. My whole point is
we leave nameless,
the one who's nameless. But the other 25 throws a game, it's all about moving the sticks. And if I get guys that are all within that 7 to 12-yard range and Goff's completing almost 70% of his passes, how are you getting this team off the field? You're not. Now, I'm with you. If Chase Young is gettable, if that knee is right, I'm not standing in your way, 100%. But I'm not done with the offense yet. Not at receiver, because here's the thing. If Amon-Ra goes down or if Reynolds goes down, what's that wide receiver core? The first 7 weeks of the season when you cannot fall into a hole again.
No, but I look at Gibbs, and if you're going to use him the correct way, he kind of fills the role that you're looking for Hunter Renfrow.
Could be the slot guy.
You can move him around.
That's fair. I can't argue it. No, it's actually not a terrible comp. Like, would it shock you if Gibbs caught 50 balls?
No.
I got to start doing the math on total number of receptions.
Well, apparently Jared Goff's going to throw for like 80% of his passes completed.
No, but you got to factor in average 30 pass attempts a week, 17 games, right? So that's about 500 pass attempts. The design of it is you're completing 70% or high 60s of your passes, and then you break it down from there of, okay, target share, and then your effective catch rate, right? Like how many, like if I give Rico Beard 120 targets, did you catch 100 of those balls and you're elite? Or did you catch 68 of them and you're trash? So, like, you factor it in, you start to go, okay, well, how many receptions are truly available?
True. But
that's the D-Hop problem.
Right, but then you also got to say, okay, with Gibbs, okay, how many times is Montgomery going to get on the field? Are they going to be out there at the same time?
They better be.
So I think that the numbers are going to be dispersed evenly, and no one's going to really be standing. Maybe.
Which is another reason. And that's another reason you don't get D-Hop.
Oh, yeah, he won't be happy.
He wants 130 targets.
Now, D-Hop would be great for radio because he will stand in the middle of the locker room and tell you why Goff is trash and why he should be throwing me the ball.
Yeah, I'm not looking for that. 248-539-9797. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located right in the heart of downtown. Everyone that stays at the D gets a free, well, 2 of them to be accurate 2 free stadium swim passes located at the Circa Hotel and Casino. And whether it's a great meal, cocktails, and of course, the biggest sports book in America, Circa's got you covered. You can check out both properties. And if you're looking to book a room right now for a football trip, etc., at the D.com to book your stay today. It's the D.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. Odyssey.com rewind. If you missed our DeBrincat conversation, Kenny with false reports this morning. DeBrincat was off the Senators' website. Then he was back on. Then Kenny cold called me. I thought we were getting DeBrincat. No news yet, but we had a fun conversation to start the show. Talking Lions now. We've still got to get to Michigan, the Pistons, the Tigers. Who said it? We'll knock out a couple of calls here, and then we'll move on. But I have asked the question, this Lions connection deal, they have been attached to the same players all offseason. DeAndre Hopkins, Chase Young, Yannick Ngakoue, Hunter Renfrow, Melvin Ingram. You could probably shorten the list because I don't think anyone's calling in unless you're a nerd like me about a salty vet like Melvin Ingram. But the whole point is
Could
2
use
weeks.
an extra linebacker.
Right, well, it's 2 weeks to camp. They've got the cap space. You feel like they could pull another move. I've chosen something more budget bin. Rico's going bolder. But I want to know where you're at. Kenny, some of the ticket text, then we'll get to the callers.
I don't like D-Hop. Maybe a bad influence on J-Mo. That's from an unnamed texter.
100%.
See, I don't even know if it's a bad influence on J-Mo. I just think that D-Hop wants every pass. He's that always open wide receiver. He's going to complain. And it's going to be all, the honeymoon period will probably last a few games, and then it's going to be a game that they lose. And, well, if you'd have threw me more passes, we possibly could have won.
You don't want him. Will you just trust your boy one time? You don't want him.
I think we should go get him.
Okay. Kenny.
It's called Root for Radio.
Not with this team. It's called Win Division, Win Playoff Game.
Root for Radio.
No, this is too fragile for Root for Radio.
That's right.
And that's why, if you're going to go that route, then go all in, go get Chase Young. Don't just worry about the division. Go win a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean,
I'd rather do that.
That's
than
what the
D-Hop.
privileged teams do. Be privileged.
That's right. I
go
like
get
an
what you're
injured
saying. Player like Christian
Here's the other thing.
McCaffrey.
For all the people who talk about DeAndre Hopkins, if he's so sweet, why is he available? Why did Arizona basically say you're not invited to the party the last 3 weeks of the season last year? Also, the PED suspension. Also, the fact the guy allegedly has ridiculous contract demands. Like, guys, it doesn't make sense.
If you look at it, the Texans pretty much gave him up for Arizona's backup running back. And then Arizona was just like, yeah, you know what? Just leave. Go.
Kindly leave. Let's go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, how are you?
Good. Hey, guys. Am I wrong? Isn't D-Hop on the wrong side of 30? I'm not even going to entertain that either way. So I like your thesis on Hunter Renfrow. That would be the route I would take. If Rico thinks that they should go after Chase Young, what that tells me is Rico's not sold on what Brad Holmes did in the draft, which I think he has a right not to be sold on it. Brad basically went to the club and fell in love with the running back, and he asked the running back to marry him. So you want to go to the club, you can't control yourself, you fall in love, you want to have dinner, want to get to know somebody. He proposed marriage. Not that the guy's not talented. The one thing I thought they needed to come out of the draft with was a future Pro Bowl defensive player.
You know what it says, though, Alan? Look, and I would not have taken a back at 12, and I wouldn't have taken a linebacker at 19 or whatever it was. But what if in the building they believe they already have the Pro Bowler in Charles Harris?
I mean, it could be. And
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying if that's what they think.
I think that they did because they really didn't address the line. We all wanted them to address the line, Alan. I'm looking at this. Yeah, maybe by this time next year, I got full faith. You know what? Whatever Brad wants to do, he gets that Bill Belichick. Whatever you want to do, you do. Right. But this year, it's like, well, you could have took another step, but you went in that direction. Like you said, you fell in love with the running back? Wow. Okay.
And again, Alan's not wrong. I think the only way I've been able to rationalize it is they have a higher opinion of their own players than we do. And Harris is a guy who could take a massive leap forward in year 2. Aiden could take a massive leap forward. I get it. I think the safer move, if you're not totally sold on defense, without giving up a ton, is you just get Ngakoue and go third down, go kill that guy. But Rico, I'm never going to say no to adding high-end pass rushing talent, like ever. Let me get Robert in, and then we move along. Robert, you get the last word on this. What's up?
Hey, I was bouncing. I like all of your guys' suggestions, but I kept landing on Yannick and Ngakoue. Get after the quarterback in 3 seconds, kill the quarterback, and it just helps your secondary that you spent a ton of money on. And I'm a Steelers fan like Hatchet, and I've seen my defense time and time again have dead bodies in the secondary, and you wind up taking advantage of having a good defensive line to just get after the quarterback.
Yeah, and look, Ngakoue, I'll say it again to you. You know, he seemingly plays for a new team every year. There's a reason. He's allergic to playing against the run. But here are his sack totals as a pro. 8, 12, 9.5, 8, 8, 8, 10, 9.5. He shows up to play.
Yeah, and you're only wanting him for a 1-year deal. I mean,
That's
you're
it.
not signing him to a 3-year contract. It's
Correct.
literally just, hey, here's what I want. Here's, what I'm going to get. And then, hey, work on getting this. And then you've still got the money for at the trade deadline. Hey, if this team is as good as what we're thinking, then you go make a move at the trade deadline and you get, a high-level player for pennies on the dollar.
Agree. No, Robert, I'm with you. Listen, I think as we wrap the topic, the bottom line is they're 2 weeks from camp. They have space. Maybe they do make one of these moves. And I don't think any of us would be angry, minus D-Hop. I'd lose my mind. Kenny, I want you to picture something. This is important. I want you to think about it 75 and sunny out. You've just got done with a great show, and you open an Old Nation shandy, and then the phone buzzes. Bzz, bzz. DeBrincat traded to Red Wings. I mean, is that not your perfect Friday at this point?
That's the weekend, man.
Maybe it's an M43, maybe it's a Boreal lager, but we're going to go with the shandy. A sweet move and a sweet beer. Kenny caught a Hawaiian shirt, sipping his summer beer from Old Nation Brewing. And Alex DeBrincat, while Kenny goes online and orders a DeBrincat jersey, even though he doesn't know what number he's taking. He doesn't care. That's the Kenny Cott way.
TBA.
He gets TBA DeBrincat. It's Old Nation Brewing, one of the best breweries in America, in our backyard, and the shandy is the beer of summer. Bottom line, they will sell out. So wherever you're heading this weekend, stop by where you buy your beer, ask for Old Nation by name. Look for the shandy with the underwhelming can. It's way better beer than what the can looks like. It's Old Nation Brewing, 21 and up, and as always, please drink responsibly. All right, Kenny. Let's get a little football, a little NFL. Go around the league. Roughly less than 2 weeks till rookies report, correct? July 19th is that day? We're right there. We're right there.
Hall of Fame game around the corner.
Biggest waste of time ever.
Yeah.
Kenny, subpar production, please. All right. On a Floral Friday, what do you got, Kenny?
This football today is all about defying expectations. Found lists per Bleacher Report and PFF of things that, do you see this happening, defying expectations? Give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. What's your guys' take?
Seems fair.
All right. The Carolina Panthers will win the NFC South. They're betting on Frank Reich and Bryce Young.
Not happening. I think it's Atlanta's time.
Yeah.
Art Smith, the running game, but have you seen Bijan run? I can't bet a rookie quarterback.
Never can bet a rookie quarterback.
Did you see, though, where they're saying Bryce Young is a, quote, ready for this? An intellectual savant.
Mm-hmm. It's rookie quarterback, no.
Okay.
Peyton Manning struggled his rookie year.
28 interceptions.
Yeah. Bryce will struggle this year.
If I had to nominate one of these for thumbs down, it would be this next one. Derrick Henry will lead the NFL in rushing yards at 30 years old. He's done it twice, the reasoning says. Titans lack receiver options, therefore he's going to represent their whole offense.
Yeah, one problem. The other team knows that. Another problem. Your O-line has regressed year over year each of the last 3 years. But wait, there's more. Second prize is the steak knives. You could be looking at Will Levis under center. I'm out on anything Titans offense.
I'm going to say thumbs up, and then he probably just hangs it up at the end of the season because they're going to run him to death. But he is all that they have.
So basically what D'Antonio did to Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, but he's Derrick Henry, and he's got enough skills that he can run over people still at 30. He'll get it done, but then I think he may just retire at the end of the season.
And that's more my fear, is that I think they're gonna run all the tread off of him, and he's just not. His body's not going to be able to keep up. And
guys, he was
down
widely available this offseason, and nobody bit. What if he's already done?
No, I don't think he's already done. But I think people see that he's probably got one more year. The Titans will waste that year on him, not go anywhere, and he's going to try to prove everybody wrong because you didn't take a chance on me.
Next one on the list, the Cleveland Browns will win the AFC North, bringing in Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, and Zadarius Smith will propel them to the promised land.
I think they're one of the wild card teams in all of football. I don't know what Deshaun Watson I'm getting. If it's the guy we saw in Houston, why couldn't they? But if it's what I watched last year, I
didn't think that a year and a half off from football would make you that bad. But he was.
He was awful. So, Kenny, I lean to no, but if you think you have a good read on the Cleveland Browns, good luck. God bless. I need to see what Watson looks like.
No, I'm going to still say Ravens win that division.
Fair enough. Kadarius Toney will top 1,200 receiving yards. Year 3 breakout may finally be coming with Smith-Schuster gone. The team needs someone to step into that number 1 receiver role.
No way. He's never healthy enough to do it. When he's healthy, he's really talented. The Giants didn't get rid of him because he's not talented. A, he's a jerk, and B, he's never healthy. So even if we get rid of the personality issues, he's going to miss time. So I will say no to that.
I'm going to say thumbs up. Kansas City has a better training staff. They'll keep him healthy. They'll keep him on the field.
That's nice. I can't wait till the preseason and he blows an ankle out. He's never healthy.
Because he made a trip back to New York.
And now to the hype train. Tons of hype surrounding the Washington Commanders. They will make the playoffs.
No.
And because they have a more balanced roster on paper than teams like the Giants.
Total disagreement. You don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. You're telling me we're betting on Sam Howell to lead them to a wild card in the NFC? Come on. No. I'm just out. I'm out on all of it. I think there's 2 teams that have a shot to make the playoffs in that division. It'll be Cowboys and Philly. Giants are going to regress, and Washington, I don't get anything they've done.
Yeah, it depends on what Saquon does. Maybe the Giants will be in the run for that final playoff spot, but if Washington is making the playoffs, then that means that nobody else is making it anyplace else, and the East has pretty much all the wild card teams.
Russell Wilson will set a career high in passing yards. He's back in shape. He's motivated. He wants to be the Russell Wilson of old.
I could buy it. I could buy it based on we all identified he was in terrible physical condition last year.
Mm-hmm.
The coach was a clown.
Right.
Sean Payton's as good as it gets. He's in a better spot. Yeah, I could buy it.
Yeah. And I'm buying it. Sean Payton is the reason why I'm going to buy this.
And here's some from PFF. They're doing things that might happen this year. Bold predictions for plus odds, it looks like. Trevor Lawrence to have a 4,000-plus passing yard season is you can get that at even money, essentially.
100%.
Right,
Trevor Lawrence going to be a top 5 QB this year. All in.
Thumbs down.
Why do you not like him?
I just don't love him the way you love him. I like him.
I just watched the game. He's awesome. And now they get Calvin Ridley off of his Pete Rose suspension? Come on.
I just need to see him actually do something.
He won a playoff game.
I mean, did he or did Herbert just lose?
I don't know, man. You're down 28 bagel, and he had okay, I got nothing for you. Go ahead.
And what odds would you think, if you were to handicap this, for Lamar to bring the Ravens a Super Bowl next year? It's going to be long odds for sure.
All right, let me ask a question. So you're betting a team to win the Super Bowl. I don't need to know the team. What are the odds of the favorite to win the Super Bowl so I have context?
That I don't have in front of me. I
like
just
if
have
you're
Lamar's.
telling me the Chiefs are plus 500, I would tell you the Ravens should be plus 2,000.
And you're exactly right. It's plus 2,000.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Is that value enough for you to even consider taking?
Oh, hell no. You'd have to give me plus 200,000. That bum is not winning the Super Bowl.
Kyle Pitts will go.
Kind of want it to happen now.
Oh, well, that's good.
I just can't stand he gets his ass kissed. He's gotten worse every year since he won the MVP. And his passing numbers in the fourth quarter are morbid.
He wins the Super Bowl and gives you the Torkelson rounding third base middle finger.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Tork's really lighting the world on fire. He really showed me. Strike 3. Guy hits 2 home runs in a game, and we're all supposed to touch our balls.
Let's end on my favorite Georgia running back, your favorite Georgia running back,
DeAndre Swift?
Nick Chubb.
Oh.
How many rushing touchdowns does he get? They set the over-under at 8.5. Under, you get even money. Over is minus 120.
Over.
I think it's way over.
Over all day.
Yeah.
He gets almost exclusive carries inside the 5. It's what they want to do. Over.
Unless he gets injured, I can't see how he does not.
Now, they brought Kareem Hunt back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know for a while I thought he was leaving, and I want to make sure I was right about that. But that's not his range of the field. I go over.
Yeah.
All right. What else you got?
We got Kyle Pitts over under 700.5 yards.
I leave this to Rico. I still cannot figure out why everybody loves this guy so much.
Because he doesn't have long hair. If he had long hair, you'd fall in love with him.
No, they don't throw the ball to him.
But see, I think now with the running, but I think now with the running game, you're going to see a lot of play action. I would go over. What's the over, Kenny?
700.5.
What is that? Plus or minus?
Oh, that's minus 120 is 700.5 receiving yards.
Yeah, that's what I would do because I do think you're going to see a lot of play action going on with him. That with the running game, Atlanta's going to try to do. He's going to be open. Hey, have you seen Bijan run?
No, I know. Pitts is a guy I have to.
And he's still in. I don't think Atlanta knows exactly what they have in.
You know how many? All right, now here's the thing. Admittedly, he had a very nice year in 2021. 68 grabs, 1,000 yards. Last year, 28 catches, 356. But here's the interesting part. So he's got 106, almost 100 NFL receptions and 1,300 yards the last 2 years. You know how many touchdowns he's got?
Like 2 or 3.
3. Yeah. For a guy with that size and ability.
Because Atlanta, first of all, really hasn't had a quarterback, and they don't know what to do with him yet.
And we can end on one from Mike's favorite, or least favorite team, I should say. Garrett Wilson over under 1,150.5 yards in his sophomore campaign.
Over. He's awesome. He is. I don't know what else to tell you. Both Olave and Wilson, all in year 2. Ohio State knows what they're doing with receivers.
Yeah. Wait, Wilson's
1,100 yards.
Jets or the Saints?
Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Olave Saints.
Yeah.
And that is in football today.
Yes. The question is, has Roberto crashed from the over 60 grams of sugar he ingested pre-show in a singular beverage?
I think you were right of your assessment.
I told you you'd be face down. And here we are. We do it every week at this time. This is where Roberto procures comments from around the station. We have to guess who said it. Now he's done this ridiculous podcast thing where now any podcast could be featured.
Yes.
And he was hopped up on sugar.
Well, no,
because he thought it was a great idea.
Was. Especially when I showed him the conversion chart for grams of sugar to teaspoons.
29.
Okay, you're done. That's not it at all. Keep going. Let's
29.
Hit the button. All right, Roberto, what do you got? Let's play.
All right, let's play the game. Everybody knows the drill. Let's just get into it, man. Here we go.
He's so tired he can't even do a whole sentence here.
Everybody knows the game.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. I want Cam Johnson as well. But if they didn't even make an offer, maybe they didn't want Cam Johnson. And I'm not saying that's the right or wrong move, but clearly that's what it showed to me, right?
I'm not saying whether it's the right or wrong move. Have an opinion. Good Christ.
Well, being that I'm sitting in David's chair today, I'm going to use this opportunity to insult Gator. I will select Gator.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's no way that they talked about that today because Gator's been off.
Yeah, but hold on. This is
or
from
did he
this
work
week?
one day
This week, yeah.
2 days this week? Was he back yesterday? No, I'm going to say that's Doug Karsh. Because he said right afterwards. Like
There's
wanted,
a lot
of
of
justification.
And there's
afterwards.
a lot of wishy-wash to that.
One more time, Roberto.
And it was like, well, maybe they didn't want him, which is okay.
Yeah, but that sounds like what a beat writer would say.
I have
So
two.
Wojo, is that a
I have two
newspaper
people.
thing?
I got two people in mind. One more time, Roberto, if you could.
I want Cam Johnson as well. But if they didn't even make an offer, maybe they didn't want Cam Johnson. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's what it showed me, right?
There's that Stoney.
Rico Beard in the fashion hat.
I'm thinking, is it Wojo or is it non-committal Cookies?
No. Cookies had a strong opinion on Cam Johnson.
Okay, then you know what? I'm just going to go Wojo. Wednesdays with Wojo.
He's gone Gator. Evan in the Country Club Polo.
Initially, I was thinking Doug, but did you stumble over that, Roberto, or was there like a stumble in the sentence? Like when you said clearly, and then it just started like a new sentence. I'm going to say...
He said, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but clearly that's what it showed me, right?
No, that was Roberto's stumbling.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the sugar
that was his blood sugar plummeting.
I'm going to say Stoney.
Stoney?
Wojo.
Gator.
Wow.
I mean.
Wow.
We're all over the board here, guys.
All right. I'll go with Doug based on Doug was doing solo for a bit.
Yeah, and he's like talking to himself.
Right? There's a little bit of a conversation in the mirror element to that. I'll go with Doug. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
I want Cam Johnson as well. But if they didn't even make an offer, maybe they didn't want Cam Johnson.
You forgot
I'm not
about
saying
the
it's
other
right
co-host.
Or wrong move, but clearly that's what it showed to me, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
God, I hate this game. All right, next, number 2.
This was Roberto pre-sugar.
Yeah, that's true. Here we go.
Hey, guys.
Fruit punch.
Fruit punch was a bad choice.
Yeah, it was.
Actually sounds good.
Here we go. Miguel Cabrera running full speed on a sure ground out. It sounds like, quite frankly, was a recipe for injury.
He's talking about Miggy sprinting. I have no idea. And when was the last time he sprinted? Was it that Rich Hill play? But that was like a month ago.
2007? Rico, any inkling? Nope, he's rubbing his face. That's not a good sign.
I'm thinking. No, I'm trying to think. Would this be a podcast element?
Could this be the weekly Wednesday with Wojo?
It can't be podcast. We don't talk baseball.
Guys.
Yeah, you know what?
Let's hear it
You
one more
got me,
time.
yeah.
Let's hear it one more time.
Miguel Cabrera running full speed on a sure ground out. It sounds like, quite frankly, was a recipe for injury.
Yeah, I'm going to go Wojo.
Who would add quite frankly for no reason?
Yeah, I was going to say that Wojo would throw in the quite frankly.
You don't need to. You can just say what you wanted to without saying that.
You know who I've heard say quite frankly before?
I've heard Scott the Gator Anderson say it.
That's a Gatorism. He says quite frankly quite a bit, even though he's not a very frank person.
Or quite.
I'm going to say Gator. I've heard him say quite frankly a bunch.
Yeah, I'm going to go Scott Anderson.
You've talked me off of Wojo.
No, don't.
So I'm switching
you
to
stay
Kenny.
on Wojo.
Kenny, you are better at this game than I am.
I am not. If I get one a week, it's a good week. All right, I'll stick with Wojo. Fine.
I'm going Gator. Only based on that is a pet term he uses. Yes?
And why would we be talking about Miggy running fast? Like who?
Because he loves the Tigers.
I mean, I love the Tigers and I love Miggy, but I've never
we had
talked
the
about
two
him running
hits on.
fast.
He had the 2 hits on July 4th.
Yeah, but he didn't leg one
Wait,
out.
which means Wednesday they would be talking about it. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Wojo.
All right. Oh, Roberto. Who said it?
Who said it?
But Miguel Cabrera
Oh,
running
geez.
full speed
I
on
can't.
a sure
I
ground
just
out
can't.
sounds like quite frankly, was a recipe for injury.
Doug Carr. Oh.
Wow. Where'd that come from?
It's a good drop.
No idea. But we are getting ready for the Stoney and Mojo Drop Tournament Tuesday, 2 to 6.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Shameless promotion.
This Tuesday?
Yeah.
Wow.
Strategically placed because what's Tuesday? The MLB All-Star Game.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody cares. So let's get into it. All right, number 3.
All right, number 3.
I hate this game.
Another element I think of an addicting phone game, there has to be some kind of satisfying visual signifying an achievement.
Greg Hargrave.
What?
I don't know.
You're right. I think you're right, Evan. That sounds like something he would say.
So they were. I know that they were talking about it on the morning show. There was this immaculate grid. We tried to have Mike do it. Thank you very much for losing, by the way. You got your free lunch, Kenny. You allowed that.
Soda.
I got ambushed in a commercial break, and Evan's like, here's my phone, fill it out. I'm
There's
like,
these new trivia sports-based games online. We don't have to get into that. They were talking about addictive games on the phone. So now limit your choices. Cookies is kind of a guy that needs an achievement, needs a goal, needs to get something out of it.
He had
right?
like 700 fantasy teams last summer.
That is true.
Yeah, but that's a byproduct. I don't think Jim was hugged enough as a kid. I think he's just yearning for this.
He's like, I got 600 Facebook friends. You kidding me? I got tons of friends.
Somebody be nice to me.
So, once again, what was said?
It was about being...
No, not you,
Oh.
Roberto.
Oh.
Another element I think of an addicting phone game, there has to be some kind of satisfying visual signifying an achievement.
And Heather was also in on this. So I think if we're trying to get one finally, we all just take one from the show.
Well, signifying an achievement, and that means that has to be cookies because he needs something at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I thought it was Greg because Greg was really trying to explain
And
what
Greg, when he gets into something, starts to sound like Beldar. So yeah, it is very possible.
Yeah, but I made
Visual
a
achievement.
comment about his beard today, and he was just so lost. Like that's a reference about my beard. I don't understand it, but okay.
He was not having Rico's attempt at humor.
I was like, what, are you going to go pose for the Paul Bunyan Trophy? I don't know what that is, but
I don't know such things.
We should get him to voice our Steve bot. That'd be good.
My name is Greg.
I'm going to say it's Greg.
I agree.
All right, let's do it. Who said it?
All right, who said it?
Another element I think of an addicting phone game. There has to be some kind of satisfying visual signifying an achievement.
Listen to his thought. Listen to his brain working here. Listen.
Phone game. There has to be some kind of. There has to be some.
You can hear his synapses firing. There has to be some visual element.
does not compute.
This isn't about Michigan. I don't care.
Or Star Wars.
Is there another one, please?
Yeah, I got all right.
Let's go.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. All right, we're good.
I am the one that when I send a text message, it has to be grammatically correct.
Oh, screw that person.
That's a rather arrogant statement.
Well, like I maybe send 5% that have no problems in them.
Who would say that?
And that's like me saying hello.
I think this might be the Heather drop that nobody expects.
See, I was going to say, and Heather
Nothing
with
to do
the
with
news.
sports in the news, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to go Heather too. Good call on that one.
But everyone just there's no one else who would say
Stoney
that?
ain't doing it.
Right.
We know that.
No. No, I was
Maybe
flashing back
Gator?
like some of Stoney's texts, like, yeah.
But Gator is the guy that would only type in caps lock, so there's total problem there. Doug, I don't think cares
I don't even
enough
think
for
Doug
that.
sends text messages.
Maybe this is a Woj.
No, have you read his articles? There's all kinds of errors
Right.
in those.
You're right
things.
about
I don't think it's anybody from this show.
Oh my!
I mean, could it be Cookies?
No, you think he's that proper?
Yeah.
He does have that
I
old
do.
man in him. You know?
know what?
Really?
There is.
I'm going to change and go Cookies.
If it's him, I'm going to be so
Like, I'll give you an
disappointed.
example. Like when we're doing Cash the Ticket, and you go to the show sheet. I mean, he's like a librarian with his show prep.
Yeah, but I thought that was just being professional. Like,
it's over the top.
I'll tell you what. If
He's
it
got
is him,
7 different color key tabs. And like looking at his sheet, it's more in depth than detectives solving a murder on a matrix.
Does this go more towards he wasn't hugged enough?
I don't know.
if it is him, every text I send him from now on is going to be so jacked up. He's going to need a cipher
You
to
used the
figure out
wrong
what I'm talking
there.
about.
You should have put the apostrophe.
No, I can't. That
RE.
one would really make me mad, but I'll spell everything else.
So you think it's Heather, though?
Yeah.
All right, Heather or Cookies is what we've settled on?
Heather's
I went
proper.
Cookies.
All right.
Who'd you
Who
go
said-
with?
I don't have any idea.
Give us Mike Filippi. Just
Cookies.
guess yourself.
Cookies. Roberta, who said it?
Who said it?
I am one that when I send a text message,
What?
it has to be grammatically correct.
Does he even know how to spell?
Oh,
That's not.
jeez.
No, I was going to say it's easy to do when you're only sending yes or no text messages.
Y in
I got a text from
Go,
him
Blue.
earlier. I got to go check and make sure that there's no errors in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean,
we had good Roberto this week.
I was talking with John the other day. Like, he's one of the nicest people on the planet, but he's not exactly a wordsmith. So
Yeah,
he's
but
not
some people
sending
can-
a lot of big words.
No. I mean, when AOL Instant Messenger is the reason why I started getting girls, it's easier to type it out. And
Wait.
probably better.
Wait.
Than talking to them in person.
What did you just say?
AOL Instant Messenger changed the game for me.
How did you become a part of this?
I'm just saying, maybe John's a wordsmith typing.
No, because the texts I've got from him are just very succinct. and
Yeah,
to the
because
point.
because it's easy to send grammatically correct F you Sparty.
That's true. We get in depth.
Die
Sparty.
Sparty.
Right, it's
Honey,
like-
can you check this? Is there a Y at the end of Sparty? Send. All right, we're good.
I got another one.
Roberto, we do have time constraints.
He did good this week.
All right, go take your nap.
I'm going out on a high now.
That is who said it.
Guys, you've always said you wanted a sports car. Now is your time. Head over to Hamilton Chevrolet at 14 Mile and Mound and go and get the July Rico deal. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. For 36 months, you walk in with $995 down. You get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an auto transmission Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. You know you said you wanted a sports car. You got no excuses now. Head on over to Hamilton Chevrolet, 14 Mile and Mound. Ask for either any of the sales staff. You can ask for Andrew or any of his guys. They will take care of you. You walk in there with $995 down. You get 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
We've talked about David Femininio. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, what you also get is elite communication, the best legal team in the state, and when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to tell them. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to the website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Kenny, the ticket text. I've got a question for the people. Still got to talk a little Tigers. I got a Pistons mention. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed our conversation about the Lions and or DeBrincat Fest. And Kenny, you owe us an update.
I also got something for you, Mike, because I know how much you love this.
This is going to be bad.
I want to help you start your weekend off correctly.
What is the issue?
Tonight, a players-only broadcast live from right field at Comerica Park. Todd Jones, Dan Petrie, Simo.
That's fine.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that's a good broadcast. It's irreverent.
See, you thought I was
fun.
going to say something
No.
slanderous.
I'm sorry. You can't be serious when you're calling this team's games. You can't.
So you get your players-only broadcast.
It's great. Todd Jones will be walking around and interviewing people. They'll be eating
Hey, I got a girl
wings.
for you. I have a girlfriend. Maybe not.
And back to you. Like, that broadcast they did against the Braves, it was fun. Look, I just, good.
Just wanted to make you aware of it.
Excellent work, Rico. Kenny, the ticket text, please.
Stoney and Wojo tournament on Tuesday. Sweet. I'll be in North Carolina listening on the app. Thank you guys for bringing it back.
The preparations are underway. We allow Stoney and Wojo carte blanche. It's their bit. They put the brackets together. We supply the production, and we will be here Tuesday. And there's one caller I'm dreading hearing from. Wojo, you know the one, that creepy guy.
The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Oh, I don't like that guy at all. I tell you. Wojo's got some weird callers. That's all I can tell you.
Wojo entertains the call.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Doesn't
And
just
we'll leave
entertain it. He plays along with the bit, which is even more disturbing. Possibly.
Exactly. Also unsettling. Go ahead, Ken.
Can we veto that guy calling?
No.
Okay.
It's not our bit. We're just on the stagecoach. We're not driving it.
Okay.
Roberto on Sugar Crash. You're lucky you got a Who Said It at all, guys.
Correct.
That's from Dave.
It's just amazing. You know, we won't go there, but I'll just leave it that Roberto should not be drinking high sugar beverages. And here he came in with a paint can of high fructose corn syrup. And then I showed him, yep, there's 14 teaspoons of sugar in what you're drinking right now. You're going to die by 4. And here we are.
Well, I know I shouldn't be, but, I did.
Roberto, how you feeling? No! It's unbelievable. Roberto, it's 4:20. You're not even going to be here at 6 o'clock. Face down. Dark studio.
He's been awful quiet back here since that started to kick in.
He's
a little
focusing on his breathing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No Wednesdays with Wojo. What an odd thing for Roberto to choose. I always like that.
I know.
There.
Look, Roberto's done a good job with the game of late because he's kept us really guessing.
Yep.
It's a hard game. So let me bring this up. And this may not go anywhere. So maybe it's a conversation amongst us. But tonight in Las Vegas, NBA Summer League, Victor Wembanyama. Oh, by the way, for everybody freaking out about that story, hey, look, the media looks like idiots again. Police have issued a statement. Wembanyama's security team did not hit Britney Spears. Her own hand hit her. Security did exactly what they were supposed to do. You don't walk up to a stranger and grab them. Yeah. And her hand was shoved away. She hit herself in the head.
A stranger from behind, yeah.
It's just a whole
security,
point.
right? Security did exactly. I'm supposed to protect you,
right?
So
man
Victor,
or woman, I don't care. Do not touch strangers in public.
Right. I take everything as a threat. I ask questions later.
Correct. So again, there will be no charges. And Wembanyama's security team, who's been slandered the last 48 hours, actually didn't do anything wrong, according to video and the police. But hey, for 2 days, let's just throw this guy under a bus.
Yeah. Well, Britney felt entitled to say, "You're doing such a great job." Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't know who you are. All right.
Factually,
he might not.
He was not alive when her hit songs were out.
But Wembanyama, tonight in Vegas, Summer League debut, 9 o'clock. Tickets to an NBA Summer League game are going for $250 a pop. Now, if you wanted to ball out and go courtside, it's going to cost you $1,000. But for $250, get in the building and see Wembanyama live. Would you pay it?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
$250
for an NBA Summer League game.
For Wembanyama Summer League game.
No, I wouldn't, because there'll be another game tomorrow, and it's an Summer League game.
It's Wembanyama.
I don't care. This is from the same man who makes fun of me for going to see Moneyball. No,
not
I
the
would
movie,
not.
people. Not the movie. Just some D-rate basketball tournament.
NBA Summer League?
It's
basically... It's basically everybody who's going to get cut from the NBA rosters.
No, it's Wembanyama.
No.
I'm being serious. I may sound insane. I would go.
I'm shocked.
No, I know. But Wembanyama is a unicorn. He's a once-a-generation player who we didn't get to see.
I saw him.
Not live.
On TV?
Against who? A French plumber?
Scoot Anderson.
When was that?
It was last year.
Oh, great.
And you mocked me because it came on TV, and you're like, I can't believe you're actually watching this on TV.
In the middle of a show, you're damn right I'm mocking you.
I'm sorry it wasn't horses running around in circles.
Also unfair. That's a real sport. And it's an oval. Okay. It's an oval, for Christ's sakes.
Okay, let's talk to the horse and see what they have to say.
Hold on.
I'm giving it up to Mr. Ed, my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jesus Christ. All glory to God and oats. So I would.
No.
I guess I'm just fascinated by Wembanyama, and I
maybe if it was his first game.
Well, that's going to have another zero behind it if you want to see that.
No, because I would just wait and go see his second or third game in Vegas. I'm sure the price would be a lot lower.
Yeah, but that's not the question I asked.
No. Let me answer that very succinctly.
Done.
No.
Kenny, I know you're not a big basketball guy.
John Jansen style. No.
Period. By the way, Evan did check the text messages. It's true. John uses absolute perfect punctuation and spelling in all his texts. And when talking to Evan about images, he even put .jpeg. Like, this guy is using all correct punctuation.
Okay. That's that Michigan difference right there.
General studies will do you good. So look, Kenny, Wembanyama is like Bedard, is that it's unicorn. You don't have to be a fan of the game to want to watch the game. Any shot you'd pay to see Wembanyama Summer League?
No.
Okay, good talk.
Zero shot.
Superb.
No, it's too much money for a sub-professional league. It's not what I'm. Even if it was Bedard, let's take the sports angle out of it. Because
NHL Summer League.
100%. I would do it for if the ticket was like $20-$30, you get down to the arena, you watch. Yeah, that's fine, no problem. But $200 just to get in the building?
You know what, Kenny? Yeah, I would say my cap for this game probably around $75.
All right, but work with it. Let's say you had a nice session at the blackjack table. Okay. Let's just play pretend.
Okay.
You've got money that isn't yours, but it's yours.
Okay.
You still wouldn't do it based on the value proposition. Like seeing Wembanyama in a way smaller setting, just live. I'm intrigued. He's a total freak show. I've never seen anything like this guy. I wouldn't mind watching it.
Is it still on TV?
I can't speak to that.
It will be. The answer to that was yes.
Okay. Is it ESPN at 9? Is that what it is? Or is it NBA TV?
I'm sure probably simulcast on everything,
Either
including
way,
True TV, I'm sure.
I'm not going to watch that on a Friday night. Golly.
But you would spend $250 on a Friday night.
If I were in Vegas, yes, because that's 6 p.m. You watch the game and go to dinner. Perfect night.
Okay.
Maybe you're at the pool all day. Perfect day. Kenny's in a Hawaii.
So you're gonna leave the pool to go and watch this game.
Pool, Wembanyama, dinner. What the hell's the problem?
Okay.
I'm just saying, look, I'm intrigued. It is on at 9 tonight if you wanted to watch it. Look, I don't know what this kid's going to be. He might be the greatest player in history. He might be the greatest bust. I have no idea. Yeah. I'm just
Pray
fascinated
to God he
by
doesn't
him.
go full Chet Holmgren.
What, and get hurt?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he doesn't. Chet's looked good in
he has.
Summer League.
He
He's looked
has.
real good.
Yeah.
But, hey.
He's everything that everybody made fun of him last year. Like, I told you, like, guys, Chet's going to be pretty good.
Wojo's the only one who really did that. And I'm like, Bob, who cares if he's thin? He'll gain weight.
He was thin, and he was a tall white kid. So everybody dismissed him. And I'm like, guys, get over that.
He's got the look of a
good
guy
player.
that's going to shoot 40% from deep and block a ton of shots.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, you've automatically got a 10-year career. Now, you get to the point where you're a good pick and roll player, well, forget it. You're a shoo-in all-star 6, 7, 8 times. If you can be a rim protector, a three-point shooter, and the guy who can help initiate a pick and roll or fade to hit the shot, like Rico, what are you going to do with that?
No, you're right. OKC should be worried about re-signing him.
If he can stay alive. Got to stay alive. He put on 15 pounds in the offseason.
He looks good. OKC's going to be a problem.
A distinct problem.
Yeah.
Hey, but it's okay.
But Wembayama,
Troy's got a plan.
I would not do it for $250.
248-539-9797. Send some ticket texts in. Let me know if I'm a complete loser, if I'd pay to watch Wembanyama. I'm good with it. We'll get to a football today as well. 8 Fridays from the open of college football. I am excited about that, all jokes aside. Even though I'm kind of scared about state. We'll see. Do you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents in the state of Michigan last year? Many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured. Distracted driving is a huge problem. And as you know, Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans, best in the game. He will find a plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. National Benefit Plans will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate in the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis. Your family will be covered. The longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases, so don't wait. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. All right, Kenny, college football, what do you have?
So this comes courtesy of 24/7.
Another Georgia player arrested going 90 and a 55.
There is not, but hopefully that stays that way.
Kirby Smart has nothing to say about the matter.
Seriously, there is.
Oh, really?
One of your linebackers.
Oh, I did not know that. I didn't
It was a
see
little
that
blurb. I mean, listen, I'm not freaking out about it. It's just like, Jesus, man, Georgia, they get to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, speak.
But was he lighting fireworks at 1 a.m?
Okay, Kenny.
So we're looking here at coaches in the Big Five conferences, that their rankings, how they fare against top 25 ranked teams.
Okay.
There's a list of the good. There's a list of the bad. So let's rattle off a couple, just get you guys to guess, who do you think is at the top win percentage-wise against the 25?
Saban, Smart.
Boom, boom. That's 2 and 3.
I'll go wild card.
Wait, that's 2 and 3.
Yep.
Who's number 1?
This is by win percentage. Kirby Smart has won more games than this person has coached at number 1.
Wow.
In the Big Ten.
Ryan Day?
Yes, that's number 1.
Good poll.
He is 16-6 at a 72% win rate. Number 1 nationally. Kirby Smart 2, and Nick Saban 3.
Where's Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly. He is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the list.
Okay.
That was my next one.
He normally does a pretty decent job. He had the big win last year. Numbnuts. They blew out Ole Miss, I think.
He represents He represents the last guy on the top 9 winning percentages above 50%. He's 51.5.
All right.
I was thinking, I don't know if Lincoln Riley has enough games under his belt, but Lincoln Riley
is number 5.
Yes.
Excellent poll.
I'm doing a lot better in this game.
You're turning it around. You're turning
Rico
the franchise
likes this
around.
game. All right. What are the other ones in the top 10?
After Lincoln Riley, you have Dabo Sweeney at 61%.
You know what that is, though? That's the king of beating number 23 ranked Wake Forest.
It's like you're there, but are you really?
25th.
Yeah, the ACC is the king of number 24 UVA.
Just knocked off 25th Coastal Carolina.
And then you have Chip Kelly at 55.5%. Jimbo Fisher right after that, 53.
Wait, Jimbo is still batting north of 50%?
He's 27 and 25.
Oh, you're still living off FSU.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, let's go to the naughty list.
Wait, is just one Big Ten school? Coach?
In the naughty list?
No, and the good list.
Yeah, that's all that there is from the Big Ten and the good list.
Yeah,
is
the
Ohio
naughty
State.
list, I guarantee you Harbaugh's there.
I didn't know if Harbaugh...
No,
because Michigan's won a lot of top 25 games. They just didn't knock off top, people on the road.
Jim Harbaugh.
Harbaugh is the best of the worst.
Okay,
so
I was
he's
wrong.
at 47% representing the top of the list.
Right, but he's on the naughty list. I knew he was under 500.
Well, the bowl games hurt him.
Rico,
No.
what are we separating those out?
No, I'm saying that's what really hurts him because he's 1 in 6?
All right,
1 in
and
7?
he saved
Plus,
the loss when they dodged COVID.
Right.
I mean, come on.
No, you're right.
I would like to have Rico Lamar Beard guess on what the naughty list contains.
A coach on the naughty list.
Guy who never beats ranked opponents.
And this will further my proof that my conference is better than your conference.
James Franklin.
James Franklin is, in fact, on the list.
That's a good one. That's a
James
very
Franklin
good one.
is the second best of the worst.
That's a very good one.
30% win rate against top 25 teams, 13 and 12. Or 20.
How about now, does it have to be someone currently coaching?
Yes.
Okay, so that eliminates who I was going to select. I was going to say Paul Christ. Go ahead, Kenny. Give us another hint. I like this.
Kurt Ferentz?
No, Kurt Ferentz is not on the list. Think Big Ten. That's my clue.
This guy. Think Big
It's
Ten.
basically name a Big Ten coach at part of this list.
Hold on. May I ask one question?
Sure.
Is there a minimum games qualifier?
The lowest I'm seeing on here is probably 18 total. Oh, actually, no, 10. There's one coach on here with 10, but that's not a Big Ten coach.
Okay.
I don't think
Who are the
Tucker's
big? Hold on. I got one.
Go ahead.
And it's Rico's boy.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Loxley.
Mike Loxley is the worst in the Power 5, 8% win rate against top 25 teams.
You and those effing turtles.
2 and 23.
Hey, Kenny, who am I? This is the year Maryland puts it together.
Which transitioned nicely into Scott Frost is not on the list.
Sound like Bubba Gump.
But Matt Rule is
Turtle
also
soup.
on the list.
Ball shrimp, fry shrimp, Creole shrimp. All right.
Matt Rule also on the list at 2 and 16.
Wait a minute. Matt Rule, in his time at Temple and Baylor, went 2 and 16 against ranked teams.
Yes.
A lot of Big 12 losses.
Wow.
That's why I told you, think Big Ten. There's still more Big Ten on this list.
More?
Pat Fitzgerald?
Pat Fitzgerald's not on the list. Okay. I don't think he's playing
And
enough
not
top
on the
25
field
games.
currently.
That is accurate also.
If you read the news today, 2-week suspension. Yikes. All right.
Tom Allen.
Tom Allen is on the list. Fourth worst in the Power 5, 3 and 23.
Indiana.
One you wouldn't get, Jeff Hafley in Boston College. You can count that if you like.
It's an ACC team.
Okay. And the last one is a Big Ten school.
What is
one
it?
that me and Roberto have an affinity for.
Rutgers.
Greg
Schiano?
Greg Schiano. Fifth worst in the Power 5, 12%, 4 and 27.
Honestly, that's incredible when he says that. Because I go back to when he coached Rutgers the first time. And they were up to number 2 in America. And they played ranked teams.
Mm-hmm.
But then you hear what Kenny just said. What was it, 4 and 27?
4 and 27, 12%.
So here's my question. When is Greg Schiano going to be under some heat? Rutgers brought him.
But then Rutgers was so desperate, and they just went back to the glory days. He won here. Let's bring him back.
I'm saying now that you brought him back, and he's looking like Johnny Majors the second time, when is he under heat? He's been terrible at Rutgers. Rutgers. He's been terrible.
You want the truth? I don't think it's going to happen. I think that Rutgers knows who else is coming here.
I mean, if you've reached that stage, just shut the program down.
I was going to say, the second somebody cares about Rutgers is when that's going to happen.
Hey, no, that's not fair.
Is it?
Right.
Come on.
And that is in football college today.
All right, Kenny, college football, what do you have?
So this comes courtesy of 24/7.
Another Georgia player arrested going 90 and a 55.
There is not, but hopefully that stays that way.
Kirby.
Thank you, Kenny. Summer is here. Everyone on the road. Maybe you're heading up north right now. Check out Moran Buick GMC. Make sure you're all set. Get a 23 GMC Acadia flexible third row of seating. Makes room for everyone and everything. The 23 Envision as well. They've got stock arriving daily. And if something's wrong with your current vehicle, stop in. Certified Service Center, Moran Buick GMC. They've got it all. MoranExpress.com. You make that appointment, you get the free loaner, and you get on with life. It's as good as it gets. Scheduling always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com. Stop in today where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
All right, we get a few ticket texts, and I want to update people. Pistons loosely being involved in a Damian Lillard trade as one of the facilitator teams in a 3 or 4 team deal. The problem? I don't know how that works when you gave away all your cap space for Joe Harris, but we'll get to that in a second. Kenny, the ticket text, and then we'll explain this interesting report.
Wow, LOL, the Big Ten made up most of that naughty list regarding the college football blitz.
Yeah, but okay, well, here's what Big Ten loyalists will argue. Yeah, well, at least we have ranked teams. You know, look, do I think it's harder if you're in the SEC West or the Big Ten East and it's stacked? Yeah, I do. But there's no excuse. Like, we've always laughed at it. The Big Ten West is such a joke. No, it doesn't surprise me certain teams are on that list. Rutgers? Well, every year you're going to play Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State. All jokes aside, you play Michigan State and never beat them. Like, there's 4 L's right off the top anytime they're ranked.
Right. And the other problem with that, Mike, is not a lot of Big Ten teams are ranked. So even when you beat them, it really costs an amount to anything. The only ones you know that are guaranteed to be ranked at every year are probably Michigan and Ohio State.
And you're never beating them if you're Rutgers. Ever.
So
it's never happening.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, and you got to look at for the years. Ohio State kind of went undefeated in the Big Ten under Ryan Day. I know not the last 2 years saved me the ticket tax, but he just kind of ran through everybody in the Big Ten.
Yeah, but listen, bottom line is Michigan has broken him. He don't figure it out this year, they're going to run his ass out of town.
When you got the AD Gene Smith saying we have to do different things and come up with a different approach. Like,
well, they tried.
So we've hit the panic button.
They tried.
No, last year they were arrogant and said it just didn't work because it was in Michigan. This is going to work in sunshine and warm weather in Columbus. Newsflash, it didn't.
No, once again, they did try something different. They hired Jim Knowles. They hired the highest priced DC in America. And you know what Michigan did? Oh, you're going to load the box? 100-yard touchdown. You're going to sit back? 100-yard touchdown. They pummeled that team.
He's going to let Cornelius Johnson run down the field by himself? Okay.
Right. No, that's where, to me, Rico, you can't change your DC every year. No. You can't. Michigan has to capitalize. Look at like the Blake Corum thing. We could talk about it. I don't have any issue with Corum saying what he said. Look, it's not a failure if they don't win the national title, but it won't be a success unless they do. They're going to exist in the gray, which is winning the conference is never bad. Always be proud of that. That's always a good season. But the only real success in this season is if they win it all. There's nothing else to do. They're at the top of the mountain.
Right, but he's kind of painted himself in that corner saying, well, it's a natty. Pretty much to paraphrase, it's a natty or bust.
What's wrong with that?
And you'd leave yourself no wiggle room.
Why? Who says he needs wiggle room? He's a team leader. He came back for his senior year.
Yeah, you're in the Big Ten. You don't win playoff games.
Okay, so what? Now listen, do I think the Georgia clock thing was stupid? Yeah, because Georgia doesn't play in your conference. You could win the Natty and not play Georgia. It's possible. I thought that was stupid, but I don't have any issue with Corum's comment. I don't. Because someone was going to have to say it on that team. Like, there's no Michigan fan that's going to call us up right now and be totally satisfied with anything other than the Natty, because they've done it all. They have embarrassed Ohio State, Indiana Jones style. They've taken their heart right out of their chest, still beating. You win the Big Ten. You're better than ever. The Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor. The only thing left, you got to win the Natty. I guess I just didn't have a problem with it, but I'm a jerk from New York, so I don't, whatever.
Both things can be true.
Right. I just like when players put their ass in a jackpot. I like that Corum did that.
I didn't have a problem with it. I'm saying it's just one of those, like, well, if you don't win, am I allowed to say that your season was a bust? Because I find that wrong factually.
I do too.
But
Well,
you
listen.
kind of put me in that situation. You said, here's my expectations. Hold me to this. Either we win the Natty.
Here's what I'd compare it to. All right. If they don't get in, let's say they don't win the national title, any permutation that is not winning it, other than losing on a field goal in the national title game, just work with me. It's when you were applying to Harvard and you got a 1380 on your SATs, but you didn't get the 1400 you needed to get in. That's not a failure. That's still a hell of a score and factually 3 times what Kenny got. But it's not ultimate success.
Correct.
That's how I view it.
So I looked at that like, wow.
The only way I would call their season a complete fail is not winning the Big Ten. That is truly the only way it would be a complete failure is some weird 9-3 year or 10-2, but you lose to State, lose to Ohio State, don't even go to Indy. That's the only fail.
That's a failure. Yeah. And once again, people, I'm not saying if you don't win the title. I just thought it was weird that he set the bar that high.
I like it because for way too long, I think Michigan runs from that. They've always done the win the Big Ten thing. Like, it's the new day of college football. Harbaugh's already won back-to-back conference titles. I think broken OSU. Until I see OSU actually do it, I don't think they're beating Michigan anytime soon.
No.
And for me, that's all that's left.
No,
so you may as well just say it.
Michigan has all the swag, but
what?
I'm not just in the end, you're still a Big Ten team, and I hate to say this because Kenny's listening. Big Ten can't compete with the SEC.
But shouldn't that be the goal, though? If you're a Michigan fan, shouldn't you be like, I'm glad he said that. Somebody needed to say it. We can't keep going
No, if
this
you're a Michigan
far.
fan, you should be happy, but it's like, yeah, that's probably not going to happen, and I don't want to sit here and say you had a failure of a year because you probably had a really, really good year.
So just say
you're
that.
just not beating Georgia.
Why settle, though? Why not say, hey, maybe we can take the next step. Maybe we do want to win a natty. What's wrong with that? I don't see
Because I think people here,
Mr.
it's
Privilege.
it's that weird Midwestern brain thing. People here don't approach it the way that like guys like me approach it and jerks from New York approach it. It's win or bust. Like that's it. Now, if you're in a rebuilding phase, like great example, Red Wings, totally acceptable to make the playoffs and get blasted because they're building, and that's okay. But in college football, unless you are rebuilding, when you're at the top of the mountain, I think Georgia's earned the right to say natty or bust. Bama, Michigan, OSU, USC, like there's a very small, it's a club.
Right, but and I guess maybe because I haven't experienced that before, but like Alabama when they lost to Georgia, it's like, well, the season's a failure. What? You were in the national title game. How is the season a failure? But you're right. I guess that's the mindset that you have to have in order to be a winner in college.
Because okay, but like, I mean, if I take it to my teams, the Celtics, anything but a title, total fail. I don't care about the Eastern Conference Finals. I think it is all based on the program you've built. Yankees, great example. You think I care if they make the playoffs? They haven't made the World Series since 2009. Like, win a World Series or GTFO. I don't care. For Michigan, that's where I'd arrive at if I had the plague of being a fan of that school. I mean, it would just be win it all or F you.
See, I look at it if you win a playoff game and you get to the national title game and you lose, that's still a success in my opinion.
Okay, Sparty.
Because that's something that Big Ten teams just can't do.
I know.
Except for Ohio State one time.
And it is, Kenny, to Rico's point, you got a free square last year. Last year was like a bye week in the NFL playoffs and you still lost. You gave up 100 to TCU and lost. They gave you the free square to play for it all. So I do get your point. But I didn't have a problem with it, I guess. It wasn't a freshman saying it. It wasn't, we're going to run college football. Shout out Drizzy, get busy. Like, it was a senior. It was a leader.
Yeah, a guy who's going to probably be up for a Heisman.
Yeah,
and
I'm good with it.
He can back up what he's saying. It's just, man, I just see the SEC, and I'm like, this may not go your way.
But you know what? This might be a good window. Let's think about this for a second. There may never be another time where Michigan has inarguably a top 5 team. Ohio State's got a new quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Bama's got a new quarterback.
Georgia.
And Georgia's got a new quarterback. All three. You will never have an opportunity like this again because let's face it, the odds that all three of those QBs are actually awesome, not good.
Right.
2 out of 3, you got about a 50% shot, right? 1 out of 3 will be good. The point is, this is their opportunity. After this year, their roster looks a lot different. True
you're
or
right.
false?
True. Well, with NIL, you may have some people coming back if you don't have an NFL career.
All right,
like
I was looking at it like JJ's gone, Corum's
I think
gone.
JJ comes back. I think Corum's gone. I think JJ may come back.
What?
Do you really think he's an NFL quarterback?
That doesn't matter what I think.
Okay.
He'll be on the draft boards.
All right.
I was just thinking JJ's gone, Corum's gone, Donovan's
Edwards,
gone.
yeah.
And not to the museum, to the league. So for me, I look at it and I go, this is your shot. This is the deal.
I think that this is the year. Michigan and USC, probably the two teams that you could take advantage of the teams that are rebuilding.
The unsettled landscape.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so hold on. Do you want me to just throw the number out? Like, I enjoyed the conversation. You want to just...
Thank you.
This is good. It's National Forklift Safety Day. 248-539-9797. Let's talk a little Corum. Did you have a problem that he put... Look, their ass is in the jackpot. And I'm good with it. I think they've earned the right to say it. I think they've got the team to say it. I think to Rico's point, the kid is capable of backing it up. And as Kenny, as you said, he said what we're all thinking. So why run from it? 248-539-9797. We can do some of that, get the Tigers in the mix, and I do want to explain this Pistons report because I don't know how they're getting into that nightclub. We'll talk about it. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. Hopefully gets you to your weekend. Very simple. Odyssey.com rewind for anything you missed. Started the day, DeBrincat. He was removed from the Senators' website until he wasn't. Elliot Friedman's out here stalling all day. Kenny tells me he's tweeting about the weather, but no more of his salacious, seductive tweets regarding DeBrincat to the Wings. So we sit and we wait, but you can hear the conversation if you use rewind.
Well, maybe it'll be a 5 p.m. Friday news dump, so maybe we're just minutes away.
I tell you, this better get done before the weekend's over, boys.
We also talked Lions at 3. You can get that on the rewind. Right now, we kind of stumbled on this, and I'll get to the Pistons momentarily, but Blake Corum's comment, it's national title or bust. It's not only that I have no issue with it, I'm in favor of it. So let me just be clear. I don't worry about, oh my God, the player has put so much pressure upon himself. Blake Corum's a team leader. He's a senior. He might be a Heisman Trophy candidate. He said what I think any real Michigan fan, not some of the cowards out there, the real ones, you know what this is. This is about winning it all. Anything short of that, you can lie to yourself, but you're not going to be happy. Now, that doesn't mean anything short is a complete fail. No. Winning the Big Ten for a third straight year in modern college football, well, if you're not Bama or you're not Georgia, you simply don't win your conference 3 straight years.
Right.
So that would be big. That would be good. It wouldn't be a fail, but it wouldn't be success. You'd be operating in the gray. Corum simply said what all of us know. The Big Ten runs through Ann Arbor. They are top dog. OSU, I don't know how.
They got a loaded team.
And they're the only one of the elite teams not named USC who's bringing a quarterback back. Mm-hmm. An actual guy that took all the snaps. So no matter what you think of McCarthy, whether you think he's Christ in sneakers or you think he's vastly overrated and babysat in a run-first offense, I really don't care. The bottom line is OSU's got a quarterback who's never taken a snap. Kyle McCord, no clue. Georgia, sure, they can all be talented. No idea who's winning the job. No idea if they're any good. I'll tell you one thing, they're not going to be Stetson Bennett. Not in year 1. And Bama replacing Bryce Young. I don't care who they get. It won't be as good as Bryce Young. This is Michigan's year. Because after this year, Rico and I can quibble like the Golden Girls. This roster, you're taking a step back. Yeah. You think whatever you want. 248-539-9797. So I'm in support of it. I think Corum's earned the right to do it. I'm good with it. Kenny, few ticket texts, if you will. We'll get to the people. And again, if you want the other topics, use the rewind.
Buckeye fan here. Empty calories if Michigan doesn't win a natty under Jim. Same goes for Day over here.
Okay, that's fine. But the issue is, do you have an issue with the comment? I don't. I think certain players on certain teams earn the right to say it. It's so obvious.
Right. He can back it up. It was just one of those okay, wow. I mean, yes, you want to set expectations high, but man, the Big Ten just can't beat the SEC. And it pains me to say that, but Kenny, he says we have the little pillow fighting here. But in the end, Big Ten gets embarrassed when they go to the playoffs. I mean, I guess last year was the closest. You had 2 teams who possibly could have. Ohio State was an injury away from upsetting Georgia and Michigan. If you would have just stopped playing with your food, you probably would have beat TCU.
No, listen, I'm willing. People get upset. Don't care. I thought Michigan's loss to TCU was an embarrassment.
It was.
OSU shouldn't be embarrassed. They gave Georgia everything they wanted. And if Harrison doesn't die, by getting targeted, by the way, they might win. Can't say for sure, but might have.
I think they would have.
Michigan played an inferior opponent and lost. Also by giving up 50. So you're right. That was embarrassing. What State did against Alabama, embarrassing. The Big Ten have shown their ass. When Urban Meyer went to play Clemson and lost 31-0. Also, sad pizza, golf cart, bad. You're right. Kenny, go ahead.
Why is it wrong to have championship expectations? I loved the comment. I think I'm with that ticket texter, by the way.
Same.
Once you make it to that stage,
that's right.
Your expectations should change if you're a winning program.
I'm
not saying that's being
guys,
privileged. I'm just saying that's the truth.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, wow, he left no leeway. If they don't win What am I supposed to say the season is? I would like to say, well, you know what? You made it back to the playoffs. You won the game. You lost the national title game. But according to you, it was a failure.
Right.
I don't see it that way.
Okay, but take the Niners. It's Super Bowl or bust. There's no in between for your team.
Well, when you're on your fourth string quarterback.
All right, take the Eagles. There's no middle ground. I think Michigan has earned the right to say it. Right. That's all. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I respect a lot of your opinion here. Rico, a little edgy here, right? Because Michigan has done back-to-back, right? Mm-hmm. What's the next step? What is he supposed to do, right? We beat Ohio State. We went back-to-back. That's got to be our championship, right? I mean, this is Michigan football if we want to put that quotation on that, right? I mean, Mike, what do you think? I mean, this is the next step.
Mike, what I would say is, and I understand if you're a Michigan fan, you want to hear that. I would simply say, make it to the national title game. Do something that no other Big Ten team has done in like 15 years and at least make it to the title game.
Didn't OSU just win it like 6 or 7 years ago, right? I mean, OSU won the Natty.
That was a while ago.
Win
that was a while ago.
Pull the year they won it. No, I mean, Mike, to answer your question, yeah, I'm more than fine with it because I think Michigan's elevated itself to being one of a handful of programs that's earned the right to do it, to say it. I think they got the team to do it. We talk about the other teams having to replace quarterbacks. Yeah. And frankly, quorum of anyone on that team, as a senior, as a leader, as a guy who's come back with one goal in mind, Mike, I'm always good with it. And ultimately, if and when they don't accomplish it, well, then he has to be an adult and go, yeah, we failed. Yeah. Big deal.
And OSU did it in 2014.
Okay, sorry. So, yeah, that was 9 years ago, right? So, it was a while. But, like, at the same time, we've done this. Okay, what's the next step? What are we supposed to do? Just win Big Ten championships? Agreed, that's great. But what's that next step?
I'm with you.
I don't want to make the playoff. I want that natty.
Mike, if we really go back to the beginning, right? We go back to the whole origin story. You brought Harbaugh here to win it all. That's the truth.
And I remember the years that he was going to be fired, right? We're going through all that, and then now we're climbing that mountain, and we're right at the peak, but we haven't got over the peak.
Yeah, Mike, I'm totally good with it. But I view sports differently than most people out here. I have no problem holding my team to a damn near impossible standard, I guess. When MSU had it rolling, there was no middle ground. It was win the Big Ten, period. Now, again, we didn't have a playoff for most of the time. MSU was really good. Mm-hmm. Then the playoff happened. Well, there was one goal entering that 14 and 15 season. That was the whole thing. And ever since, MSU's fallen largely, woefully short of anything meaningful. 21, once it was apparent they were pretty good and they had beaten Michigan, I mean, anything short of winning the Big Ten was not going to work. And the OSU game was a clown car. Mm-hmm. But, guys, that's just how I am.
I understand. It's just one of those that, man, you left yourself no lead.
That's why I love it. No, I do.
It's like, I'm not being edgy. I'm saying I think you'll win the Big Ten. And for me, if you can get to the national title game and you lose and you don't get embarrassed, I'm not going to say that season was a failure because you've done something that Big Ten teams can't do.
And
you
I think
broke through the semifinal game.
The easy way to approach it, let's say quorum gets posted up on it. You can go, guys, listen, we didn't accomplish our ultimate goal. The guys in this room work way too hard for me to call this a complete failure. We'll always be proud of a Big Ten title. Yeah. But no one's going to look at each other and say we're totally happy either.
Yeah, we're not totally right. Yeah.
That's your way out.
Right.
I don't know, man. I dig it.
Right, because if all of a sudden they go to the playoffs, lose in the semifinal, like, well, your season was a bust. Oh, you're being a Disparity hater. No, that's what your team captain said.
I got to be honest with you. If they go to the playoff again, and I view the playoff like a bowl game, okay? Now, it's the best bowl game you can go to. In my world, Harbaugh's like 1-7 in bowls. It's 1-5 in actual bowls and 2 playoff losses.
Yeah.
Like, you got at a certain point, that conversation will happen. You're going to have to win some of the big games at the end.
No, you're right.
Going to the playoff 3. Now, I'll tell you, if you're a Michigan fan, you're going to get upset at me. Call me whatever names you like. You'll tune out all the nice things I say about your team. But if the head coach at OSU went to the playoff 3 straight years and lost in embarrassing fashion, what would you say? Just choose your response very carefully. 248-539-9797. The IRS, yikes. Collection, audit, civil, criminal, even the Michigan Department of Treasury. You need Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry are legitimate reps. They have been in front of the Supreme Court. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will take your call, and they will get to work for you. The IRS can take away your peace of mind, hit you in the wallet. You need lawyers. You need experience. You need Abraham and Rose. Call today, 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
We've all experienced this where all of a sudden you're seeing ads based on your searches on the internet, the browsing history, and it follows you everywhere you go. It's because you are not using DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser, it's private, and it blocks trackers. So it's easy when you use DuckDuckGo because things won't follow you around. It's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Download it today for free in your app store or just visit DuckDuckGo.com.
All right, Kenny, give me a couple of the ticket texts. Rapping a little bit about Michigan. 8 Fridays to college football. Blake Corum, it's natty or bust. I'm good with it. I think he's earned the right to say it. I think the team's earned the right to say it. Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor. And frankly, what the hell else is left? So you may as well just point to center field and go, this is what the goal is. Because newsflash, whether you said it or not, Blake, and you fall short, people are going to say it. You know, like there's no scenario where, again, if you're a Michigan fan, you can call up and say I'm an idiot. But if somehow Michigan went 9-3, that's total failure. It's a ridiculous result. If they're 10-2, but the losses are to State and OSU and you don't go to Indy, that's also a failure. Like, what are we really talking about? If you win the Big Ten, it would take an act of God, like 1990 when like 4 teams tied and it was Michigan and Michigan State and Iowa and everyone had 3 losses. Guys, you win the Big Ten, you're going to the playoff. If you're going to the playoff, you can't lose a third straight semifinal game. Not in embarrassing fashion. So why not just say it? What the hell's the difference? Good for him. He's got the confidence. He's a good enough player to back it up. That team is stacked and ready to roll. And this kind of is the end of a 3-year cycle. At the end of this year, you're losing a ton. Now, again, Rico's right. NIL, go shopping. Maybe it works out. But it really looks like this is the year you're going to lose your quarterback, one of the best backfields you've ever had, etc. You got to get it done. Kenny.
Corum is saying exactly what I want to hear from a team leader. Set the tone for the rest of the team is on board too. That's from Nick and Wyandotte.
I liked it. I didn't like the Georgia clock, but I like Blake's comments, if that makes any sense to you. I thought the Georgia thing was stupid because you don't even know if you're playing Georgia. It's ridiculous. Do countdown to the national title game if you want. Don't put a Georgia logo up there.
Right. Countdown to playing in like when they put Indianapolis on their schedule, I was like, okay, that's ballsy, that's arrogant, but you know what?
I'm good with it.
I'm okay with that.
You know what is weird though? They made fun of everybody else's countdown clock. And now they have the most ridiculous one of all.
Because none of that stuff ever happened.
Gotcha. My bad.
But no, I was okay with the fact when they put it on the schedule, it's like, wow, the audacity. But I kind of like
I
that.
don't mind it.
No, I was like,
it.
you know what? You owned it. It's yours.
I thought it took balls for Tuck to put up a countdown to the Gasparilla Bowl. Kenny?
You just can't help yourself.
Michigan fan here, I agree wholeheartedly. Corum isn't hiding from anything. He knows what the expectation is.
Love it. I'm good with it. Let's go to people. Let's see what they have to say about it. Let's go to Seth, 97.1. Seth, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
I just had a question. I know you guys have been talking about whether it's a failure or not, if they do win the championship, if they do not. But if we're just going to keep going through this cycle of, not getting to the championship or just continuing to win conference championships or making conference championships, at what point does the Harbaugh to the NFL cycle come back? Because, he did say, his goal was to put Michigan back on the map,
Right.
and all that.
Seth, all I would say to you is this. From everything you see, the NFL simply does not want him.
No, but Seth, I'll say this. I think that at the end of this season, he's going to put his name back out there and see if anybody's interested, especially if his team is good again. You saw that for the last 2 years, he tried to go out there. And I don't think he's going to stop.
Again, maybe he does. All I'm saying to Seth is, what evidence do we have that the NFL really wants him? He's done everything but pay his own way. So, Seth, I guess, why does it matter if nobody wants him? Like Rico wants an invitation to a spaceship. Well, too bad. The aliens haven't invited you. Rico can continue to say it every day on radio. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. But I think he's definitely going to take a look at the NFL. If they make it back to the playoffs, oh, yeah, because especially if he loses all of his players.
Well, enjoy the sad burger at the Holiday Inn.
It's the best time to leave.
What was that?
If you're going to leave.
What was that, Minnesota, the sad cheeseburger?
Minnesota, yeah. Oops. Like, what do you mean? Other people are going to interview for this job. Yes, Jim, that's how job search goes.
Wait, I have to go back?
So
didn't
where's
think-
my office? Jim, that's not your office. No.
Actually, there's the door.
Are these people all a part of my staff? No, they're interviewing for the job as well.
That's the groundskeeper. Let's go to Butch, 97.1. Butch, what's going on, bud?
How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Good.
You know what? Curran's doing the talking, but I think James Edwards going to be the man doing the walking.
Donovan?
Edwards, I mean.
Yeah, Donovan Edwards, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be such a threat. I got that all mixed up. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you're good, man.
He's going to be such a threat coming out of the slot. If you fake the handoff to Corum, and the linebackers and everybody they're going to be so mad at this cat, and they're going to want his ass so bad that Edwards is just going to be like getting him past the 350-pound lineman and get him the ball. Look out!
Well, listen, it's one of the best, if not the best, backfield in the country. It's diverse. They have different skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Donovan Edwards can play a big role in the passing game because I don't particularly love their wide receivers. They've got good tight ends. Yeah, I don't have any issue with the remark.
Mike, I think he's going to lead the team in receptions and probably all-purpose yarding.
Wow.
Who does Michigan throw the ball to last year? How of the receivers?
No, I agree with you on the receiving part. Like, I could see a way where does he catch 50 balls and the leading receiver catches 45? Okay.
Right, because they targeted him a lot. They targeted the tight end a lot.
But I have a problem with the all-purpose yards based on Blake Corum is still going to be the bell cow, one would assume. And, he didn't come back to school to carry it 12 times a game.
Fair.
And he's still the guy who every carry is going to fall forward.
Fair. And the funny thing, man, the Big Ten is going to have a nice duos of running back
What do you got?
between Michigan, the two at Penn State.
Allen and Singleton.
Yeah, and then Ohio State with their two.
And then we've got Zeke the Wonder Dog and the Dairy Store. Dynamic duo.
Why do I do this?
Maybe melting moments on third down? I know. Dude, listen, I need the season here. I know. All ball breaking aside, I do have some optimism for State because they can't be worse. That's off the
Hey,
table.
Kenny, here's some puppies. Well, they're 40 time.
Right. But can they cover anyone on 3rd and 12? I have some optimism. But again, we're in a way different place than Michigan.
Oh, yeah. A success for Michigan is a success for Michigan State is totally different from a Michigan.
Right now, it's just reestablishing some form of quality control. And could you get to 8 wins?
I was about to say 8 wins.
Next year is the year his feet are going to be to the fire in my world.
And I'm talking 8 wins before a bowl game.
Yeah. And next year, you go in, you better compete for a Big Ten.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you have to get it or you're fired. My point is competing for it means I better not be entering November with more than a loss.
But I see what Donovan Edwards. I see what Blake Corum meant. I just think that if you make it that far, you make it to the national title game, I'm still going to call it a successful season for Michigan.
Let's go to Brian. He'll get the last word on this deal, and then we'll get some football in the mix. Brian, how are you on a Friday?
Fellas, the Michigan and the Detroit Lions are in the same boat. We need a playoff win to call the season a success. That's it. Nothing else. A playoff win. Jim Harbaugh, he a kooky guy. Bro, we need a playoff win. You're not going to have this will be your best team probably ever. Because next year you're going to have 3 losses. There's a very good chance. So you better take advantage of this year and have a playoff win. And I'm going to pay attention this year because Rico ain't going to drop off the top of the rope with them brass knuckles when I picked Michigan last time against Georgia. This time I'm going to pay attention. see if they have an opportunity to win. But, fellas, the Lions in Michigan need a playoff win or the season's not a success.
I like that, Brian.
No,
I do.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good way of putting it is if you're the Lions, making the playoffs would be fine, but
you need to win a game.
You're
and
right.
I think for Michigan, if you win your semifinal game, congratulations, you've done something the Big Ten hasn't been able to do in 9 years.
Caveat alert. It would depend what the final goes like. If you go to the final and your TCU and Georgia is busy eating the 8-piece family meal, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable.
You made it, man.
No, literally, the Georgia players were eating Mott sticks and wings on the side of the field. They were up 60-0. No. I don't want to hear. Hey, the same fan base that said if you don't score, were you ever there to us?
Okay.
You think I'm letting them off the hook?
But we're going to take the high road.
No, F the high road. Get down in the mud with me.
I'm with you. Yeah, you get embarrassed. Yeah, I can't help you.
Versus
you
the Lions, you win the wild card game. Nobody cares if they get bombed in the divisional round. Unless they're already in the divisional round off a bye week. Feel it.
What if they lose to the privileged?
That'd be a tough show for me to do. Can you imagine? Like
Nope.
in a weird scenario, like Lions host the Niners, and they just show up, throw the Lions off a cliff, and I'd have to sit here with this over here.
Why don't you tell them about something, Mike? I don't want to think about this
Don't
anymore.
get stuck
At
without
that point, I
power.
would just bring out the receipts.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first hot day to find out that the air conditioner is not going to be there for you. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get the air conditioner in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill, and they have generators in stock, too. Schedule that tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Football, little NFL, go around the league. Roughly less than 2 weeks till rookies report, correct? July 19th is that day? We're right there. We're right there.
Hall of Fame game around the corner.
Biggest waste of time ever.
Yeah.
Kenny, subpar production, please. All right. On a Floral Friday, what do you got, Kenny?
This football today is all about defying expectations. Found lists per Bleacher Report and PFF of things that, do you see this happening, defying expectations? Give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Want your guys' take.
Seems fair.
All right. The Carolina Panthers will win the NFC South. They're betting on Frank Reich and Bryce Young.
Not happening. I think it's Atlanta's time.
Yeah.
Art Smith, the running game, but have you seen Bijan run? I can't bet a rookie quarterback.
Never can bet a rookie quarterback.
Did you see, though, where they're saying Bryce Young is a, quote, ready for this? An intellectual savant.
Mm-hmm. It's a rookie quarterback, no.
Okay.
Peyton Manning struggled his rookie year.
28 interceptions.
Yeah. Bryce will struggle this year.
If I had to nominate one of these for thumbs down, it would be this next one. Derrick Henry will lead the NFL in rushing yards at 30 years old. He's done it twice, the reasoning says. Titans lack receiver options, therefore he's going to represent their whole offense.
Yeah, one problem. The other team knows that. Another problem. Your O-line has regressed year over year each of the last 3 years. But wait, there's more. Second prize is the steak knives. You could be looking at Will Levis under center. I'm out on anything Titans offense.
I'm going to say thumbs up, and then he probably just hangs it up at the end of the season because they're going to run him to death. But he is all that they have.
So basically what D'Antonio did to Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, but he's Derrick Henry, and he's got enough skills that he can run over people still at 30. He'll get it done, but then I think he may just retire at the end of the season.
And that's more my fear, is that I think they're going to run all the tread off of him, and he's just not, his body's not going to be able to keep up. And
Guys, he was
down
widely available this offseason, and nobody bit. What if he's already done?
No, but I don't think he's already done, but I think people see that he's probably got one more year. The Titans will waste that year on him, not go anywhere, and he's going to try to prove everybody wrong because you didn't take a chance on me.
Next one on the list, the Cleveland Browns will win the AFC North, bringing in Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, and Zadarius Smith will propel them to the promised land.
I think they're one of the wild card teams in all of football. I don't know what Deshaun Watson I'm getting. If it's the guy we saw in Houston, why couldn't they? But if it's what I watched last year, I
didn't think that a year and a half off from football would make you that bad. But he was.
He was awful. So, Kenny, I lean to no, but if you think you have a good read on the Cleveland Browns, good luck. God bless. I need to see what Watson looks like.
No, I'm going to still say Ravens win that division.
Fair enough. Kadarius Toney will top 1,200 receiving yards. Year 3 breakout may finally be coming with Smith-Schuster gone. The team needs someone to step into that number 1 receiver role.
No way. He's never healthy enough to do it. When he's healthy, he's really talented. The Giants didn't get rid of him because he's not talented. A, he's a jerk, and B, he's never healthy. So even if we get rid of the personality issues, he's going to miss time. So I will say no to that.
I'm going to say thumbs up. Kansas City has a better training staff. They'll keep him healthy. They'll keep him on the field.
That's nice. I can't wait till the preseason and he blows an ankle out. He's never healthy.
Because he made a trip back to New York.
And now to the hype train. Tons of hype surrounding the Washington Commanders. They will make the playoffs.
No.
And because they have a more balanced roster on paper than teams like the Giants.
Total disagreement. You don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. You're telling me we're betting on Sam Howell to lead them to a wild card in the NFC? Come on. No. I'm just out. I'm out on all of it. I think there's 2 teams that have a shot to make the playoffs in that division. It'll be Cowboys and Philly. Giants are going to regress, and Washington, I don't get anything they've done.
Yeah, it depends on what Saquon does. Maybe the Giants will be in the run for that final playoff spot, but if Washington is making the playoffs, then that means that nobody else is making it anyplace else, and the East has pretty much all the wild card teams.
Russell Wilson will set a career high in passing yards. He's back in shape. He's motivated. He wants to be the Russell Wilson of old.
I could buy it. I could buy it based on we all identified he was in terrible physical condition last year. Mm-hmm. The coach was a clown.
Right.
Sean Payton's as good as it gets. He's in a better spot. Yeah, I could buy it.
Yeah. And I'm buying it. Sean Payton is the reason why I'm going to buy this.
And here's some from PFF. They're doing things that might happen this year. Bold predictions for plus odds, it looks like. Trevor Lawrence to have a 4,000 plus passing yard season is you can get that at even money, essentially.
100%. Trevor Lawrence is going to be a top 5 QB this year. All in.
Thumbs down.
Why do you not like him?
I just don't love him the way you love him. I like him.
I just watched the game. He's awesome. And now they get Calvin Ridley off of his Pete Rose suspension? Come on.
I just need to see him actually do something.
He won a playoff game.
I mean, did he or did Herbert just lose?
I don't know, man. You're down 28 bagel, and he had a – okay, I got nothing for you. Go ahead.
And what odds would you think, if you were to handicap this, for Lamar to bring the Ravens a Super Bowl next year? It's going to be long odds for sure.
All right, let me ask a question. So you're betting a team to win the Super Bowl. I don't need to know the team. What are the odds of the favorite to win the Super Bowl so I have context?
That I don't have in front of me. I
Like
just
if
have
you're
Lamar's.
telling me the Chiefs are plus 500, I would tell you the Ravens should be plus 2,000.
And you're exactly right. It's plus 2,000.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Is that value enough for you to even consider taking?
Oh, hell no. You'd have to give me plus 200,000. That bum is not winning the Super Bowl.
Kyle Pitts will go.
Kind of want it to happen now.
Oh, well, that's good.
I just can't stand he gets his ass kissed. He's gotten worse every year since he won the MVP. And his passing numbers in the fourth quarter are morbid.
He wins the Super Bowl and gives you the Torkelson rounding third base middle finger.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Tork's really lighting the world on fire. He really showed me. Strike 3. Guy hits 2 home runs in a game, and we're all supposed to touch our balls.
Let's end on my favorite Georgia running back, your favorite Georgia running back,
DeAndre Swift?
Nick Chubb.
Oh.
How many rushing touchdowns does he get? They set the over-under at 8.5. Under, you get even money. Over is minus 120.
Over.
I think it's way over.
Over all day.
Yeah.
He gets almost exclusive carries inside the 5. It's what they want to do. Over.
Unless he gets injured, I can't see how he does not.
Now, they brought Kareem Hunt back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know for a while I thought he was leaving, and I want to make sure I was right about that. But that's not his range of the field. I go over.
Yeah.
All right. What else you got?
We got Kyle Pitts over under 700.5 yards.
I leave this to Rico. I still cannot figure out why everybody loves this guy so much.
Because he doesn't have long hair. If he had long hair, you'd fall in love with him.
No, they don't throw the ball to him.
But see, I think now with the running, but I think now with the running game, you're going to see a lot of play action. I would go over. What's the over, Kenny?
700.5.
What is that? Plus or minus?
Oh, that's minus 120 is 700.5 receiving yards.
Yeah, that's what I would do because I do think you're going to see a lot of play action going on with him. That with the running game, Atlanta's going to try to do. He's going to be open. Hey, have you seen Bijan run?
No, I know. Pitts is a guy I have to.
And he's still in. I don't think Atlanta knows exactly what they have in.
You know how many? All right, now here's the thing. Admittedly, he had a very nice year in 2021. 68 grabs, 1,000 yards. Last year, 28 catches, 356. But here's the interesting part. So he's got 106, almost 100 NFL receptions and 1,300 yards the last 2 years. You know how many touchdowns he's got?
Like 2 or 3?
3. Yeah. For a guy with that size and ability.
Because Atlanta, first of all, really hasn't had a quarterback, and they don't know what to do with him yet.
And we can end on one from Mike's favorite, or least favorite team, I should say. Garrett Wilson over under 1,150.5 yards in his sophomore campaign.
Over. He's awesome. He is. I don't know what else to tell you. Both Olave and Wilson, all in year 2. Ohio State knows what they're doing with receivers.
Yeah. Wait, Wilson's
1,100 yards.
Jets or the Saints?
Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Olave Saints.
Yeah.
And that is in football today.
Football, little NFL, go around the league. Roughly less than 2 weeks till rookies report, correct? July 19th is that day? We're right there. We're right there.
Hall of Fame game around the corner.
Biggest waste of time ever.
Yeah.
Kenny, subpar production, please. All right. on a Floral Friday. What do you got, Kenny?
This
Cookies, please. Betting Major League Baseball, FanDuel has you covered. 10 times your first bet amount and bonus bets up to $200. Just bet $20, land up to $200 in bonus bets, win or lose when you bet the MLB. And they've got it all. More betting markets than anyone. Rico always with the hit props or the home run props. Kenny and I are more traditional. Obviously, Tigers tonight, you're facing Alek Manoah. If you can't hit Alek Manoah, quit baseball. Tigers plus 120. Do whatever you like. It's FanDuel, official betting partner of Major League Baseball. You can go to FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online my words don't even work by 6 on a Friday. I'd like to apologize to everyone. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. I was sitting over here like ebit. Refund issued. Is DeBrincat here yet? Refund issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. And call the number if you're wrecking yourself here. 1-800-270-7117. Well, we'll take it at that pregame momentarily. I wanted to just kind of button up the broadcast today. Odyssey.com rewind. If you missed anything, we talked to DeBrincat. Kenny killed me this morning. Thought we had him. Then we didn't. Then thought we had him again. And as we head into the weekend, we don't have him.
Still in a holding pattern.
I don't like it. And you tell your boy, Elliot Friedman, stop stalling.
Tell him to get off his you-know-what and start doing some work, man.
Get off your ass, Elliot.
That's right.
Stop teasing us. But we talked about that. We talked Lions. I want to bring up this Pistons thing quickly because reports are they could be in the mix as one of the third or fourth team facilitators in a massive Lillard deal. Here's the problem. You used up all your cap space on Joe Harris. So how would you be an asset to Portland, presumably Miami, because it's the only place Lillard is willing to go? Now the agent today is basically saying, okay, remember I said he'd be unhappy? We've upgraded that to won't show up to camp, which I think is bull. He's making $52 million a year for the next 3 years.
Right.
The point I'm making is Miami and Portland need a dance partner. All right, let's play this game that reportedly the Pistons could be the third team. Portland does not want Tyler Hero. That's all the reporting from Meme Guy and everybody at Meme Guy's Windhorst.
Right.
I can't do the thing the way you do it. Yeah, that. So they don't want Tyler Hero. Okay, so Tyler Hero comes here on year one of a 4-year, $120 million deal.
Makes sense.
Well, no, it doesn't.
I'm joking.
Okay. It would lead to, all right, if you were going to make the cap space, you'd have to send Bogdanovich in a deal. Well, one problem. Why would Portland want an expiring 34-year-old player?
Maybe they want to free up some money to make moves for next year.
They did. They got rid of Dame.
Right. And maybe they're going to just make a gigantic splash next year in free agency. With Dame's money coming off and with Bogdanovich.
Right. No, you don't get both. Like, Dame being gone, 52's off the books. Why would they take 30 back? 20 back? Why? They don't, it doesn't, like, what they need are picks. They need players and picks, but, like, players that are signed.
Right. But if you trade Bogdanovich, now come trade deadline, now you can go out and try to acquire some picks.
The problem is the Pistons already tried to get two firsts for him this year. What's Portland really going to get for him as a rental? Rico, I'm just making a point. If you're trading Dame Lillard, that is, you are crippling, you're burning your franchise down.
Right.
Do you mean to tell me that if they trade Dame to Miami and Hero they don't want and Hero ends up somewhere else, what's the package exactly? Because Miami does not have the players to send you and they don't have the picks. So what? Help me understand what the Pistons' involvement in this means.
I don't know, unless Troy's going to just clean house and get rid of all.
Got into Harvard, you have to know.
Unless he's going to clean house and he's going to throw in guys like, you know what, you want Isaiah Stewart, you can have him. You want
to who?
I don't know, Mike. My last name ain't Weaver. This
No,
makes
because you
no
don't say
sense.
every third word.
This makes zero sense. Like, well, because I don't know. You're right. The Pistons don't really have anything to offer. You don't have a ton of picks.
Like if I swap the Pistons out and let's say Brooklyn's in, there's a way you could do this. Okay, work with me.
Yeah, you would.
Hero would go to Brooklyn. Simmons would go to Portland for a career reset, risk it biscuit. He'd get a ton of picks attached to him by a third or fourth team. Mm-hmm. He's expiring next year versus Hero's 4 years.
Right.
Now, if Hero were somehow coming here, there is absolutely no fit with Cade and Ivy. None. And Hero's only about 6'4". So I don't want to hear this stuff about you cannot have Ivy, Hero, Cade on the floor at the same time. You couldn't do it.
No.
So I just wanted to bring it up because you might hear about it this weekend. This Dame thing is going down. I'll be fascinated to see what exactly.
Unless the Pistons are going to give up some of these other pieces that we didn't think anybody else wanted just to give live bodies. It just because you don't have draft picks because you gave them all away. You don't have the capital.
I could see the Pistons involved as a fourth team, but I don't know how they're there as the third with Portland and Miami. I don't know how it works. Now, if Portland wanted, which they don't, Hero, I could try to make some sense, but if Hero's here, you would need a fourth team.
Right.
Unless Troy just values that player at such a level, he goes, F it, I'll figure it out. I mean, the roster doesn't make any sense as it is.
No. And that's what I'm saying. At that point, you just start cleaning out. Killian, you're gone.
See,
Stu, you're gone.
You and I are on the same page. Like, if there was a way they could just fumigate, get Killian out of here, get Wiseman out of here, get Bagley out of here, just take out the recycling.
And that's what I'm saying. You
But I
may
don't know
pack
how.
up 4 players and say, okay, who needs players on their team? Which
Wait.
one? Miami, you need them? They're yours.
Bro, that's going to an estate sale and buying a bag of marbles. Who needs this bag of marbles? Nobody's lining up for that.
They're cheap. You just go for it.
It's like he showed up to the estate sale and they're selling grandma's body. Want a dead body? I'll take Nona. She's dead. That's Bagley.
Yeah.
So look, I guys, I wish we had a better answer, but that's kind of some of the whispers coming out is they're lingering in this conversation. And it's a very weird pairing. It's the best I can offer you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is how I'll leave it. If the unthinkable happened, Tyler Hero is in Detroit. What is your reaction to that? He is signed through 27.
This is one where I'm going to need Troy just to come on here. Why? What is your game plan? What are you trying to do? None of this makes sense. I don't even know what you're trying to do. I would love just to see the people try to justify this. I can't see.
I'll tell you what it would be.
You now have a team full of 2 guards and centers.
If you brought him here, here's what it would be. It's going to be Hunger Games. End of this year, one of Kate or Ivy goes. If he is really punting, and this season is all about just development and figuring it out, one of those 2 would go. And I'm not telling you, like, that's the only scenario I could come up with because you can't have all 3. And
then what are you going to do with the guys you drafted?
Hey, man, ready?
Don't
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Oh, and by the way, last time I checked, you still got Killian Hayes on the team. So now you got 6 people.
What do you want me to say?
I don't understand.
Neither do I. Okay, so
Troy, help me understand.
Look, let's see how the deal plays out. I've taken you through some of the scenarios. I just don't know how it would work with just Portland and Miami. I don't.
I still don't know what the Pistons would offer.
But
you're right.
If the Pistons didn't use all their cap space on garbage, we wouldn't have this problem. Now would we?
But they got a great 3-point shooter from the Brooklyn Nets. That's what I was told. You know what? Let me tell you about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's
right
Hamilton Chevrolet Warren. Andrew and his sales staff wants to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by giving you every discount and send them an opportunity to save you money. You've always wanted that sports car, and now is the time to go in for the July Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. Walk in with $995 down. You drive out with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, I said it right, a Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. That's why the best deals are found at 14 and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in the Rico deal. A 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. Head on over to 14 Mile and Mound Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Okay, Tigers coming up in a few minutes. Odyssey.com rewind. We covered Lions, Pistons, Wings, all Michigan. We had a pretty damn diverse show today.
A cornucopia of knowledge.
It's not bad. It's a pretty good way to